Introduction. The Pirate by Sir Walter Scott. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Deon Gines, Salt Lake City, Utah. Quoth he, "There was a ship." This brief preface may begin like the tale of the Ancient Mariner, since it was on shipboard that the author acquired the very moderate degree of local knowledge and information, both of people and scenery, which he has endeavored to embody in the romance of The Pirate. In the summer and autumn of 1814, the author was invited to join a party of commissioners for the Northern Lighthouse Service, who proposed making a voyage round the coast of Scotland and through its various groups of islands, chiefly for the purpose of seeing the condition of the many lighthouses under their direction, edifices so important, whether regarding them as benevolent or political institutions. Among the commissioners who manage this important public concern, the sheriff of each county of Scotland, which borders on the sea, holds ex officio a place at the board. These gentlemen act in every respect gratuitously, but have the use of an armed yacht, well found and fitted up, when they choose to visit the lighthouses. An excellent engineer, Mr. Robert Stevenson, is attached to the board to afford the benefit of his professional advice. The author accompanied this expedition as a guest, for Selkirkshire, though it calls him sheriff, has not, like the kingdom of Bohemia in Corporal Trim's story, a seaport in its circuit, nor its magistrate. Of course any place at the board of commissioners, a circumstance of little consequence, where all were old and intimate friends, bred to the same profession, and disposed to accommodate each other in every possible manner. The nature of the important business which was the principal purpose of the voyage was connected with the amusement of visiting the leading objects of a traveller's curiosity, for the wild cape, or formidable shelf, which requires to be marked out by a lighthouse, is generally at no great distance from the most magnificent scenery of rocks, caves, and billows. Our time, too, was at our own disposal, and as most of us were fresh-water sailors, we could at any time make a fair wind out of a foul one, and run before the gale in quest of some object of curiosity which lay under our lee. With these purposes of public utility and some personal amusement in view, we left the port of Leith on the 26th July, 1814, ran along the east coast of Scotland, viewing its different curiosities, stood over to Shetland and Orkney, where we were some time detained by the wonders of a country which displayed so much that was new to us, and having seen what was curious in the Ultima Thule of the ancients, where the sun hardly thought it worth while to go to bed, since his rising was at this season so early, we doubled the extreme northern termination of Scotland, and took a rapid survey of the Hebrides, where we found many kind friends. There, that our little expedition might not want the dignity of danger, we were favoured with a distant glimpse of what was said to be an American cruiser, and had opportunity to consider what a pretty figure we should have made had the voyage ended in our being carried captive to the United States. After visiting the romantic shores of Morven and the vicinity of Oban, we made a run to the coast of Ireland and visited the Giant's Causeway, that we might compare it with Staffa, which we had surveyed in our course. At length, about the middle of September, we ended our voyage in the Clyde at the port of Greenock. and thus terminated our pleasant tour, to which our equipment gave unusual facilities, as the ship's company could form a strong boat's crew, independent of those who might be left on board the vessel, which permitted us the freedom to land wherever our curiosity carried us. Let me add, while reviewing for a moment a sunny portion of my life, that among the 6 or 7 friends who performed this voyage together, some of them doubtless of different tastes and pursuits, and remaining for several weeks on board a small vessel, there never occurred the slightest dispute or disagreement, each seeming anxious to submit his own particular wishes to those of his friends. By this mutual accommodation, all the purposes of our little expedition were obtained, while for a time we might have adopted the lines of Allan Cunningham's fine sea-song, "The world of waters was our home, and merry men were we." But sorrow mixes her memorials with the purest remembrances of pleasure. On returning from the voyage, which had proved so satisfactory, I found that fate had deprived her country most unexpectedly of a lady, qualified to adorn the high rank which she held, and who had long admitted me to a share of her friendship. The subsequent loss of one of those comrades who made up the party, and he the most intimate friend I had in the world, casts also its shade on recollections which, but for these embitterments, would be otherwise so pleasing. I may here briefly observe that my business in this voyage, so far as I could be said to have any, was to endeavour to discover some localities which might be useful in The Lord of the Isles, a poem with which I was then threatening the public, and was afterwards printed without attaining remarkable success. But at the same time, the anonymous novel of Waverley was making its way to popularity. I already augured the possibility of a second effort in this department of literature, and I saw much in the wild islands of the Orkneys and Shetland, which I judged might be made in the highest degree interesting, should these isles ever become the scene of a narrative of fictitious events. I learned the history of Gow, the pirate, from an old sibyl, whose principal subsistence was by a trade in favourable winds, which she sold to mariners at Stromness. Nothing could be more interesting than the kindness and hospitality of the gentlemen of Shetland, which was to me the more affecting, as several of them had been friends and correspondents of my father. I was induced to go a generation or two farther back, to find materials from which I might trace the features of the old Norwegian Udollar, the Scottish gentry having in general occupied the place of that primitive race, and their language and peculiarities of manner having entirely disappeared. The only difference now to be observed betwixt the gentry of these islands and those of Scotland in general is, that the wealth and property is more equally divided among our more northern countrymen, and that there exists among the resident proprietors no men of very great wealth, whose display of its luxuries might render the others discontented with their own lot. From the same cause of general equality of fortunes and the cheapness of living, which is its natural consequence, I found the officers of a veteran regiment, who had maintained the garrison at Fort Charlotte in Lerwick, discomposed at the idea of being recalled from a country where their pay, however inadequate to the expenses of a capital, was fully adequate to their wants, and it was singular to hear natives of merry England herself regretting their approaching departure from the melancholy isles of the ultimate Thule. Such are the trivial particulars attending the origin of that publication, which took place several years later than the agreeable journey from which it took its rise. The state of manners which I have introduced in the romance was necessarily in a great degree imaginary, though founded in some measure on slight hints, which, showing what was, seem to give reasonable indication of what must once have been the tone of the society in these sequestered but interesting islands. In one respect I was judged somewhat hastily, perhaps, when the character of Norna was pronounced by the critics a mere copy of Meg Merrilies. That I had fallen short of what I wished and desired to express is unquestionable, otherwise my object could not have been so widely mistaken, nor can I yet think that any person who will take the trouble of reading the Pirate with some attention can fail to trace in Norna, the victim of remorse and insanity, and the dupe of her own imposture, her mind, too, flooded with all the wild literature and extravagant superstitions of the North, something distinct from the Dumfriesshire gipsy, whose pretensions to supernatural powers are not beyond those of a Norwood prophetess. The foundations of such a character may be perhaps traced, though it be too true that the necessary superstructure cannot have been raised upon them. Otherwise these remarks would have been unnecessary. There is also great improbability in the statement of Norna's possessing power and opportunity to impress on others that belief in her supernatural gifts which distracted her own mind. Yet amid a very credulous and ignorant population it is astonishing what success may be attained by an impostor who is at the same time an enthusiast. It is such as to remind us of the couplet which assures us that the pleasure is as great in being cheated as to cheat. Indeed, as I have observed elsewhere, the professed explanation of a tale where appearances or incidents of a supernatural character are referred to natural causes, has often, in the winding up of the story, a degree of improbability almost equal to an absolute goblin narrative. Even the genius of Mrs. Radcliffe could not always surmount this difficulty. Abbotsford, 1st May, 1831. End of introduction. Advertisement of The Pirate by Sir Walter Scott. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Deon Gines, Salt Lake City, Utah. The purpose of the following narrative is to give a detailed and accurate account of certain remarkable incidents which took place in the Orkney Islands, concerning which the more imperfect traditions and mutilated records of the country only tell us the following erroneous particulars. In the month of January, 1724-5, a vessel called the Revenge, bearing 20 large guns and 6 smaller, commanded by John Gow, or Goff, or Smith, came to the Orkney Islands, and was discovered to be a pirate by various acts of insolence and villainy committed by the crew. These were for some time submitted to, the inhabitants of these remote islands not possessing arms nor means of resistance, and so bold was the captain of these banditti that he not only came ashore and gave dancing parties in the village of Stromness, but before his real character was discovered, engaged the affections and received the troth-plight of a young lady possessed of some property. A patriotic individual, James Fee, younger of Clestrane, formed the plan of securing the buccaneer, which he effected by a mixture of courage and address, in consequence chiefly of Gow's vessel having gone on shore near the harbour of Calf Sound, on the island of Ida, not far distant from a house then inhabited by Mr. Fay. In the various stratagems by which Mr. Fay contrived finally, at the peril of his life, they being well armed and desperate, to make the whole pirates his prisoners, he was much aided by Mr. James Lang, the grandfather of the late Malcolm Lang, Esquire, the acute and ingenious historian of Scotland during the 17th century. Gow and others of his crew suffered, by sentence of the High Court of Admiralty, the punishment their crimes had long deserved. He conducted himself with great audacity when before the court, and from an account of the matter by an eye-witness, seems to have been subjected to some unusual severities, in order to compel him to plead. The words are these: John Gow would not plead, for which he was brought to the bar, and the judge ordered that his thumb should be squeezed by 2 men with a whipcord till it did break, and then it should be doubled till it did again break, and then laid threefold, and that the executioners should pull with their whole strength, which sentence Gow endured with a great deal of boldness. The next morning, 27th May, 1725, when he had seen the terrible preparations for pressing him to death, his courage gave way, and he told the Marshal of Court that he would not have given so much trouble had he been assured of not being hanged in chains. He was then tried, condemned, and executed, with others of his crew. It is said that the lady whose affections Gow had engaged went up to London to see him before his death, and that, arriving too late, she had the courage to request a sight of his dead body, and then, touching the hand of the corpse, she formally resumed the troth-plight which she had bestowed. Without going through this ceremony, she could not, according to the superstition of the country, have escaped a visit from the ghost of her departed lover, in the event of her bestowing upon any living suitor the faith which she had plighted to the dead. This part of the legend may serve as a curious commentary on the fine Scottish ballad which begins, "There came a ghost to Margaret's door," etc. The common account of this incident farther bears that Mr. Fay, the spirited individual by whose exertions Gow's career of iniquity was cut short, was so far from receiving any reward from government that he could not obtain even countenance enough to protect him against a variety of sham suits raised against him by Newgate solicitors, who acted in the name of Gow and others of the pirate crew, and the various expenses, vexatious prosecutions, and other legal consequences in which his gallant exploit involved him, utterly ruined his fortune and his family, making his memory a notable example to all who shall in future take pirates on their own authority. It is to be supposed, for the honour of George I.'s government, that the last circumstance, as well as the dates and other particulars of the commonly received story, are inaccurate, since they will be found totally irreconcilable with the following veracious narrative, compiled from materials to which he himself alone has had access, by the author of Waverley and of Advertisement. Chapter 1 of The Pirate, by Sir Walter Scott. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Deon Gines, Salt Lake City, Utah. The storm had ceased its wintry roar, hoarse dash the billows of the sea, but who on Thule's desert shore cries, "Have I burnt my heart for thee?" Acneal. That long, narrow, and irregular island, usually called the mainland of Shetland, because it is by far the largest of that archipelago, terminates, as is well known to the mariners who navigate the stormy seas which surround the Thule of the ancients, in a cliff of immense height, entitled Sumburgh Head, which presents its bare scalp and naked sides to the weight of a tremendous surge, forming the extreme point of the isle to the southeast. This lofty promontory is constantly exposed to the current of a strong and furious tide, which setting in betwixt the Orkney and Shetland islands, and running with force only inferior to that of the Pentland Frith, takes its name from the headland we have mentioned, and is called the Roost of Sumburgh, roost being the phrase assigned in those isles to currents of this description. On the land side, the promontory is covered with short grass, and slopes steeply down to a little isthmus, upon which the sea has encroached in creeks, which, advancing from either side of the island, gradually work their way forward, and seem as if in a short time they would form a junction, and altogether insulate Sumburgh Head, when what is now a cape will become a lonely mountain islet, severed from the mainland, of which it is at present the terminating extremity. Man, however, had in former days considered this as a remote or unlikely event, for a Norwegian chief of other times, or as other accounts said, and as the name of Jarlshof seems to imply, an ancient earl of the Orkneys had selected this neck of land as the place for establishing a mansion house. It has been long entirely deserted, and the vestiges only can be discerned with difficulty, for the loose sand, borne on the tempestuous gales of those stormy regions, has overblown and almost buried the ruins of the buildings. But in the end of the 17th century, a part of the Earl's mansion was still entire and habitable. It was a rude building of rough stone, with nothing about it to gratify the eye or to excite the imagination. The large old-fashioned narrow house, with a very steep roof, covered with flags composed of grey sandstone, would perhaps convey the best idea of the place to a modern reader. The windows were few, very small in size, and distributed up and down the building with utter contempt of regularity. Against the main structure had rested, in former times, certain smaller co-apartments of the mansion house, containing offices or subordinate apartments necessary for the accommodation of the Earl's retainers and menials. But these had become ruinous, and the rafters had been taken down for firewood or for other purposes. The walls had given way in many places, and to complete the devastation, the sand had already drifted amongst the ruins, and filled up what had been once the chambers they contained to the depth of 2 or 3 feet. Amid this desolation, the inhabitants of Jarlshof had contrived, by constant labour and attention, to keep in order a few roods of land, which had been enclosed as a garden, and which, sheltered by the walls of the house itself from the relentless sea blast, produced such vegetables as the climate could bring forth, or rather as the sea gale would permit to grow, for these islands experience even less of the rigour of cold than is encountered on the mainland of Scotland. But, unsheltered by a wall of some sort or other, it is scarce possible to raise even the most ordinary culinary vegetables, and as for shrubs or trees, they are entirely out of the question. Such is the force of the sweeping sea blast. At a short distance from the mansion, and near to the sea beach, just where the creek forms a sort of imperfect harbour, in which lay 3 or 4 fishing boats, there were a few most wretched cottages for the inhabitants and tenants of the township of Jarlshof, who held the whole district of the landlord upon such terms as were in those days usually granted to persons of this description, and which, of course, were hard enough. The landlord himself resided upon an estate which he possessed in a more eligible situation in a different part of the island, and seldom visited his possessions at Sumburgh Head. He was an honest, plain Shetland gentleman, somewhat passionate, the necessary result of being surrounded by dependents, and somewhat over convivial in his habits, the consequence, perhaps, of having too much time at his disposal, but frank-tempered and generous to his people, and kind and hospitable to strangers. He was descended also of an old and noble Norwegian family, a circumstance which rendered him dearer to the lower orders, most of whom are of the same race, while the lairds or proprietors are generally of Scottish extraction, who at that early period were still considered as strangers and intruders. Magnus Troil, who deduced his descent from the very earl who was supposed to have founded Jarlshof, was peculiarly of this opinion. The present inhabitants of Jarlshof had experienced on several occasions the kindness and goodwill of the proprietor of the territory. When Mr. Mertoun, such was the name of the present inhabitant of the old mansion, first arrived in Shetland, some years before the story commences, he had been received at the house of Mr. Troil with that warm and cordial hospitality for which the islands are distinguished. No one asked him whence he came, where he was going, what was his purpose in visiting so remote a corner of the empire, or what was likely to be the term of his stay. He arrived a perfect stranger, yet was instantly overpowered by a succession of invitations, and in each house which he visited he found a home as long as he chose to accept it, and lived as one of the family, unnoticed and unnoticing, until he thought proper to remove to some other dwelling. This apparent indifference to the rank, character, and qualities of their guest did not arise from apathy on the part of his kind hosts, for the islanders had their full share of natural curiosity, but their delicacy deemed it would be an infringement upon the laws of hospitality to ask questions which their guest might have found it difficult or unpleasing to answer, and instead of endeavouring, as is usual in other countries, to wring out of Mr. Mertoun such communications as he might find it agreeable to withhold, the considerate Zetlanders contented themselves with eagerly gathering up such scraps of information as could be collected in the course of conversation. But the rock in an Arabian desert is not more reluctant to afford water than Mr. Basil Mertoun was niggard in his imparting his confidence, even incidentally, and certainly the politeness of the gentry of Thule was never put to a more severe test than when they felt that good breeding enjoined them to abstain from inquiring into the situation of so mysterious a personage. All that was actually known of him was easily summed up. Mr. Mertoun had come to Lerwick, then rising into some importance, but not yet acknowledged as the principal town of the island, in a Dutch vessel, accompanied only by his son, a handsome boy of about 14 years old. His own age might exceed 40. The Dutch skipper introduced him to some of the very good friends with whom he used to barter gin and gingerbread for little Shetland bullocks, smoked geese, and stockings of lamb's wool, and although Mynheer could only say that Mynheer Mertoun have bay his passage like one gentleman's, and have given a $1 beside to the crew, this introduction served to establish the Dutchman's passenger in a respectable circle of acquaintances, which gradually enlarged, as it appeared that the stranger was a man of considerable acquirements. This discovery was made almost perforce, for Mertoun was as unwilling to speak upon general subjects as upon his own affairs, but he was sometimes led into discussions which showed, as it were in spite of himself, the scholar and the man of the world, and at other times, as if in requital of the hospitality which he experienced, he seemed to compel himself, against his fixed nature, to enter into the society of those around him, especially when it assumed the grave, melancholy, or satirical cast, which best suited the temper of his own mind. Upon such occasions, the Zetlanders were universally of opinion that he must have had an excellent education, neglected only in one striking particular, namely, that Mr. Murtown scarce knew the stem of a ship from the stern, and in the management of a boat a cow could not be more ignorant. It seemed astonishing such gross ignorance of the most necessary art of life, in the Zetland Isles at least, should subsist along with his accomplishments in other respects, but so it was. Unless called forth in the manner we have mentioned, the habits of Basil Murtown were retired and gloomy. From loud mirth he instantly fled, and even the moderated cheerfulness of a friendly party had the invariable effect of throwing him into deeper dejection than even his usual demeanour indicated. Women are always particularly desirous of investigating mystery and of alleviating melancholy, especially when these circumstances are united in a handsome man about the prime of life. It is possible, therefore, that amongst the fair-haired and blue-eyed daughters of Tule, this mysterious and pensive stranger might have found some one to take upon herself the task of consolation, had he shown any willingness to accept such kindly offices. But far from doing so, he seemed even to shun the presence of the sex, to which in our distresses, whether of mind or body, we generally apply for pity and comfort. To these peculiarities Mr. Murtown added another, which was particularly disagreeable to his host and principal patron, Magnus Troil. This magnate of Zetland, descended by the father's side, as we have already said, from an ancient Norwegian family, by the marriage of its representative with a Danish lady, held the devout opinion that a cup of Geneva or Nantes was specific against all cares and afflictions whatever. These were remedies to which Mr. Murtown never applied. His drink was water, and water alone, and no persuasion or entreaties could induce him to taste any stronger beverage than was afforded by the pure spring. Now this Magnus Troil could not tolerate. It was a defiance to the ancient northern laws of conviviality, which for his own part he had so rigidly observed, that although he was wont to assert that he had never in his life gone to bed drunk, that is, in his own sense of the word, it would have been impossible to prove that he had ever resigned himself to slumber in a state of actual and absolute sobriety. It may be therefore asked, what did this stranger bring into society to compensate the displeasure given by his austere and abstemious habits? He had, in the first place, that manner and self-importance which marks a person of some consequence, and although it was conjectured that he could not be rich, yet it was certainly known by his expenditure that neither was he absolutely poor. He had, besides, some powers of conversation, when, as we have already hinted, he chose to exert them, and his misanthropy, or aversion to the business and intercourse of ordinary life, was often expressed in an antithetical manner, which passed for wit, when better was not to be had. Above all, Mr. Murtown's secret seemed impenetrable, and his presence had all the interest of a riddle, which men love to read over and over, because they cannot find out the meaning of it. Notwithstanding these recommendations, Murtown differed in so many material points from his host, that after he had been for some time a guest at his principal residence, Magnus Troil was agreeably surprised when, one evening, after they had sat 2 hours in absolute silence, drinking brandy and water, that is, Magnus drinking the alcohol and Murtown the element, the guest asked his host's permission to occupy as his tenant this deserted mansion of Jarlshof at the extremity of the territory called Dunrossness, and situated just beneath Somburg Head. I shall be handsomely rid of him, quoth Magnus to himself, and his killjoy visage will never again stop the bottle in its round. His departure will ruin me in lemons, however, for his mere look was quite sufficient to sour a whole ocean of punch. Yet the kind-hearted Zetlander generously and disinterestedly remonstrated with Mr. Murtown on the solitude and inconveniences to which he was about to subject himself. There were scarcely, he said, even the most necessary articles of furniture in the old house. There was no society within many miles. For provisions, the principal article of food would be sour sillox, and his only company gulls and gannets. My good friend, replied Murtown, if you could have named a circumstance which would render the residence more eligible to me than any other, it is that there would be neither human luxury nor human society near the place of my retreat. A shelter from the weather for my own head and for the boys is all I seek for. So name your rent, Mr. Troil, and let me be your tenant at Jarlshof. Rent, answered the Zetlander, why, no great rent for an old house which no one has lived in since my mother's time, God rest her. And as for shelter, the old walls are thick enough and will bear many a bang yet. But heaven love you, Mr. Murtown, think what you are proposing. For one of us to live at Jarlshof were a wild scheme enough, but you, who are from another country, whether English, Scotch, or Irish, no one can tell. Nor does it greatly matter, said Murtown, somewhat abruptly. Not a herring's scale, answered the laird, only that I like you the better for being no Scot, as I trust you are not one. Hither they have come like the clack geese. Every chamberlain has brought over a flock of his own name and his own hatching, for what I know, and here they roost for ever. Catch them returning to their own barren highlands or lowlands, when once they have tasted our Zetland beef and seen our body voes and locks. No, sir. Here Magnus proceeded with great animation, sipping from time to time the half-diluted spirit, which at the same time animated his resentment against the intruders, and enabled him to endure the mortifying reflection which it suggested. No, sir, the ancient days and the genuine manners of these islands are no more, for our ancient possessors, our Pattersons, our Fees, our Schlagbrenners, our Thorborns, have given place to Giffords, Scots, Moets, men whose names bespeak them or their ancestors, strangers to the soil, which we, the Troils, have inhabited long before the days of Turf Einar, who first taught these isles the mystery of burning peat for fuel, and who has been handed down to a grateful posterity by a name which records the discovery. This was a subject upon which the potentate of Jarlshof was usually very diffuse, and Murtown saw him enter upon it with pleasure, because he knew he should not be called upon to contribute any aid to the conversation, and might therefore indulge his own saturnine humour, while the Norwegian Zetlander declaimed on the change of times and inhabitants. But just as Magnus had arrived at the melancholy conclusion, how probable it was that in another century scarce a merk, Scarce even an of land would be in the possession of the Norse inhabitants, the true Udallers of Zetland. He recollected the circumstances of his guest, and stopped suddenly short. I do not say all this, he added, interrupting himself, as if I were unwilling that you should settle on my estate, Mr. Murtown, but for Jarlshof the place is a wild one. Come from where you will, I warrant you will say, like other travellers, you came from a better climate than ours, for so say you all, and yet you think of a retreat which the very natives run away from. Will you not take your glass? This was to be considered as interjectional. Then here's to you. My good sir, answered Murtown, I am indifferent to climate. If there is but air enough to fill my lungs, I care not if it be the breath of Arabia or of Lapland. Air enough you may have, answered Magnus, no lack of that, somewhat damp, strangers allege it to be, but we know a corrective for that. Here's to you, Mr. Murtown, you must learn to do so, and to smoke a pipe, and then, as you say, you will find the air of Zetland equal to that of Arabia. But have you seen Jarlshof? The stranger intimated that he had not. Then, replied Magnus, you have no idea of your undertaking. If you think it a comfortable roadstead like this, with the house situated on the side of an inland voe, that brings the herrings up to your door, you are mistaken, my heart. At Jarlshof you will see naught but the wild waves tumbling on the bare rocks, and the roost of Somberg running at the rate of 15 knots an hour. I shall see nothing at least of the current of human passions, replied Murtown. You will hear nothing but the clanging and screaming of scarts, shearwaters, and seagulls, from daybreak till sunset. I will compound, my friend, replied the stranger, so that I do not hear the chattering of women's tongues. Ah, said the Norman, that is because you hear just now my little Minna and Brenda singing in the garden with your Mordaunt. Now I would rather listen to their little voices than the skylark which I once heard in Caithness, or the nightingale that I have read of. What will the girls do for want of their playmate Mordaunt? They will shift for themselves, answered Murtown. Younger or elder, they will find playmates or dupes. But the question is, Mr. Troyle, will you let to me, as your tenant, this old mansion of Jarlshof? Gladly, since you make it your option to live in a spot so desolate. And as for the rent, continued Murtown. The rent, replied Magnus. Why, you must have the bit of Planty Cruv, which they once called a garden, and a right in the scaffold, and a 6-penny merk of land that the tenants may fish for you. 8 lispens of butter and 8 shillings sterling yearly is not too much. Mr. Murtown agreed to terms so moderate, and from thenceforward resided chiefly at the solitary mansion which we have described in the beginning of this chapter, conforming not only without complaint, but, as it seemed, with a sullen pleasure, to all the privations which so wild and desolate a situation necessarily imposed on its inhabitant. End of chapter 1. Chapter 2 of The Pirate by Sir Walter Scott. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain, read by Deon Gines, Salt Lake City, Utah. 'Tis not alone the scene, the man Anselmo, the man finds sympathies in these wild wastes and roughly tumbling seas, which fairer views and smoother waves deny him. Ancient Erema. The few inhabitants of the township of Jarlshof had at first heard with alarm that a person of rank superior to their own was come to reside in the ruinous tenement, which they still called the castle. In those days, for the present times are greatly altered for the better, the presence of a superior in such a situation was almost certain to be attended with additional burdens and exactions, for which, under one pretext or another, feudal customs furnished 1,000 apologies. By each of these, a part of the tenant's hard-won and precarious profits was diverted for the use of their powerful neighbor and superior, the taxman, as he was called. But the subtenant speedily found that no oppression of this kind was to be apprehended at the hands of Basil Murtown. His own means, whether large or small, were at least fully adequate to his expenses, which, so far as regarded his habits of life, were of the most frugal description. The luxuries of a few books and some philosophical instruments with which he was supplied from London, as occasion offered, seemed to indicate a degree of wealth unusual in those islands. But, on the other hand, the table and the accommodation at Jarlshof did not exceed what was maintained by a Zetland proprietor of the most inferior description. The tenants of the hamlet troubled themselves very little about the quality of their superior, as soon as they found that their situation was rather to be mended than rendered worse by his presence, and once relieved from the apprehension of his tyrannizing over them, they laid their heads together to make the most of him by various petty tricks of overcharge and extortion, which for a while the stranger submitted to with the most philosophic indifference. An incident, however, occurred which put his character in a new light, and effectually checked all future efforts at extravagant imposition. A dispute arose in the kitchen of the castle betwixt an old governante who acted as housekeeper to Mr. Murtown, and Sweyn Eriksson, as good a Zetlander as ever rowed a boat to the Haff fishing, which dispute, as is usual in such cases, was maintained with such increasing heat and vociferation as to reach the ears of the master, as he was called, who, secluded in a solitary turret, was deeply employed in examining the contents of a new package of books from London, which, after long expectation, had found its way to Hull, from thence by a whaling vessel to Lerwick, and so to Jarlshof, with more than the usual thrill of indignation which indolent people always feel when roused into action on some unpleasant occasion. Murtown descended to the scene of contest, and so suddenly, peremptorily, and strictly inquired into the cause of the dispute, that the parties, notwithstanding every evasion which they attempted, became unable to disguise from him that their difference respected the several interests to which the honest governante and no less honest fishermen were respectively entitled in an overcharge of about 100% on a bargain of rock cod purchased by the former from the latter for the use of the family at Jarlshof. When this was fairly ascertained and confessed, Mr. Murtown stood looking upon the culprits with eyes in which the utmost scorn seemed to contend with awakening passion. "Hark you, ye old hag," said he at length to the housekeeper, "avoid my house this instant, and know that I dismiss you, not for being a liar, a thief, and an ungrateful queen, for these are qualities as proper to you as your name of woman, but for daring in my house to scold above your breath, and for you, you rascal, who suppose you may cheat a stranger as you would flinch a whale, know that I am well acquainted with the rights which, by delegation from your master, Magnus Troil, I can exercise over you if I will. Provoke me to a certain pitch, and you shall learn to your cost. I can break your rest as easily as you can interrupt my leisure. I know the meaning of scat, and wattle, and hoghen, and haggleth, and every other exaction by which your lords in ancient and modern days have wrung your withers. Nor is there one of you that shall not rue the day that you could not be content with robbing me of my money, but must also break in on my leisure with your atrocious northern clamour that rivals in discord the screaming of a flight of Arctic gulls. Nothing better occurred to Swen in answer to this objuration than the preferring a humble request that his honour would be pleased to keep the codfish without payment, and say no more about the matter. But by this time Mr. Murtown had worked up his passions into an ungovernable rage, and with one hand he threw the money at the fisherman's head, while with the other he pelted him out of the apartment with his own fish, which he finally flung out of doors after him. There was so much of appalling and tyrannic fury in the stranger's manner on this occasion, that Swen neither stopped to collect the money nor take back his commodity, but fled at a precipitate rate to the small hamlet, to tell his comrades that if they provoked Master Murtown any farther, he would turn an absolute pate steward on their hand, and head and hang without either judgment or mercy. Hither also came the discarded housekeeper to consult with her neighbours and kindred, for she too was a native of the village, what she should do to regain the desirable situation from which she had been so suddenly expelled. The old Ronzallar of the village, who had the voice most potential in the deliberations of the township, after hearing what had happened, pronounced that Swen Ericsson had gone too far in raising the market upon Mr. Murtown, and that whatever pretext the tacksman might assume for thus giving way to his anger, the real grievance must have been the charging the rock codfish at a penny instead of a halfpenny a pound. He therefore exhorted all the community never to raise their exactions in future beyond the proportion of 3d. Upon the shilling, at which rate their master at the castle could not reasonably be expected to grumble, since as he was disposed to do them no harm, it was reasonable to think that, in a moderate way, he had no objection to do them good. And 3 upon 12, said the experienced Ranzallar, is a decent and moderate profit, and will bring with it God's blessing and St. Ronald's. Proceeding from the tariff thus judiciously recommended to them, the inhabitants of Jarlshof cheated Murtown in future only to the moderate extent of 25 per cent, a rate to which all nabobs, army contractors, speculators in the funds, and others, whom recent and rapid success had enabled to settle in the country upon a great scale, ought to submit as very reasonable treatment at the hand of their rustic neighbours. Murtown at least seemed of that opinion, for he gave himself no farther trouble upon the subject of his household expenses. The conscript fathers of Jarlshof, having settled their own matters, took next under their consideration the case of Swertha, the banished matron who had been expelled from the castle, whom, as an experienced and useful ally, they were highly desirous to restore to her office of housekeeper, should that be found possible. But as their wisdom here failed them, Swertha, in despair, had recourse to the good offices of Mordaunt Murtown, with whom she had acquired some favour by her knowledge in old Norwegian ballads, and dismal tales concerning the trows, or drows, the dwarfs of the skulls, with whom superstitious eld had peopled many a lonely cavern and brown dale in Dusrosness, as in every other district of Zetland. "Swerthe," said the youth, "I can do but little for you, but you may do something for yourself. My father's passion resembles the fury of those ancient champions, those berserkers you sing songs about." "Ay, ay, fish of my heart," replied the old woman, with a pathetic whine, "the berserkers were champions who lived before the blessed days of St. Olave, and who used to run like madmen on swords and spears and harpoons and muskets, and snap them all into pieces, as a finner would go through a herring net. And then, when the fury went off, they were as weak and unstable as water." "That's the very thing, Swerthe," said Mordaunt. "Now my father never likes to think of his passion after it is over, and is so much of a berserker, that let him be desperate as he will to-day, he will not care about it to-morrow. Therefore he has not filled up your place in the household at the castle, and not a mouthful of warm food has been dressed there since you went away, and not a morsel of bread baked, but we have lived just upon whatever cold thing came to hand. Now, Swerthe, I will be your warrant, that if you go boldly up to the castle, and enter upon the discharge of your duties as usual, you will never hear a single word from him." Swerthe hesitated at first to obey this bold counsel. She said, to her thinking, Mr. Murtown, when he was angry, looked more like a fiend than any berserker of them all, that the fire flashed from his eyes, and the foam flew from his lips, and that it would be a plain tempting of Providence to put herself again in such a venture. But on the encouragement which she received from the son, she determined at length once more to face the parent, and dressing herself in her ordinary household attire, for so Mordaunt particularly recommended, she slipped into the castle, and presently resuming the various and numerous occupations which devolved on her, seemed as deeply engaged in household cares as if she had never been out of office. The first day of her return to her duty, Swerthe made no appearance in presence of her master, but trusted that after his 3 days' diet on cold meat, a hot dish, dressed with the best of her simple skill, might introduce her favourably to his recollection. When Mordaunt had reported that his father had taken no notice of this change of diet, and when she herself observed that in passing and repassing him occasionally, her appearance produced no effect upon her singular master, she began to imagine that the whole affair had escaped Mr. Murtown's memory, and was active in her duty as usual. Neither was she convinced of the contrary until one day, when, happening somewhat to elevate her tone in a dispute with the other maidservant, her master, who at that time passed the place of contest, eyed her with a strong glance, and pronounced the single word "remember," in a tone which taught Swerthe the government of her tongue for many weeks after. If Murtown was whimsical in his mode of governing his household, he seemed no less so in his plan of educating his son. He showed the youth but few symptoms of parental affection, yet in his ordinary state of mind the improvement of Mordaunt's education seemed to be the utmost object of his life. He had both books and information sufficient to discharge the task of tutor in the ordinary branches of knowledge, and in this capacity was regular, calm, and strict, not to say severe, in exacting from his pupil the attention necessary for his profiting. But in the perusal of history to which their attention was frequently turned, as well as in the study of classic authors, there often occurred facts or sentiments which produced an instant effect upon Murtown's mind, and brought on him suddenly what Swartha, Swain, and even Mordaunt came to distinguish by the name of his dark hour. He was aware, in the usual case, of its approach, and retreated to an inner apartment, into which he never permitted even Mordaunt to enter. Here he would abide in seclusion for days and even weeks, only coming out at uncertain times to take such food as they had taken care to leave within his reach, which he used in wonderfully small quantities. At other times, and especially during the winter solstice, when almost every person spends the gloomy time within doors in feasting and merriment, this unhappy man would wrap himself in a dark-colored sea-cloak, and wander out along the stormy beach, or upon the desolate heath, indulging his own gloomy and wayward reveries under the inclement sky, the rather that he was then most sure to wander unencountered and unobserved. As Mordaunt grew older, he learned to note the particular signs which preceded these fits of gloomy despondency, and to direct such precautions as might ensure his unfortunate parent from ill-timed interruption, which had always the effect of driving him to fury, while at the same time full provision was made for his subsistence. Mordaunt perceived that at such periods the melancholy fit of his father was greatly prolonged, if he chanced to present himself to his eyes while the dark hour was upon him. Out of respect, therefore, to his parent, as well as to indulge the love of active exercise and of amusement natural to his period of life, Mordaunt used often to absent himself altogether from the mansion of Drolshof, and even from the district, secure that his father, if the dark hour passed away in his absence, would be little inclined to inquire how his son had disposed of his leisure, so that he was sure he had not watched his own weak moments, that being the subject on which he entertained the utmost jealousy. At such times, therefore, all the sources of amusement which the country afforded were open to the younger Murtown, who in these intervals of his education had an opportunity to give full scope to the energies of a bold, active, and daring character. He was often engaged with the youth of the hamlet in those desperate sports to which the dreadful trade of the samphire gatherer is like a walk upon level ground, often joined those midnight excursions upon the face of the giddy cliffs to secure the eggs or the young of the sea-fowl, and in these daring adventures displayed an address, presence of mind, and activity, which in one so young, and not a native of the country, astonished the oldest fowlers. At other times Mordaunt accompanied Swain and other fishermen in their long and perilous expedition to the distant and deep sea, learning under their direction the management of the boat, in which they equal or exceed, perhaps, any natives of the British Empire. This exercise had charms for Mordaunt, independently of the fishing alone. At this time the old Norwegian sagas were much remembered, and often rehearsed by the fishermen, who still preserved among themselves the ancient Norse tongue, which was the speech of their forefathers. In the dark romance of those Scandinavian tales lay much that was captivating to a youthful ear, and the classic fables of antiquity were rivaled at least, if not excelled, in Mordaunt's opinion, by the strange legends of berserkers, of sea-kings, of dwarfs, giants, and sorcerers, which he heard from the native Zetlanders. Often the scenes around him were assigned as the localities of the wild poems, which, half recited, half chanted by voices as hoarse, if not so loud, as the waves over which they floated, pointed out the very bay on which they sailed as the scene of a bloody sea-fight. The scarce-seen heap of stones that bristled over the projecting cape as the dun or castle of some potent earl or noted pirate, the distant and solitary grey stone on the lonely moor, as marking the grave of a hero, the wild cavern up which the sea rolled in heavy, broad, and unbroken billows, as the dwelling of some noted sorceress. The ocean also had its mysteries, the effect of which was aided by the dim twilight, through which it was imperfectly seen for more than half the year. Its bottomless depths and secret caves contained, according to the account of Swain and others, skilled in legendary lore, such wonders as modern navigators reject with disdain. In the quiet moonlight bay, where the waves came rippling to the shore upon a bed of smooth sand intermingled with shells, the mermaid was still seen to glide along the waters, and mingling her voice with the sighing breeze, was often heard to sing of subterranean wonders, or to chant prophecies of future events. The kraken, that hugest of living things, was still supposed to cumber the recesses of the northern ocean, and often, when some fog-bank covered the sea at a distance, the eye of the experienced boatman saw the horns of the monstrous Leviathan welking and waving amidst the wreaths of mist, and bore away with all press of oar and sail, lest the sudden suction, occasioned by the sinking of the monstrous mass to the bottom, should drag within the grasp of its multifarious feelers his own frail skiff. The sea-snake was also known, which rising out of the depths of ocean stretches to the skies his enormous neck, covered with a mane like that of a war-horse, and with its broad glittering eyes raised mast-head high, looks out, as it seems, for plunder or for victims. Many prodigious stories of these marine monsters, and of many others less known, were then universally received among the Zetlanders, whose descendants have not as yet by any means abandoned faith in them. Such legends are indeed everywhere current amongst the vulgar, but the imagination is far more powerfully affected by them on the deep and dangerous seas of the north, amidst precipices and headlands many 100 feet in height, amid perilous straits and currents and eddies, long sunken reefs of rock, over which the vivid ocean foams and boils, dark caverns, to whose extremities neither man nor skiff has ever ventured, lonely and often uninhabited isles, and occasionally the ruins of ancient northern fastnesses, dimly seen by the feeble light of the Arctic winter. To Mordaunt, who had much of romance in his disposition, these superstitions formed a pleasing and interesting exercise of the imagination, while half doubting, half inclined to believe, he listened to the tales chanted concerning these wonders of nature and creatures of credulous belief, told in that rude but energetic language of the ancient skalds. But there wanted not softer and lighter amusement that might seem better suited to Mordaunt's age than the wild tales and rude exercises which we have already mentioned. The season of winter, when from the shortness of the daylight labour becomes impossible, is in Zetland the time of revel, feasting, and merriment. Whatever the fisherman has been able to acquire during summer was expended, and often wasted, in maintaining the mirth and hospitality of his hearth during this period, while the landholders and gentlemen of their island gave double loose to their convivial and hospitable dispositions, thronged their houses with guests, and drove away the rigour of the season with jest, glee, and song, the dance, and the wine-cup. Amid the revels of this merry, though rigorous season, no youth added more spirit to the dance, or glee to the revel, than the young stranger, Mordaunt Murtown, when his father's state of mind permitted, or indeed required, his absence. He wandered from house to house, a welcome guest wherever he came, and lent his willing voice to the song and his foot to the dance. A boat, or, if the weather, as was often the case, permitted not that convenience, one of the numerous ponies, which, straying in hordes about the extensive moors, may be said to be at any man's command who can catch them, conveyed him from the mansion of one hospitable Zetlander to that of another. None excelled him in performing the warlike sword dance, a species of amusement which had been derived from the habits of the ancient Norsemen. He could play upon the goo, and upon the common violin, the melancholy and pathetic tunes peculiar to the country, and with great spirit and execution could relieve their monotony with the livelier airs of the north of Scotland. When a party set forth as maskers, or as they are called in Scotland, gizzards, to visit some neighbouring laird or rich ewe-dollar, it augured well of the expedition if Mordaunt Murtown could be prevailed upon to undertake the office of scuddler, or leader of the band. Upon these occasions, full of fun and frolic, he led his retinue from house to house, bringing mirth where he went, and leaving regret when he departed. Mordaunt became thus generally known and beloved, as generally, through most of the houses composing the patriarchal community of the main isle, but his visits were most frequently and most willingly paid at the mansion of his father's landlord and protector, Magnus Troil. It was not entirely the hearty and sincere welcome of the worthy old magnate, nor the sense that he was in effect his father's patron, which occasioned these frequent visits. The hand of welcome was indeed received as eagerly as it was sincerely given, while the ancient ewe-dollar, raising himself in his huge chair, whereof the inside was lined with well-dressed sealskins, and the outside composed of massive oak, carved by the rude graving tool of some Hamburg carpenter, shouted forth his welcome in a tone which might in ancient times have hailed the return of Ile, the highest festival of the Goths. There was metal yet more attractive and younger hearts, whose welcome, if less loud, was as sincere as that of the jolly ewe-dollar. But this is matter which ought not to be discussed at the conclusion of a chapter. End of chapter 2. Chapter 3 of The Pirate by Sir Walter Scott. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Deon Gines, Salt Lake City, Utah. Oh, Bessie Bell and Mary Gray, they were twa bonny lasses. They bygget a house on yon burn brae, and thicket it over with rushes. Fair bonny Bell I looed yestreen, and thought I never could alter, but Mary Gray's twa pocky een have garred my fancy falter. Scott's Song. We have already mentioned Minna and Brenda, the daughters of Magnus Troil. Their mother had been dead for many years, and they were now two beautiful girls, the eldest only 18, which might be a year or two younger than Mordaunt Murtown, the second about 17. They were the joy of their father's heart and the light of his old eyes, and although indulged to a degree which might have endangered his comfort and their own, they repaid his affection with a love into which even blind indulgence had not introduced slight regard or feminine caprice. The difference of their tempers and of their complexions was singularly striking, although combined, as is usual, with a certain degree of family resemblance. The mother of these maidens had been a Scottish lady from the Highlands of Sutherland, the orphan of a noble chief, who, driven from his own country during the feuds of the 17th century, had found shelter in those peaceful islands, which, amidst poverty and seclusion, were thus far happy, that they remained unvexed by discord, and unstained by civil broil. The father, his name was St. Clair, pined for his native glen, his feudal tower, his clansmen, and his fallen authority, and died not long after his arrival in Shetland. The beauty of his orphan daughter, despite her Scottish lineage, melted the stout heart of Magnus Troil. He sued, and was listened to, and she became his bride, but dying in the 5th year of their union, left him to mourn his brief period of domestic happiness. From her mother, Minna inherited the stately form and dark eyes, the raven locks, and finely penciled brows, which showed she was, on one side at least, a stranger to the blood of Thule. Her cheek, oh, call it fair, not pale, was so slightly and delicately tinged with the rose, that many thought the lily had an undue proportion in her complexion. But in that predominance of the paler flower there was nothing sickly or languid. It was the true natural color of health, and corresponded in a peculiar degree with features which seemed calculated to express a contemplative and high-minded character. When Minna Troil heard a tale of woe or of injustice, it was then her blood rushed to her cheeks, and showed plainly how warm it beat, notwithstanding the generally serious, composed, and retiring disposition which her countenance and demeanour seemed to exhibit. If strangers sometimes conceived that these fine features were clouded by melancholy, for which her age and situation could scarce have given occasion, they were soon satisfied, upon further acquaintance, that the placid mild quietude of her disposition, and the mental energy of a character which was but little interested in ordinary and trivial occurrences, was the real cause of her gravity, and most men, when they knew that her melancholy had no ground in real sorrow, and was only the aspiration of a soul bent on more important objects than those by which she was surrounded, might have wished her whatever could add to her happiness, but could scarce have desired that, graceful as she was in her natural and unaffected seriousness, she should change that deportment for one more gay. In short, notwithstanding our wish to have avoided that hackneyed simile of an angel, we cannot avoid saying there was something in the serious beauty of her aspect, in the measured yet graceful ease of her motions, in the music of her voice, and the serene purity of her eye, that seemed as if Minna Troil belonged naturally to some higher and better sphere, and was only the chance visitant of a world that was not worthy of her. The scarcely less beautiful, equally lovely, and equally innocent Brenda was of a complexion as differing from her sister as they differed in character, taste, and expression. Her profuse locks were of that paly brown which receives from the passing sunbeam a tinge of gold, but darkens again when the ray has passed from it. Her eye, her mouth, the beautiful row of teeth, which in her innocent vivacity were frequently disclosed, the fresh yet not too bright glow of a healthy complexion, tinging a skin like the drifted snow, spoke her genuine Scandinavian descent. A fairy form, less tall than that of Minna, but still more finely moulded into symmetry, a careless and almost childish lightness of step, an eye that seemed to look on every object with pleasure, from a natural and serene cheerfulness of disposition, attracted even more general admiration than the charms of her sister, though perhaps that which Minna did excite might be of a more intense as well as more reverential character. The dispositions of these lovely sisters were not less different than their complexions. In the kindly affections neither could be said to excel the other, so much were they attached to their father and to each other. But the cheerfulness of Brenda mixed itself with the everyday business of life, and seemed inexhaustible in its profusion. The less buoyant spirit of her sister appeared to bring to society a contented wish to be interested and pleased with what was going forward, but was rather placidly carried along with the stream of mirth and pleasure, than disposed to aid its progress by any efforts of her own. She endured mirth rather than enjoyed it, and the pleasures in which she most delighted were those of a graver and more solitary cast. The knowledge which is derived from books was beyond her reach. Shetland afforded few opportunities in those days of studying the lessons bequeathed by dead men to their kind, and Magnus Troil, such as we have described him, was not a person within whose mansion the means of such knowledge were to be acquired. But the book of nature was before Minna, that noblest of volumes, where we are ever called to wonder and to admire, even when we cannot understand. The plants of those wild regions, the shells on the shores, and the long list of feathered clans which haunt their cliffs and eyries, were as well known to Minna Troil as to the most experienced fowlers. Her powers of observation were wonderful, and little interrupted by other tones of feeling. The information which she acquired by habits of patient attention was indelibly riveted in a naturally powerful memory. She had also a high feeling for the solitary and melancholy grandeur of the scenes in which she was placed. The ocean in all its varied forms of sublimity and terror, the tremendous cliffs that resound to the ceaseless roar of the billows, and the clang of the sea-fowl, had for Minna a charm in almost every state in which the changing seasons exhibited them. With the enthusiastic feelings proper to the romantic race from which her mother descended, the love of natural objects was to her a passion capable not only of occupying, but at times of agitating her mind. Scenes upon which her sister looked with a sense of transient awe or emotion, which vanished on her return from witnessing them, continued long to fill Minna's imagination, not only in solitude and in the silence of the night, but in the hours of society, so that sometimes when she sat like a beautiful statue, a present member of the domestic circle, her thoughts were far absent, wandering on the wild seashore and among the yet wilder mountains of her native isles. And yet, when recalled to conversation, and mingling in it with interest, there were few to whom her friends were more indebted for enhancing its enjoyments, and although something in her manners claimed deference, notwithstanding her early youth, as well as affection, even her gay, lovely, and amiable sister was not more generally beloved than the more retired and pensive Minna. Indeed, the two lovely sisters were not only the delight of their friends, but the pride of those islands, where the inhabitants of a certain rank were blended, by the remoteness of their situation and the general hospitality of their habits, into one friendly community. A wandering poet and parcel musician, who, after going through various fortunes, had returned to end his days, as he could, in his native islands, had celebrated the daughters of Magnus in a poem, which he entitled Night and Day, and in his description of Minna might almost be thought to have anticipated, though only in a rude outline, the exquisite lines of Lord Byron. She walks in beauty like the night of cloudless climes and starry skies, and all that's best of dark and bright meet in her aspect and her eyes, thus mellowed to that tender light which heaven to gaudy day denies. Their father loved the maidens both so well that it might be difficult to say which he loved best, saving that, perchance, he liked his graver damsel better in the walk without doors, and his merry maiden better by the fireside, that he more desired the society of Minna when he was sad, and that of Brenda when he was mirthful, and, what was nearly the same thing, preferred Minna before noon, and Brenda after the glass had circulated in the evening. But it was still more extraordinary that the affections of Mordaunt Mertoun seemed to hover with the same impartiality as those of their father betwixt the two lovely sisters. From his boyhood, as we have noticed, he had been a frequent inmate of the residence of Magnus at Berg Westra, although it lay nearly 20 miles distant from Drolshof. The impassable character of the country betwixt these places, extending over hills covered with loose and quaking bog, and frequently intersected by the creeks or arms of the sea, which indent the island on either side, as well as by fresh water streams and lakes, rendered the journey difficult, and even dangerous, in the dark season. Yet as soon as the state of his father's mind warned him to absent himself, Mordaunt, at every risk, and under every difficulty, was pretty sure to be found the next day at Berg Westra, having achieved his journey in less time than would have been employed perhaps by the most active native. He was, of course, set down as a wooer of one of the daughters of Magnus by the public of Shetland, and when the old Udaller's great partiality to the youth was considered, nobody doubted that he might aspire to the hand of either of those distinguished beauties, with as large a share of islets, rocky moorland, and shore fishings as might be the fitting portion of a favoured child, and with the presumptive prospect of possessing half the domains of the ancient house of Troil when their present owner should be no more. This seemed all a reasonable speculation, and in theory at least better constructed than many that are current through the world as unquestionable facts. But, alas, all that sharpness of observation which could be applied to the conduct of the parties failed to determine the main point, to which of the young persons, namely, the attentions of Mordaunt were peculiarly devoted. He seemed, in general, to treat them as an affectionate and attached brother might have treated two sisters, so equally dear to him, that a breath would have turned the scale of affection, or if at any time, which often happened, the one maiden appeared the more special object of his attention, it seemed only to be because circumstances called her peculiar talents and disposition into more particular and immediate exercise. Both the sisters were accomplished in the simple music of the north, and Mordaunt, who was their assistant and sometimes their preceptor when they were practising this delightful art, might be now seen assisting Minna in the acquisition of those wild, solemn, and simple airs to which skalds and harpers sung of old the deeds of heroes, and presently found equally active in teaching Brenda the more lively and complicated music which their father's affection caused to be brought from the English or Scottish capital for the use of his daughters. And while conversing with them, Mordaunt, who mingled a strain of deep and ardent enthusiasm with the gay and ungovernable spirits of youth, was equally ready to enter into the wild and poetical visions of Minna, or into the lively and often humorous chat of her gayer sister. In short, so little did he seem to attach himself to either damsel exclusively, that he was sometimes heard to say that Minna never looked so lovely as when her light-hearted sister had induced her, for the time, to forget her habitual gravity, or Brenda so interesting as when she sat listening, a subdued and affected partaker of the deep pathos of her sister Minna. The public of the mainland were, therefore, to use the hunter's phrase, at fault in their farther conclusions, and could but determine, after long vacillating betwixt the maidens, that the young man was positively to marry one of them, but which of the two could only be determined when his approaching manhood, or the interference of stout old Magnus, the father, should teach Master Mordaunt Murtown to know his own mind. It was a pretty thing indeed, they usually concluded, that he, no native born, and possessed of no visible means of subsistence that is known to any one, should presume to hesitate, or affect to have the power of selection and choice betwixt the two most distinguished beauties of Zetland. If they were Magnus Troil, they would soon be at the bottom of the matter, and so forth. All which remarks were only whispered, for the hasty disposition of the Udollar had too much of the old Norse fire about it to render it safe for any one to become an unauthorized intermeddler with his family affairs. And thus stood the relation of Mordaunt Murtown to the family of Mr. Troil of Berg Westra, when the following incidents took place. End of chapter 3. And thicket it over with rushes. Chapter 4 of The Pirate by Sir Walter Scott. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain, read by Deon Gines, Salt Lake City, Utah. This is no pilgrim's morning. Yon grey mist lies upon hill and dale and field and forest, like the dun wimple of a new-made widow, and by my faith, although my heart be soft, I'd rather hear that widow weep and sigh and tell the virtues of the dear departed, than when the tempest sends his voice abroad, be subject to its fury. The double nuptials. The spring was far advanced, when, after a week spent in sport and festivity at Berg Westra, Mordaunt Murtown bade adieu to the family, pleading the necessity of his return to Jarlshof. The proposal was combated by the maidens, and more decidedly by Magnus himself. He saw no occasion whatever for Mordaunt returning to Jarlshof. If his father desired to see him, which, by the way, Magnus did not believe, Mr. Murtown had only to throw himself into the stern of Swain's boat, or betake himself to a pony, if he liked a land journey better, and he would see not only his son, but 20 folk besides, who would be most happy to find that he had not lost the use of his tongue entirely during his long solitude. Although I must own, added the worthy Udollar, that when he lived among us, nobody ever made less use of it. Mordaunt acquiesced both in what respected his father's taciturnity and his dislike to general society, but suggested at the same time that the first circumstance rendered his own immediate return more necessary, as he was the usual channel of communication betwixt his father and others, and that the second corroborated the same necessity, since Mr. Murtown's having no other society whatever, seemed a weighty reason why his sons should be restored to him without loss of time. As to his father's coming to Berg-Westra, they might as well, he said, expect to see Sumburg Cape come thither. "And that would be a cumbrous guest," said Magnus. "But you will stop for our dinner to-day? There are the families of Munness, Quendale, Thorslevoe, and I know not who else, are expected. And besides the 30 that were in house this blessed night, we shall have as many more as chamber and bower, and barn and boat-house can furnish with beds, or with barley straw, and you will leave all this behind you." "And the blithe dance at night," added Brenda, in a tone betwixt reproach and vexation, "and the young men from the Isle of Paba that are to dance the sword dance, whom shall we find to match them for the honour of the Main?" "There is many a merry dancer on the mainland, Brenda," replied Mordaunt, "even if I should never rise on tiptoe again; and where good dancers are found, Brenda Troyle will always find the best partner. I must trip it to-night through the wastes of Dunrossness." "And why not to-day, Minna?" said Mordaunt, laughing, "any more than to-morrow?" "Oh, the morning mist lies heavy upon yonder chain of isles, nor has it permitted us since daybreak even a single glimpse of Fitful Head, the lofty cape that concludes yon splendid range of mountains. The fowl are winging their way to the shore, and the sheldrake seems, through the mist, as large as the Scart. See, the very shearwaters and bonxies are making to the cliffs for shelter." "And they will ride out a gale against a king's frigate," said her father. "There is foul weather when they cut and run." "Stay then with us," said Minna to her friend. "The storm will be dreadful, yet it will be grand to see it from Berg-Westra, if we have no friend exposed to its fury. See, the air is close and sultry, though the season is yet so early, and the day so calm, that not a windle straw moves on the heath. Stay with us, Mordaunt. The storm which these signs announce will be a dreadful one." "I must be gone the sooner," was the conclusion of Mordaunt, who could not deny the signs, which had not escaped his own quick observation. "If the storm be too fierce, I will abide for the night at Stourbur." "What!" said Magnus, "will you leave us for the new chamberlain's new Scotch tacksman, who is to teach all us Zetland savages new ways? Take your own gait, my lad, if that is the song you sing." "Nay," said Mordaunt, "I had only some curiosity to see the new implements he has brought." "Ay, ay, ferlies make fools fain. I would like to know if his new plough will bear against a Zetland rock," answered Magnus. "I must not pass Stourbur on the journey," said the youth, deferring to his patron's prejudice against innovation, "if this boding weather bring on tempest. But if it only break in rain, as is most probable, I am not likely to be melted in the wedding." "It will not soften into rain alone," said Minna. "See how much heavier the clouds fall every moment, and see these weather gauze that streak the lead-coloured mass with partial gleams of faded red and purple." "I see them all," said Mordaunt, "but they only tell me I have no time to tarry here. Adieu, Minna, I will send you the eagle's feathers, if an eagle can be found on Fair Isle or Foulagh, and fare thee well, my pretty Brenda, and keep a thought for me, should the Paba man dance ever so well." "Take care of yourself, since go you will," said both sisters together. Old Magnus scolded them formally for supposing there was any danger to an active young fellow from a spring gale, whether by sea or land, yet ended by giving his own caution also to Mordaunt, advising him seriously to delay his journey, or at least to stop at Stourbridge. "For," said he, "second thoughts are best, and as this Scottish man's houff lies right under your lee, why take any port in a storm? But do not be assured to find the door on latch, let the storm blow ever so hard. There are such matters as bolts and bars in Scotland, though, thanks to St. Ronald, they are unknown here, save that great lock on the old castle of Scalloway, that all men run to see. May be they make part of this man's improvements. But go, Mordaunt, since go you will. You should drink a stirrup cup now, were you 3 years older, but boys should never drink, excepting after dinner. I will drink it for you, that good customs may not be broken, or bad luck come of it. Here is your Bonnelly, my lad." And so saying, he quaffed a rummer glass of brandy with as much impunity as if it had been spring water. Thus regretted and cautioned on all hands, Mordaunt took leave of the hospitable household, and looking back at the comforts with which it was surrounded, and the dense smoke that rolled upwards from its chimneys, he first recollected the guestless and solitary desolation of Drolshof, then compared with the sullen and moody melancholy of his father's temper the warm kindness of those whom he was leaving, and could not refrain from a sigh at the thoughts which forced themselves on his imagination. The sighs of the tempest did not dishonour the predictions of Minna. Mordaunt had not advanced 3 hours on his journey before the wind, which had been so deadly still in the morning, began at first to wail and sigh, as if bemoaning beforehand the evils which it might perpetrate in its fury, like a madman in the gloomy state of dejection which precedes his fit of violence. Then, gradually increasing, the gale howled, raged, and soared, with the full fury of a northern storm. It was accompanied by showers of rain mixed with hail, that dashed with the most unrelenting rage against the hills and rocks with which the traveller was surrounded, distracting his attention in spite of his utmost exertions, and rendering it very difficult for him to keep the direction of his journey in a country where there is neither road nor even the slightest track to direct the steps of the wanderer, and where he is often interrupted by brooks as well as large pools of water, lakes, and lagoons. All these inland waters were now lashed into sheets of tumbling foam, much of which, carried off by the fury of the whirlwind, was mingled with the gale, and transported far from the waves of which it had lately made a part, while the salt relish of the drift, which was pelted against his face, showed Mordaunt that the spray of the more distant ocean, disturbed to frenzy by the storm, was mingled with that of the inland lakes and streams. Amidst this hideous combustion of the elements, Mordaunt Mertoun struggled forward as one to whom such elemental war was familiar, and who regarded the exertions which it required to withstand its fury but as a mark of resolution and manhood. He felt even, as happens usually to those who endure great hardships, that the exertion necessary to subdue them is in itself a kind of elevating triumph. To see and distinguish his path when the cattle were driven from the hill, and the very fowls from the firmament, was but the stronger proof of his own superiority. "They shall not hear of me at Bergwestre," said he to himself, as they heard of old doited Ringan Ewanson's boat that foundered betwixt roadstead and quay. "I am more of a cragsman than to mind fire or water, wave by sea or quagmire by land. Thus he struggled on, buffeted with the storm, supplying the want of the usual signs by which travellers directed their progress, for rock, mountain, and headland were shrouded in mist and darkness, by the instinctive sagacity with which long acquaintance with these wilds had taught him to mark every minute object which could serve in such circumstances to regulate his course. Thus, we repeat, he struggled onward, occasionally standing still, or even lying down when the gust was most impetuous, making way against it when it was somewhat lulled by a rapid and bold advance even in its very current, or when this was impossible, by a movement resembling that of a vessel working to windward by short tacks, but never yielding 1 inch of the way which he had fought so hard to gain. Yet, notwithstanding Mordaunt's experience and resolution, his situation was sufficiently uncomfortable and even precarious, not because his sailor's jacket and trousers, the common dress of young men through these isles when on a journey, were thoroughly wet, for that might have taken place within the same brief time in any ordinary day in this watery climate, but the real danger was that, notwithstanding his utmost exertions, he made very slow way through brooks that were sending their waters all abroad, through morasses drowned in double deluges of moisture, which rendered all the ordinary passes more than usually dangerous, and repeatedly obliged the traveller to perform a considerable circuit, which in the usual case was unnecessary. Thus repeatedly baffled, notwithstanding his youth and strength, Mordaunt, after maintaining a dogged conflict with wind, rain, and the fatigue of a prolonged journey, was truly happy when, not without having been more than once mistaken in his road, he at length found himself within sight of the house of Stourbridge or Harfra, for the names were indifferently given to the residence of Mr. Triptolemus Yellowly, who was the chosen missionary of the Chamberlain of Orkney and Shetland, a speculative person who designed, through the medium of Triptolemus Yellowly, to introduce into the ultimate Thule of the Romans a spirit of improvement, which at that early period was scarce known to exist in Scotland itself. At length, and with much difficulty, Mordaunt reached the house of this worthy agriculturalist, the only refuge from the relentless storm which he could hope to meet with for several miles, and going straight to the door with the most undoubting confidence of instant admission, he was not a little surprised to find it not merely latched, which the weather might excuse, but even bolted, a thing which, as Magnus Troil has already intimated, was almost unknown in the archipelago. To knock, to call, and finally to batter the door with staff and stones, were the natural resources of the youth, who was rendered alike impatient by the pelting of the storm, and by encountering such most unexpected and unusual obstacles to instant admission. As he was suffered, however, for many minutes to exhaust his impatience in noise and clamour, without receiving any reply, we will employ them in informing the reader who Triptolemus Yellowly was, and how he came by a name so singular. Old Jasper Yellowly, the father of Triptolemus, though born at the foot of Roseberry Topping, had been come over by a certain noble Scottish earl, who, proving too far north for canny Yorkshire, had persuaded him to accept of a farm in the Mearns, where, it is unnecessary to add, he found matters very different from what he had expected. It was in vain that the stout farmer set manfully to work to counterbalance, by superior skill the inconveniences arising from a cold soil and a weeping climate. These might have been probably overcome, but his neighbourhood to the Grampians exposed him eternally to that species of visitation from the platted gentry who dwelt within their skirts, which made young Norval a warrior and a hero, but only converted Jasper Yellowly into a poor man. This was indeed balanced in some sort by the impression which his ruddy cheek and robust form had the fortune to make upon Miss Barbara Clinkscale, daughter to the Umquhile, and sister to the then existing Clinkscale of that ilk. This was thought a horrid and unnatural union in the neighbourhood, considering that the house of Clinkscale had at least as great a share of Scottish pride as of Scottish parsimony, and was amply endowed with both. But Miss Baby had her handsome fortune of 2,000 marks at her own disposal, was a woman of spirit, who had been major and sui juris, as the writer who drew the contract assured her, for full 20 years, so she set consequences and commentaries alike at defiance, and wedded the hardy Yorkshire yeoman. Her brother and her more wealthy kinsman drew off in disgust, and almost disowned their degraded relative. But the house of Clinkscale was allied, like every other family in Scotland at the time, to a set of relations who were not so nice, 10th and 16th cousins, who not only acknowledged their kinswoman Baby after her marriage with Yellowly, but even condescended to eat beans and bacon, though the latter was then the abomination of the Scotch as much as of the Jews, with her husband, and would willingly have cemented the friendship by borrowing a little cash from him, had not his good lady, who understood trap as well as any woman in the Mearns, put a negative on this advance to intimacy. Indeed, she knew how to make young Dilbelicate, old Dugald Bearsword, the Laird of Brandybrawl, and others, pay for the hospitality which she did not think proper to deny them, by rendering them useful in her negotiations with the light-handed lads beyond the cairn, who, finding their late object of plunder was now allied to kenned folks and owned by them at kirk and market, became satisfied on a moderate yearly composition to desist from their depredations. This eminent success reconciled Jasper to the dominion which his wife began to assume over him, and which was much confirmed by her proving to be, let me see, what is the prettiest mode of expressing it, in the family way. On this occasion, Mrs. Yellowly had a remarkable dream, as is the usual practice of teeming mothers previous to the birth of an illustrious offspring. She was adreamed, as her husband expressed it, that she was safely delivered of a plough, drawn by 3 yoke of Angusshire oxen, and being a mighty investigator into such portents, she sat herself down with her gossips to consider what the thing might mean. Honest Jasper ventured, with much hesitation, to intimate his own opinion, that the vision had reference rather to things past than things future, and might have been occasioned by his wife's nerves having been a little startled by meeting in the loan above the house his own great plough with the 6 oxen, which were the pride of his heart. But the good comers raised such a hue and cry against this exposition, that Jasper was fain to put his fingers in his ears, and to run out of the apartment. "Here to him," said an old Whigamore carline, "here to him, with his ousen, that are as an idol to him, even as the calf of Bethel. No, na, it's no plough of the flesh that the bonny lad bairn, for a lad it shall be, shall ever striddle between the stilts of, it's the plough of the Spirit, and I trust myself to see him wag the head of him in a pulpit, or what's better, on a hillside." "Now the devil's in your wiggery," said the old lady Glenprosing. "Would ye have our Cummer's bonny lad bairn wag the head off his shoulders, like your godly Mass James Guthrie, that ye held such a clavering about? No, na, he shall walk a more sicar path, and be a dainty curate. And say he should live to be a bishop, what the worse would he be?" The gauntlet thus fairly flung down by one sibyl was caught up by another, and the controversy between presbytery and episcopacy raged, roared, or rather screamed, a round of cinnamon water serving only like oil to the flame, till Jasper entered with the plough-staff, and by the awe of his presence and the shame of misbehaving before the stranger man, imposed some conditions of silence upon the disputants. I do not know whether it was impatience to give to the light a being destined to such high and doubtful fates, or whether poor Dame Yellowly was rather frightened at the hurly-burly which had taken place in her presence, but she was taken suddenly ill, and contrary to the formula in such cases used and provided, was soon reported to be a good deal worse than was to be expected. She took the opportunity, having still all her wits about her, to extract from her sympathetic husband 2 promises. First, that he would christen the child, whose birth was like to cost her so dear, by a name indicative of the vision with which she had been favoured, and next, that he would educate him for the ministry. The canny Yorkshireman, thinking she had a good title at present to dictate in such matters, subscribed to all she required. A man-child was accordingly born under these conditions, but the state of the mother did not permit her for many days to inquire how far they had been complied with. When she was in some degree convalescent, she was informed that as it was thought fit the child should be immediately christened, it had received the name of Triptolemus. The curate, who was a man of some classical skill, conceiving that this epithet contained a handsome and classical allusion to the visionary plough, with its triple yoke of oxen. Mrs. Yellowly was not much delighted with the manner in which her request had been complied with, but grumbling being to as little purpose as in the celebrated case of Tristram Shandy, she even sat down contented with the heathenish name, and endeavoured to counteract the effects it might produce upon the taste and feelings of the nominee by such an education as might put him above the slightest thought of sacks, coulters, stilts, mould-boards, or anything connected with the servile drudgery of the plough. Jasper, sage Yorkshireman, smiled slyly in his sleeve, conceiving that young Trippy was likely to prove a chip of the old block, and would rather take after the jolly Yorkshire yeoman than the gentle but somewhat aigre blood of the house of Clinkscale. He remarked, with suppressed glee, that the tune which best answered the purpose of a lullaby was the ploughman's whistle, and the first words the infant learned to stammer were the names of the oxen. Moreover, that the Burn preferred home-brewed ale to Scotch twopenny, and never quitted hold of the tankard with so much reluctance as when there had been, by some manoeuvre of Jasper's own device, a double strake of malt allowed to the brewing, above that which was sanctioned by the most liberal recipe, of which his dame's household thrift admitted. Besides this, when no other means could be fallen upon to divert an occasional fit of squalling, his father observed that Trip could be always silenced by jingling a bridle at his ear, from all which symptoms he used to swear in private that the boy would prove true Yorkshire, and mother's kin would have small share of him. Meanwhile, and within a year after the birth of Triptolemus, Mrs. Yellowly bore a daughter, named after herself, Barbara, who even in earliest infancy exhibited the pinched nose and thin lips by which the Clinkscale family were distinguished amongst the inhabitants of the Mearns; and as her childhood advanced, the readiness with which she seized, and the tenacity wherewith she detained, the playthings of Triptolemus, besides a desire to bite, pinch, and scratch, on slight or no provocation, were all considered by attentive observers as proofs that Miss Babby would prove her mother over again. Malicious people did not stick to say that the acrimony of the Clinkscale blood had not, on this occasion, been cooled and sweetened by that of Old England, that young Delbelicket was much about the house, and they could not but think it odd that Mrs. Yellowly, who, as the whole world knew, gave nothing for nothing, should be so uncommonly attentive to heap the trencher and to fill the cob of an idle blackguard ne'er-do-well. But when folk had once looked upon the austere and awfully virtuous countenance of Mrs. Yellowly, they did full justice to her propriety of conduct, and Dilbelicet's delicacy of taste. Meanwhile, young Triptolemus, having received such instructions as the curate could give him, for though Dame Yellowly adhered to the persecuted remnant, her jolly husband, edified by the black gown and prayer book, still conformed to the church as by law established, was in due process of time sent to St. Andrew's to prosecute his studies. He went, it is true, but with an eye turned back with sad remembrances on his father's plough, his father's pancakes, and his father's ale, for which the small beer of the college, commonly there termed thorough go nimble, furnished a poor substitute. Yet he advanced in his learning, being found, however, to show a particular favour to such authors of antiquity as had made the improvement of the soil the object of their researches. He endured the bucolics of Virgil, the Georgics he had by heart, but the Aeneid he could not away with, and he was particularly severe upon the celebrated line expressing a charge of cavalry, because, as he understood the word putrum, he opined that the combatants, in their inconsiderate ardour, galloped over a new manured ploughed field. Cato, the Roman censor, was his favourite among classical heroes and philosophers, not on account of the strictness of his morals, but because of his treatise De Re Rustica. He had ever in his mouth the phrase of Cicero, Jam neminem Antipones Catoni. He thought well of Palladius and of Terentius Varro, but Columella was his pocket companion. To these ancient worthies he added the more modern Tusser, Hartlib, and other writers on rural economics, not forgetting the lucubrations of the shepherd of Salisbury Plain, and such of the better informed philomaths, who, instead of loading their almanacs with vain predictions of political events, pretended to see what seeds would grow and what would not, and direct the attention of their readers to that course of cultivation from which the production of good crops may be safely predicted. Modest sages, in fine, who, careless of the rise and downfall of empires, content themselves with pointing out the fit seasons to reap and sow, with a fair guess at the weather which each month will be likely to present. As, for example, that if heaven pleases, we shall have snow in January, and the author will stake his reputation that July proves, on the whole, a month of sunshine. Now, although the rector of St. Leonard's was greatly pleased in general with the quiet, laborious, and studious bent of Triptolemus Yellowly, and deemed him, in so far, worthy of a name of 4 syllables having a Latin termination, yet he relished not, by any means, his exclusive attention to his favourite authors. It savoured of the earth, he said, if not of something worse, to have a man's mind always grovelling in mould, stercorated or unstercorated, and he pointed out, but in vain, history and poetry and divinity as more elevating subjects of occupation. Triptolemus Yellowly was obstinate in his own course. Of the battle of Pharsalia he thought not as it affected the freedom of the world, but dwelt on the rich crop which the Amathian fields were likely to produce the next season. In vernacular poetry, Triptolemus could scarce be prevailed upon to read a single couplet, excepting old Tusser, as aforesaid, whose 100 points of good husbandry he had got by heart, and excepting also Pure's Ploughman's Vision, which, charmed with the title, he bought with avidity from a packman, but after reading the 2 first pages flung it into the fire as an impudent and misnamed political libel. As to divinity, he summed that matter up by reminding his instructors that to labour the earth and win his bread with the toil of his body and sweat of his brow was the lot imposed upon fallen man, and for his part he was resolved to discharge, to the best of his abilities, a task so obviously necessary to existence, leaving others to speculate as much as they would upon the more recondite mysteries of theology. With a spirit so much narrowed and limited to the concerns of rural life, it may be doubted whether the proficiency of Triptolemus in learning, or the use he was like to make of his acquisitions, would have much gratified the ambitious hope of his affectionate mother. It is true, he expressed no reluctance to embrace the profession of a clergyman, which suited well enough with the habitual personal indolence which sometimes attaches to speculative dispositions. He had views, to speak plainly, I wish they were peculiar to himself, of cultivating the glebe 6 days in the week, preaching on the 7th with due regularity, and dining with some fat franklin or country laird, with whom he could smoke a pipe and drink a tankard after dinner, and mix in secret conference on the exhaustless subject, quid faciat laetus segetus. Now this plan, besides that it indicated nothing of what was then called the root of the matter, implied necessarily the possession of a man's, and the possession of a man's inferred compliance with the doctrines of prelacy and other enormities of the time. There was some question how far man's and glebe, stipend, both victual and money, might have outbalanced the good lady's predisposition towards presbytery, but her zeal was not put to so severe a trial. She died before her son had completed his studies, leaving her afflicted spouse just as disconsolate as was to be expected. The first act of old Jasper's undivided administration was to recall his son from St. Andrew's, in order to obtain his assistance in his domestic labours, and here it might have been supposed that our Triptolemus, summoned to carry into practice what he had so fondly studied in theory, must have been, to use a simile which he would have thought lively, like a cow entering upon a clover park. Alas, mistaken thoughts and deceitful hopes of mankind! A laughing philosopher, the Democritus of our day, once in a moral lecture compared human life to a table pierced with a number of holes, each of which has a pin made exactly to fit it, but which pins being stuck in hastily and without selection, chance leads inevitably to the most awkward mistakes. For how often do we see, the orator pathetically concluded, how often, I say, do we see the round man stuck into the three-cornered hole? This new illustration of the vagaries of fortune set every one present into convulsions of laughter, excepting one fat alderman, who seemed to make the case his own, and insisted that it was no jesting matter. To take up the simile, however, which is an excellent one, it is plain that Triptolemus Yellowly had been shaken out of the bag at least 100 years too soon. If he had come on the stage in our own time, that is, if he had flourished at any time within these 30 or 40 years, he could not have missed to have held the office of vice president of some eminent agricultural society, and to have transacted all the business thereof under the auspices of some noble duke or lord, who, as the matter might happen, either knew or did not know the difference betwixt a horse and a cart, and a cart-horse. He could not have missed such preferment, for he was exceedingly learned in all those particulars, which, being of no consequence in actual practice, go, of course, a great way to constitute the character of a connoisseur in any art, and especially in agriculture. But, alas, Triptolemus Yellowly had, as we already have hinted, come into the world at least a century too soon, for instead of sitting in an armchair with a hammer in his hand and a bumper of port before him, giving forth the toast to breeding in all its branches, his father planted him betwixt the stilts of a plough, and invited him to guide the oxen, on whose beauties he would, in our day, have descanted, and whose rumps he would not have goaded, but have carved. Old Jasper complained that, although no one talked so well of common and several, wheat and rape, fallow and lea, as his learned son, whom he always called Ptolemus, yet, dang it, added the Seneca, not thrives with un, not thrives with un. It was still worse when Jasper, becoming frail and ancient, was obliged, as happened in the course of a few years, gradually to yield up the reins of government to the academical neophyte. As if nature had meant him a spite, he had got one of the dourest and most intractable farms in the Mearns, to try conclusions withal, a place which seemed to yield everything but what the agriculturalist wanted, for there were plenty of thistles, which indicates dry land, and store of fern, which is said to intimate deep land, and nettles, which show where lime hath been applied, and deep furrows in the most unlikely spots, which intimated that it had been cultivated in former days by the Peets, as popular tradition bore. There was also enough of stones to keep the ground warm, according to the creed of some farmers, and great abundance of springs to render it cool and sappy, according to the theory of others. It was in vain that, acting alternately on these opinions, poor Triptolemus endeavoured to avail himself of the supposed capability of the soil. No kind of butter that might be churned could be made to stick upon his own bread, any more than on that of poor Tusser, whose 100 points of good husbandry, so useful to others of his day, were never to himself worth as many pennies. In fact, excepting 100 acres of infield, to which old Jasper had early seen the necessity of limiting his labours, there was not a corner of the farm fit for anything but to break plough-graith and kill cattle. And then, as for the part which was really tilled with some profit, the expense of the farming establishment of Triptolemus and his disposition to experiment soon got rid of any good arising from the cultivation of it. The carles and the cart-avers, he confessed, with a sigh, speaking of his farm servants and horses, make it all, and the carles and cart-avers eat it all, a conclusion which might sum up the year-book of many a gentleman farmer. Matters would have soon been brought to a close with Triptolemus in the present day. He would have got a bank credit, manoeuvred with wind-bills, dashed out upon a large scale, and soon have seen his crop and stock sequestered by the sheriff. But in those days a man could not ruin himself so easily. The whole Scottish tenantry stood upon the same level flat of poverty, so that it was extremely difficult to find any vantage ground, by climbing up, to which a man might have an opportunity of actually breaking his neck with some éclat. They were pretty much in the situation of people who, being totally without credit, may indeed suffer from indigence, but cannot possibly become bankrupt. Besides, notwithstanding the failure of Triptolemus's projects, there was to be balanced against the expenditure which they occasioned all the savings which the extreme economy of his sister Barbara could effect, and in truth her exertions were wonderful. She might have realized, if any one could, the idea of the learned philosopher, who pronounced that sleeping was a fancy and eating but a habit, and who appeared to the world to have renounced both, until it was unhappily discovered that he had an intrigue with the cookmaid of the family, who indemnified him for his privations by giving him private entree to the pantry, and to a share of her own couch. But no such deceptions were practised by Barbara Yellowly. She was up early and down late, and seemed to her overwatched and overtasked maidens to be as wakerife as the cat herself. Then for eating, it appeared that the air was a banquet to her, and she would fain have made it so to her retinue. Her brother, who besides being lazy in his person, was somewhat luxurious in his appetite, would willingly now and then have tasted a mouthful of animal food, were it but to know how his sheep were fed off. But a proposal to eat a child could not have startled Mistress Barbara more, and being of a compliant and easy disposition, Triptolemus reconciled himself to the necessity of a perpetual Lent, too happy when he could get a scrap of butter to his oaten cake, or, as they lived on the banks of the Esk, escape the daily necessity of eating salmon, whether in or out of season, 6 days out of the 7. But although Mrs. Barbara brought faithfully to the joint stock all savings which her awful powers of economy accomplished to scrape together, and although the dower of their mother was by degrees expended, or nearly so, in aiding them upon extreme occasions, the term at length approached when it seemed impossible that they could sustain the conflict any longer against the evil star of Triptolemus, as he called it himself, or the natural result of his absurd speculations, as it was termed by others. Luckily, at this sad crisis, a god jumped down to their relief out of a machine. In plain English, the noble lord who owned their farm arrived at his mansion house in their neighbourhood, with his coach and six and his running footmen, in the full splendour of the 17th century. This person of quality was the son of the nobleman who had brought the ancient jasper into the country from Yorkshire, and he was, like his father, a fanciful and scheming man. He had schemed well for himself, however, amid the mutations of the time, having obtained, for a certain period of years, the administration of the remote islands of Orkney and Shetland, for payment of a certain rent, with the right of making the most of whatever was the property or revenue of the crown in these districts, under the title of Lord Chamberlain. Now his lordship had become possessed with a notion, in itself a very true one, that much might be done to render this grant available, by improving the culture of the crown lands, both in Orkney and Shetland, and then having some acquaintance with our friend Triptolemus, he thought, rather less happily, that he might prove a person capable of furthering his schemes. He sent for him to the great Hull House, and was so much edified by the way in which our friend laid down the law upon every given subject relating to rural economy, that he lost no time in securing the cooperation of so valuable an assistant, the first step being to release him from his present unprofitable farm. The terms were arranged much to the mind of Triptolemus, who had already been taught, by many years' experience, a dark sort of notion, that without undervaluing or doubting for a moment his own skill, it would be quite as well that almost all the trouble and risk should be at the expense of his employer. Indeed, the hopes of advantage which he held out to his patron were so considerable, that the Lord Chamberlain dropped every idea of admitting his dependent into any share of the expected profits. For, rude as the arts of agriculture were in Scotland, they were far superior to those known and practised in the regions of Thule, and Triptolemus Yellowly conceived himself to be possessed of a degree of insight into these mysteries, far superior to what was possessed or practised even in the Mearns. The improvement, therefore, which was to be expected, would bear a double proportion, and the Lord Chamberlain was to reap all the profit, deducting a handsome salary for his steward Yellowly, together with the accommodation of a house and domestic farm for the support of his family. Joy seized the heart of Mistress Barbara at hearing this happy termination of what threatened to be so very bad an affair as the lease of Caldacres. "If we cannot," she said, "provide for our own house, when all is coming in and nothing going out, surely we must be worse than infidels." Triptolemus was a busy man for some time, huffing and puffing, and eating and drinking in every change-house, while he ordered and collected together proper implements of agriculture to be used by the natives of these devoted islands, whose destinies were menaced with this formidable change. Singular tools these would seem, if presented before a modern agricultural society, but everything is relative, nor could the heavy cartload of timber, called the old Scots plough, seem less strange to a Scottish farmer of this present day than the corslets and casques of the soldiers of Cortes might seem to a regiment of our own army. Yet the latter conquered Mexico, and undoubtedly the former would have been a splendid improvement on the state of agriculture in Thule. We have never been able to learn why Triptolemus preferred fixing his residence in Shetland to becoming an inhabitant of the Orkneys. Perhaps he thought the inhabitants of the latter archipelago the more simple and docile of the two kindred tribes. Or perhaps he considered the situation of the house and farm he himself was to occupy, which was indeed a tolerable one, as preferable to that which he had it in his power to have obtained upon Pomona, so the main island of the Orkneys is entitled. At Harfra, or as it was sometimes called, Stourbur, from the remains of a Pictish fort, which was almost close to the mansion house, the factor settled himself, in the plenitude of his authority, determined to honor the name he bore by his exertions in precept and example to civilize the Zetlanders and improve their very confined knowledge in the primary arts of human life. End of chapter 4. Chapter 5 of The Pirate by Sir Walter Scott. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Deon Gines, Salt Lake City, Utah. The wind blew keen from north and east. It blew upon the floor. Quoth our good man to our good wife, "Get up and bar the door." "My hand is in my housewife's skep, good man, as ye may see. If it shouldna be barred this 100 years, it's no be barred for me." Old Song. We can only hope that the gentle reader has not found the latter part of the last chapter extremely tedious, but at any rate his impatience will scarce equal that of young Mordaunt Murtown, who, while the lightning came flash after flash, while the wind, veering and shifting from point to point, blew with all the fury of a hurricane, and while the wind was dashed against him in deluges, stood hammering, calling, and roaring at the door of the old place of Harfra, impatient for admittance, and at a loss to conceive any position of existing circumstances which could occasion the exclusion of a stranger, especially during such horrible weather. At length, finding his noise and vociferation were equally in vain, he fell back so far from the front of the house as was necessary to enable him to reconnoitre the chimneys, and amid storm and shade could discover, to the increase of his dismay, that though noon, then the dinner hour of these islands, was now nearly arrived, there was no smoke proceeding from the tunnels of the vents to give any note of preparation within. Mordaunt's wrathful impatience was now changed into sympathy and alarm, for, so long accustomed to the exuberant hospitality of the Zetland Islands, he was immediately induced to suppose some strange and unaccountable disaster had befallen the family, and forthwith set himself to discover some place at which he could make forcible entry, in order to ascertain the situation of the inmates, as much as to obtain shelter from the still increasing storm. His present anxiety was, however, as much thrown away as his late clamorous importunities for admittance had been. Triptolemus and his sister had heard the whole alarm without, and had already a sharp dispute on the propriety of opening the door. Mrs. Babby, as we have described her, was no willing renderer of the rites of hospitality. In their farm of Caldacres, in the Mearns, she had been the dread and abhorrence of all gaberlunzie men, and travelling packmen, gypsies, long-remembered beggars, and so forth, nor was there one of them so wily, as she used to boast, as could ever say they had heard the clink of her sneck. In Zetland, where the new settlers were yet strangers to the extreme honesty and simplicity of all classes, suspicion and fear joined with frugality in her desire to exclude all wandering guests of uncertain character, and the second of these motives had its effect on Triptolemus himself, who, though neither suspicious nor penurious, knew good people were scarce, good farmers scarcer, and had a reasonable share of that wisdom which looks towards self-preservation as the first law of nature. These hints may serve as a commentary on the following dialogue which took place betwixt the brother and sister. "Now, good be gracious to us, said Triptolemus, as he sat thumbing his old school copy of Virgil. "Here is a pure day for the bare seed. Well spoke the wise Montaigne, ventus surgentibus. And then the groans of the mountains and the long resounding shores. But where's the woods, Babby? Tell me, I say, where we shall find the nemorum murmur, sister Babby, in these new seats of ours." "What your foolish will," said Babby, popping her head from out of a dark recess in the kitchen, where she was busy about some nameless deed of housewifery. Her brother, who had addressed himself to her more from habit than intention, no sooner saw her bleak red nose, keen grey eyes, with the sharp features thereunto conforming, shaded by the flaps of the loose toy which depended on each side of her eager face, than he bethought himself that his query was likely to find little acceptation from her, and therefore stood another volley before he would resume the topic. "I say, Mr. Yellowly," said sister Babby, coming into the middle of the room, "what for are ye crying on me, and me in the midst of my housewife's keep?" "Nay, for nothing at all, Babby," answered Triptolemus, "saving that I was saying to myself, that here we had the sea and the wind and the rain sufficient enough, but where's the wood? Where's the wood, Babby? Answer me that." "The wood," replied Babby, "were I no to take better care of the wood than you, brother, there would soon be no more wood about the town than the barber's block that's on your own shoulders, Triptolemus. If ye be thinking of the wreck wood that the callants brought in yesterday, there was 6 ounces of it goed to boil your parritch this morning, though I trow a careful man would have taken drammock, if breakfast he behoved to have, rather than waste both melteth and fuel in this same morning." "That is to say, Babby," replied Triptolemus, who was somewhat of a dry joker in his way, "that when we have fire we are not to have food, and when we have food we are not to have fire, these being 2 great blessings to enjoy both in the same day. Good luck! You do not propose we should starve with cold and starve with hunger unico contextu. But to tell you the truth, I could never away with raw oatmeal, slockened with water, in all my life. Call it drammock, or crowdy, or just what ye list, my vivers must tho fire and water." "The more gawk you," said Babby. "Can ye not make your brose on the Sunday, and sup them cold on the Monday, since you're so dainty? Many is the fairer face than yours that has licked the lip after such a kung fu." "Mercy on us, sister," said Triptolemus, "at this rate it's a finished field with me. I must unyoke the plough and lie down to wait for the dead thraw. Here is that in this house would hold all Shetland in meal for a 12-month, and ye grudge a cogful of warm parritch to me that has sic a charge." "Whisht! Hold your silly clavering tongue," said Babby, looking round with apprehension. "Ye are a wise man to speak of what is in the house, and a fitting man to have the charge of it. Hark! As I live by bread, I hear a tapping at the outer yet." "Go and open it then, Babby," said her brother, glad at anything that promised to interrupt the dispute. "Go and open it, said he," echoed Babby, half angry, half frightened, and half triumphant at the superiority of her understanding over that of her brother. "Go and open it, said he, indeed. Is it to lend robbers a chance to take all that is in the house?" "Robbers," echoed Triptolemus in his turn. "There are no more robbers in this country than there are lambs at Yule. I tell you, as I have told you 100 times, there are no Highlandmen to harry us here. This is a land of quiet and honesty. O fortunati nimium. And what good is St. Rinian to do ye, Ptolemus? Said his sister, mistaking the quotation for a Catholic invocation. Besides, if there be no Highlandmen, there may be as bad. I saw 6 or 7 as ill-looking chills gang past the place yesterday as ever came from beyond Clochnaben. Ill-fared tools they had in their hands, whaling knives they called them, but they looked as like dirks and wingers as one bit airn can look like another. There is no honest man carry siccan tools. Here the knocking and shouts of Mordaunt were very audible betwixt every swell of the horrible blast which was careering without. The brother and sister looked at each other in real perplexity and fear. If they have heard of the siller, said Babby, her very nose changing with terror from red to blue, we are but gone folk. Who speaks now when they should hold their tongue? Said Triptolemus. Go to the shot window instantly, and see how many there are of them, while I load the old Spanish-barrelled duck gun. Go as if you were stepping on new-laid eggs. Babby crept to the window, and reported that she saw only one young child, clattering and roaring as gin he were daft. How many there might be out of sight she could not say. Out of sight? Nonsense, said Triptolemus, laying aside the ramrod with which he was loading the piece with a trembling hand. I will warrant them out of sight and hearing both. This is some poor fellow catched in the tempest, wants the shelter of our roof and a little refreshment. Open the door, Babby, it's a Christian deed. But is it a Christian deed of him to come in at the window then? Said Babby, setting up a most doleful shriek as Mordaunt Murtown, who had forced open one of the windows, leaped down into the apartment, dripping with water like a river god. Triptolemus, in great tribulation, presented the gun which he had not yet loaded, while the intruder exclaimed, Hold, hold, what the devil mean you by keeping your doors bolted in weather like this, and levelling your gun at folks' heads as you would at a seal's? And who are you, friend, and what want you? Said Triptolemus, lowering the butt of his gun to the floor as he spoke, and so recovering his arms. What do I want? Said Mordaunt. I want everything. I want meat, drink, and fire, a bed for the night, and a shelty for to-morrow morning to carry me to Drolshof. And ye said there were no caterans or sorners here? Said Babby to the agriculturalist reproachfully. Heard ye ever a breekless loon from Lochaber tell his mind and his errand more deftly? Come, come, friend, she added, addressing herself to Mordaunt, put up your pipes and gang your gait. This is the house of his lordship's factor, and no place of reset for thiggers or sorners. Mordaunt laughed in her face at the simplicity of the request. Leave built walls, he said, and in such a tempest as this? What take you me for? A gannet or a skart do you think I am, that your clapping your hands and skirling at me like a madwoman should drive me from the shelter into the storm? And so you propose, young man, said Triptolemus gravely, to stay in my house, volens nolens, that is, whether we will or no? Will, said Mordaunt. What right have you to will anything about it? Do you not hear the thunder? Do you not hear the rain? Do you not see the lightning? And do you not know this is the only house within, I wot, not how many miles? Come, my good master and dame, this may be Scottish jesting, but it sounds strange in Zetland ears. You have let out the fire too, and my teeth are dancing a jig in my head with cold. But I'll soon put that to rights." He seized the fire tongs, raked together the embers upon the hearth, broke up into life the gathering peat, which the hostess had calculated should have preserved the seeds of fire without giving them forth for many hours. Then, casting his eye round, saw in a corner the stock of driftwood, which Mistress Babby had served forth by ounces, and transferred 2 or 3 logs of it at once to the hearth, which, conscious of such unwonted supply, began to transmit to the chimney such a smoke as had not issued from the place of Harfra for many a day. While their uninvited guest was thus making himself at home, Babby kept edging and jogging the factor to turn out the intruder. But for this undertaking Triptolemus Yellowly felt neither courage nor zeal, nor did circumstances seem at all to warrant the favourable conclusion of any fray into which he might enter with the young stranger. The sinewy limbs and graceful form of Mordaunt Murtown were seen to great advantage in his simple sea-dress, and with his dark sparkling eye, finely formed head, animated features, close curled dark hair, and bold free looks, the stranger formed a very strong contrast with the host on whom he had intruded himself. Triptolemus was a short, clumsy, duck-legged disciple of Ceres, whose bottle nose, turned up and handsomely coppered at the extremity, seemed to intimate something of an occasional treaty with Bacchus. It was like to be no equal melee betwixt persons of such unequal form and strength, and the difference betwixt 20 and 50 years was nothing in favour of the weaker party. Besides, the factor was an honest, good-natured fellow at bottom, and being soon satisfied that his guest had no other views than those of obtaining refuge from the storm, it would, despite his sister's instigations, have been his last act to deny a boon so reasonable and necessary to a youth whose exterior was so prepossessing. He stood, therefore, considering how he could most gracefully glide into the character of the hospitable landlord, out of that of the churlish defender of his domestic castle, against an unauthorized intrusion, when Babby, who had stood appalled at the extreme familiarity of the stranger's address and demeanour, now spoke up for herself. "My troth, lad," said she to Mordaunt, "ye are no blade to light on at that rate, and the best of wood too, none of your sharney peats, but good oak timber, no less maun serve ye." "You come lightly by it, dame," said Mordaunt carelessly, "and you should not grudge to the fire what the sea gives you for nothing. These good ribs of oak did their last duty upon earth and ocean, when they could no longer hold together under the brave hearts that manned the bark." "And that's true too," said the old woman, softening. "This maun be awesome weather by sea. Sit down and warm ye, since the sticks are alow." "Ay, ay," said Triptolemus, "it is a pleasure to see siccan a bonny bleeze. I havena seen the like of it since I left Caldacres." "And shallna see the like of it again in a hurry," said Babby, "unless the house take fire, or there should be a coal hew found out." "And wherefore should not there be a coal hew found out?" said the factor triumphantly. "I say, wherefore should not a coal hew be found out in Shetland, as well as in Fife, now that the chamberlain has a far-sighted and discreet man upon the spot to make the necessary perquisitions? They are both fishing stations, I trow." "I tell you what it is, Ptolemus Yellowly," answered his sister, who had practical reasons to fear her brother's opening upon any false scent. "If you promise my lord so many of these bonny wallies, we'll no be well hafted here before we are found out and set a-trotting again. If one was to speak to ye about a gold mine, I can will what would promise he should have Portugal pieces clinking in his pouch before the year goed by." "And why should I not?" said Triptolemus. "Maybe your head does not know there is a land in Orkney called Ophir, or something very like it, and wherefore might not Solomon, the wise king of the Jews, have sent thither his ships and his servants for 450 talents? I trow he knew best where to go or send, and I hope you believe in your Bible, Babby." Babby was silenced by an appeal to Scripture, however mal apropos, and only answered by an inarticulate humph of incredulity or scorn, while her brother went on addressing Mordaunt. "Yes, you shall all of you see what a change shall coin introduce, even into such an unpropitious country as yours. Ye have not heard of copper, I warrant, nor of ironstone in these islands neither?" Mordaunt said he had heard there was copper near the cliffs of Konigsberg. "Ay, and a copper scum is found on the loch of Swana too, young man. But the youngest of you, doubtless, thinks himself a match for such as I am." Babby, who during all this while had been closely and accurately reconnoitring the youth's person, now interposed in a manner by her brother totally unexpected. "Ye had more need, Mr. Yellowly, to give the young man some dry clothes, and to see about getting something for him to eat, than to sit there bleezing away with your lang tails, as if the weather were not windy enough without your help. And maybe the lad would drink some bland, or siclike, if ye had the grace to ask him." While Triptolemus looked astonished at such a proposal, considering the quarter it came from, Mordaunt answered he should be very glad to have dry clothes, but begged to be excused from drinking until he had eaten somewhat. Triptolemus accordingly conducted him into another apartment, and accommodating him with a change of dress, left him to his arrangements, while he himself returned to the kitchen, much puzzled to account for his sister's unusual fit of hospitality. "She must be fey," he said, "and in that case has not long to live, and though I fall heir to her talker good, I am sorry for it, for she has held the house gear well together, drawn the girth over tight it may be now and then, but the saddle sits the better." When Triptolemus returned to the kitchen, he found his suspicions confirmed, for his sister was in the desperate act of consigning to the pot a smoked goose, which, with others of the same tribe, had long hung in the large chimney, muttering to herself at the same time, "It maun be eaten soon or syne, and what for not by the poor callant?" "What is this of it, sister?" said Triptolemus. "You have on the girdle and the pot at once. What day is this with you?" "Even such a day as the Israelites had beside the flesh pots of Egypt, Billy Triptolemus, but ye little ken what ye have in your house this blessed day." "Troth, and little do I ken," said Triptolemus, "as little as I would ken the nag I never saw before. I would take the lad for a jagger, but he has rather over good havings, and he has no pack." "Ye ken as little as one of your own bits of nowt, man," retorted Sister Babby, "if ye ken na him. Do ye ken Tronda Dronsdaughter?" "Tronda Dronsdaughter!" echoed Triptolemus. "How should I but ken her when I pay her 12 pennies Scots by the day for working in the house here. I trow she works as if the things burned her fingers. I had better give a Scots lass a groat of English siller. And that's the most sensible word ye have said this blessed morning. Well, but Tronda kens this lad well, and she has often spoke to me about him. They call his father the Silent Man of Sumburg, and they say he's uncanny. Hout, hout, nonsense, nonsense. They are aye at sick trash as that, said the brother. When you want a day's work out of them, they have stepped over the tangs, or they have met an uncanny body, or they have turned about the boat against the sun, and then there's naught to be done that day. Well, well, brother, ye are so wise, said Babby, because ye napped Latin at St. Andrew's, and can your laird tell me then what the lad has round his halts? A Barcelonia napkin, as wet as a dishclout, and I have just lent him one of my own overlays, said Triptolemus. A Barcelona napkin, said Babby, elevating her voice, and then suddenly lowering it, as from apprehension of being overheard. I say a gold chain. A gold chain, said Triptolemus. In troth is it, hinny, and how like you that? The folk say here, as Tronda tells me, that the king of the drows gave it to his father, the Silent Man of Sumburg. I wish you would speak sense, or be the silent woman, said Triptolemus. The upshot of it all is, then, that this lad is the rich stranger's son, and that you are giving him the goose you were to keep till Michaelmas. Troth, brother, we maun do something for God's sake, and to make friends. And the lad, added Babby, for even she was not altogether above the prejudices of her sex in favour of outward form, the lad has a fair face of his own. Ye would have let many a fair face, said Triptolemus, pass the door pining, if it had not been for the gold chain. No doubt, replied Barbara. Ye wanna have me waste our substance on every thigger or sorner that has the luck to come by the door in a wet day? But this lad has a fair and a wide name in the country, and Tronda says he is to be married to a daughter of the rich Udallar, Magnus Troil, and the marriage day is to be fixed whenever he makes choice, set him up, between the twa lasses, and so it would be as much as our good name is worth, and our quiet forby, to let him sit unserved, although he does come unsent for. The best reason in life, said Triptolemus, for letting a man into a house is, that you dare not bid him go by. However, since there is a man of quality amongst them, I will let him know whom he has to do with, in my person. Then, advancing to the door, he exclaimed, Heas tibi dave. Adsum, answered the youth, entering the apartment. Hem, said the erudite Triptolemus, not altogether deficient in his humanities, I see. I will try him further. Canst thou aught of husbandry, young gentleman? Troth, sir, not I, answered Mordaunt. I have been trained to plough upon the sea and to reap upon the crag. Plough the sea, said Triptolemus, that's a furrow requires small harrowing, and for your harvest on the crag, I suppose you mean these scouries, or whatever you call them. It is a sort of ingathering which the Ransel men should stop by the law, nothing more likely to break an honest man's bones. I profess I cannot see the pleasure men propose by dangling in a rope's end betwixt earth and heaven. In my case, I had as lief the other end of the rope were fastened to the gibbet. I should be sure of not falling at least. Now I would only advise you to try it, replied Mordaunt. Trust me, The world has few grander sensations than when one is perched in mid-air between a high-browed cliff and a roaring ocean, the rope by which you are sustained seeming scarce stronger than a silken thread, and the stone on which you have one foot steadied affording such a breadth as the kittiwake might rest upon. To feel and know all this, with the full confidence that your own agility of limb and strength of head can bring you as safe off as if you had the wing of the goshawk. This is indeed being almost independent of the earth you tread on. Triptolemus stared at this enthusiastic description of an amusement which had so few charms for him, and his sister, looking at the glancing eye and elevated bearing of the young adventurer, answered by ejaculating, "My certie, lad, but ye are a brave child." "A brave child," returned Yellowly. "I say a brave goose, to be flitchering and fleeing in the wind, when he might abide upon terra firma. But come, here's a goose that is more to the purpose, when once it is well boiled. Give us trenchers and salt, Babby, but in truth it will prove salt enough, a tasty morsel it is. But I think the Zetlanders be the only folk in the world that think of running such risks to catch geese, and then boiling them when they have done." "To be sure," replied his sister. It was the only word they had agreed in that day. "It would be an uncouth thing to bid any goodwife in Angus, or all the Mearns, boil a goose, while there was sic things as spits in the world. But what's this nest?" she added, looking towards the entrance with great indignation. "My certie, open doors and dogs come in, and what opened the door to him?" "I did, to be sure," replied Mordaunt. "You would not have a poor devil stand beating your deaf door-cheeks in weather like this. Here goes something, though, to help the fire," he added, drawing out the sliding bar of oak with which the door had been secured, and throwing it on the hearth, whence it was snatched by Dame Babby in great wrath, she exclaiming at the same time, "It's sea-born timber, as there's little else here, and he dings it about as if it were a fir-clog. And who be you, an it please you?" she added, turning to the stranger. "A very hallen shocker loon as ever crossed my twa een." "I am a jagger, if it like your ladyship," replied the uninvited guest, a stout, vulgar, little man, who had indeed the humble appearance of a pedlar, called Jagger in these islands. "Never travelled in a worse day, or was more willing to get to harbourage. Heaven be praised for fire and house-room." So saying, he drew a stool to the fire and sat down without further ceremony. Dame Babby stared, wild as grey goshawk, and was meditating how to express her indignation in something warmer than words, for which the boiling pot seemed to offer a convenient hint, when an old half-starved serving-woman, the Tronda already mentioned, the sharer of Barbara's domestic cares, who had been as yet in some remote corner of the mansion, now hobbled into the room and broke out into exclamations which indicated some new cause of alarm. "Oh, master!" and "Oh, mistress!" were the only sounds she could for some time articulate, and then followed them up with, "The best in the house! The best in the house! Set all on the board, and all will be little enough. There is old Norna of Fitful Head, the most fearful woman in all the isles." "Where can she have been wandering?" said Mordaunt, not without some apparent sympathy with the surprise, if not with the alarm, of the old domestic. "But it is needless to ask. The worse the weather, the more likely is she to be a traveller." "What new tramper is this?" echoed the distracted Babby, whom the quick succession of guests had driven well nigh crazy with vexation. "I'll soon settle her wandering. I sall warrant, if my brother has but the soul of a man in him, or if there be a pair of scaugs at Scalloway." "The iron was never forged on stithy that would hold her," said the old maidservant. "She comes, she comes. God's sake, speak her fair and canny, or we will have a ravelled hasp on the yarn windles." As she spoke, a woman, tall enough to touch almost the top of the door with her cap, stepped into the room, signing the cross as she entered, and pronouncing, with a solemn voice, the blessing of God and Saint Ronald on the open door and their broad malison, and mine upon close-handed churls. "And what are ye, that ye are so bold with your blessing and banning in other folks' houses? What kind of country is this, that folk cannot sit quiet for an hour and serve heaven, and keep their bit gear together, without gangrel men and women coming thigging and sorning one after another, like a string of wild geese?" This speech the understanding reader will easily saddle on Mistress Betty, and what effects it might have produced on the last stranger can only be matter of conjecture, for the old servant and Mordaunt applied themselves at once to the party addressed, in order to deprecate her resentment, the former speaking to her some words of Norse in a tone of intercession, and Mordaunt saying in English, "They are strangers, Norna, and know not your name or qualities. They are unacquainted, too, with the ways of this country, and therefore we must hold them excused for their lack of hospitality." "I lack no hospitality, young man," said Triptolemus. "Miseris succurrere disco. The goose that was destined to roost in the chimney till Michaelmas is boiling in the pot for you. But if we had 20 geese, I see we are like to find mouths to eat them every feather. This must be amended." "What must be amended, sordid slave?" said the stranger Norna, turning at once upon him with an emphasis that made him start. "What must be amended? Bringing hither, if thou wilt, thy new-fangled coulters, spades, and harrows, alter the implements of our fathers from the ploughshare to the mousetrap. But no, thou art in the land that was won of old by the flaxen-haired Kempions of the north, and leave us their hospitality at least, to show we come of what was once noble and generous. I say to you, beware. While Norna looks forth at the measureless waters from the crest of Fitful Head, something is yet left that resembles power of defence. If the men of Thule have ceased to be champions and to spread the banquet for the raven, the women have not forgotten the arts that lifted them of yore into queens and prophetesses. The woman who pronounced this singular tirade was as striking in appearance as extravagantly lofty in her pretensions and in her language. She might well have represented on the stage, so far as features, voice, and stature were concerned, the Bonduca or Boadicea of the Britons, or the sage Valetta, Arinia, or any other faded Pythoness who ever led to battle a tribe of the ancient Goths. Her features were high and well formed, and would have been handsome but for the ravages of time and the effects of exposure to the severe weather of her country. Age and perhaps sorrow had quenched in some degree the fire of a dark blue eye, whose hue almost approached to black, and had sprinkled snow on such parts of her tresses as had escaped from under her cap, and were dishevelled by the rigour of the storm. Her upper garment, which dropped with water, was of a coarse dark-coloured stuff called wadmal, then much used in the Zetland Islands, as also in Iceland and Norway. But as she threw this cloak back from her shoulders, a short jacket of dark blue velvet, stamped with figures, became visible, and the vest, which corresponded to it, was of crimson colour and embroidered with tarnished silver. Her girdle was plated with silver ornaments, cut into the shape of planetary signs. Her blue apron was embroidered with similar devices, and covered a petticoat of crimson cloth. Strong, thick, enduring shoes, of the half-dressed leather of the country, were tied with straps like those of the Roman buskins over her scarlet stockings. She wore in her belt an ambiguous-looking weapon, which might pass for a sacrificing knife or dagger, as the imagination of the spectator chose to assign to the wearer the character of a priestess or that of a sorceress. In her hand she held a staff, squared on all sides, and engraved with runic characters and figures, forming one of those portable and perpetual calendars which were used among the ancient natives of Scandinavia, and which, to a superstitious eye, might have passed for a divining rod. Such were the appearance, features, and attire of Norna of the Fitful Head, upon whom many of the inhabitants of the island looked with observance, many with fear, and almost all with a sort of veneration. Less pregnant circumstances of suspicion would, in any other part of Scotland, have exposed her to the investigation of those cruel inquisitors, who were then often invested with the delegated authority of the Privy Council, for the purpose of persecuting, torturing, and finally consigning to the flames those who were accused of witchcraft or sorcery. But superstitions of this nature pass through two stages ere they become entirely obsolete. Those supposed to be possessed of supernatural powers are venerated in the earlier stages of society. As religion and knowledge increase, they are first held in hatred and horror, and are finally regarded as impostors. Scotland was in the second state. The fear of witchcraft was great, and the hatred against those suspected of it intense. Zetland was as yet a little world by itself, where among the lower and ruder classes so much of the ancient northern superstition remained, as cherished the original veneration for those affecting supernatural knowledge and power over the elements, which made a constituent part of the ancient Scandinavian creed. At least, if the natives of Thule admitted that one class of magicians performed their feats by their alliance with Satan, they devoutly believed that others dealt with spirits of a different and less odious class, the ancient dwarfs, called in Zetland Trows or Drows, the modern fairies, and so forth. Among those who were supposed to be in league with disembodied spirits, this Norna, descended from and representative of a family which had long pretended to such gifts, was so eminent that the name assigned to her, which signifies one of those fatal sisters who weave the web of human fate, had been conferred in honor of her supernatural powers. The name by which she had been actually christened was carefully concealed by herself and her parents, for to its discovery they superstitiously annexed some fatal consequences. In those times the doubt only occurred whether her supposed powers were acquired by lawful means. In our days it would have been questioned whether she was an impostor, or whether her imagination was so deeply impressed with the mysteries of her supposed art that she might be in some degree a believer in her own pretensions to supernatural knowledge. Certain it is that she performed her part with such undoubting confidence and such striking dignity of look and action, and evinced at the same time such strength of language and energy of purpose, that it would have been difficult for the greatest skeptic to have doubted the reality of her enthusiasm, though he might smile at the pretensions to which it gave rise. End of chapter 5. Chapter 6 of The Pirate by Sir Walter Scott. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Deon Gines, Salt Lake City, Utah. If by your art you have put the wild waters in this roar, allay them. Tempest. The storm had somewhat relaxed its rigor just before the entrance of Norna, otherwise she must have found it impossible to travel during the extremity of its fury. But she had hardly added herself so unexpectedly to the party whom chance had assembled at the dwelling of Triptolemus Yellowly, when the tempest suddenly resumed its former vehemence, and raged around the building with a fury which made the inmates insensible to anything except the risk that the old mansion was about to fall above their heads. Mistress Babby gave vent to her fears in loud exclamations of, "The Lord guide us! This is surely the last day. What kind of a country of guisards and Geyer Carlines is this? And you, ye fool Carl," she added, turning on her brother, for all her passions had a touch of acidity in them, "to quit the bonny Maren's land to come here, where there is nothing but sturdy beggars and gaberlunzies within one's house, and heaven's anger on the outside on't." "I tell you, Sister Babby," answered the insulted agriculturalists, "that all shall be reformed and amended, excepting," he added betwixt his teeth, "the scalding humours of an ill-natured jade, that can add bitterness to the very storm." The old domestic and the pedlar meanwhile exhausted themselves in entreaties to Norna, of which, as they were couched in the Norse language, the master of the house understood nothing. She listened to them with a haughty and unmoved air, and replied at length aloud and in English, "I will not. What if this house be strewed in ruins before morning? Where would the world's want in the crazed projector, and the niggardly pinch commons by which it is inhabited? They will needs come to reform Zetland customs. Let them try how they like a Zetland storm. You that would not perish, quit this house." The pedlar seized on his little knapsack, and began hastily to brace it on his back. The old maidservant cast her cloak about her shoulders, and both seemed to be in the act of leaving the house as fast as they could. Triptolemus Yellowly, somewhat commoved by these appearances, asked Mordaunt, with a voice which faltered with apprehension, whether he thought there was any, that is, so very much danger. "I cannot tell," answered the youth. "I have scarce ever seen such a storm. Norna can tell us better than any one when it will abate, for no one in these islands can judge of the weather like her." "And is that all thou thinkest Norna can do?" said the Sibyl. "Thou shalt know her powers are not bounded within such a narrow space. Hear me, Mordaunt, youth of a foreign land, but of a friendly heart. Dost thou quit this doomed mansion with those who now prepare to leave it?" "I do not. I will not, Norna," replied Mordaunt. "I know not your motive for desiring me to remove, and I will not leave, upon these dark threats, the house in which I have been kindly received in such a tempest as this. If the owners are unaccustomed to our practice of unlimited hospitality, I am the more obliged to them that they have relaxed their usages and opened their doors in my behalf." "He is a brave lad," said Mistress Babby, whose superstitious feelings had been daunted by the threats of the supposed sorceress, and who, amidst her eager, narrow, and repining disposition, had, like all who possess marked character, some sparks of higher feeling, which made her sympathize with generous sentiments, though she thought it too expensive to entertain them at her own cost. "He is a brave lad," she again repeated, "and worthy of 10 geese, if I had them to boil for him, or roast either. I'll warrant him a gentleman's son, and no churl's blood." "Hear me, young Mordaunt," said Norna, "and depart from this house. Fate has high views on you. You shall not remain in this hovel to be crushed amid its worthless ruins, with the relics of its more worthless inhabitants, whose life is as little to the world as the vegetation of the house-leek, which now grows on their thatch, and which shall soon be crushed amongst their mangled limbs." I will go forth," said Yellowly, who, despite of his bearing himself scholarly and wisely, was beginning to be terrified for the issue of the adventure, for the house was old, and the walls rocked formidably to the blast. "To what purpose?" said his sister. "I trust the prince of the power of the air has not yet such like power over those that are made in God's image, that a good house should fall about our heads, because a randy queen," here she darted a fierce glance at the Pythoness, "should boast us with her glamour, as if we were so many dogs to crouch at her bidding." "I was only wanting," said Triptolemus, ashamed of his motion, "to look at the bare braird, which must be sore laid with this tempest. But if this honest woman like to bide with us, I think it were best to let us all sit down canny together till it's working weather again." "Honest woman," echoed Babby, "foul warlock thief. Aroint ye limmer," she added, addressing Norna directly, "out of an honest house, or shame fall me. But I'll take the bittle to you." Norna cast on her a look of supreme contempt, then stepping to the window, seemed engaged in deep contemplation of the heavens, while the old maidservant, Tronda, drawing close to her mistress, implored, for the sake of all that was dear to man or woman, "Do not provoke Norna of fitful head. You have no sick woman on the mainland of Scotland. She can ride on one of these clouds as easily as man ever rode on a sheltie." "I shall live to see her ride on the reek of a fat tar barrel," said Mistress Babby, "and that will be a fitting pacing palfrey for her." Again Norna regarded the enraged Mrs. Babby Yellowly with a look of that unutterable scorn which her haughty features could so well express, and moving to the window, which looked to the north-west, from which quarter the gale seemed at present to blow, she stood for some time with her arms crossed, looking out upon the leaden-coloured sky, obscured as it was by the thick drift, which, coming on in successive gusts of tempest, left ever and anon sad and dreary intervals of expectation betwixt the dying and the reviving blast. Norna regarded this war of the elements as one to whom their strife was familiar, yet the stern serenity of her features had in it a cast of awe, and at the same time of authority, as the Kabbalist may be supposed to look upon the spirit he has evoked, and which, though he knows how to subject him to his spell, bears still an aspect appalling to flesh and blood. The attendants stood by in different attitudes, expressive of their various feelings. Mordaunt, though not indifferent to the risk in which they stood, was more curious than alarmed. He had heard of Norna's alleged power over the elements, and now expected an opportunity of judging for himself of its reality. Triptolemus Yellowly was confounded at what seemed to be far beyond the bounds of his philosophy, and if the truth must be spoken, the worthy agriculturalist was greatly more frightened than inquisitive. His sister was not in the least curious on the subject, but it was difficult to say whether anger or fear predominated in her sharp eyes and thin compressed lips. The pedlar and old Tronda, confident that the house would never fall while the redoubted Norna was beneath its roof, held themselves ready for a start the instant she should take her departure. Having looked on the sky for some time in a fixed attitude, and with the most profound silence, Norna at once, yet with a slow and elevated gesture, extended her staff of black oak towards that part of the heavens from which the blast came hardest, and in the midst of its fury chanted a Norwegian invocation, still preserved in the island of Uist, under the name of the Song of the Riamkenner, though some call it the Song of the Tempest. The following is a free translation, it being impossible to render literally many of the elliptical and metaphorical terms of expression peculiar to the ancient northern poetry. Stern eagle of the far northwest, thou that bearest in thy grasp the thunderbolt, thou whose rushing pinions stir ocean to madness, thou the destroyer of herds, thou the scatterer of navies, thou the breaker down of towers, amidst the scream of thy rage, amidst the rushing of thy onward wings, though thy scream be loud as the cry of a perishing nation, though the rushing of thy wings be like the roar of 10,000 waves, yet hear, in thine ire and thy haste, hear the voice of the Riamkenner. Thou hast met the pine trees of Drontheim, their dark green heads lie prostrate beside their uprooted stems. Thou hast met the rider of the ocean, the tall, the strong bark of the fearless rover, and she has struck to thee the topsail that she had not veiled to a royal armada. Thou hast met the tower that hears its crest among the clouds, the battled massive tower of the Jarl of former days, and the copestone of the turret is lying upon its hospitable hearth. But thou too shalt stoop, proud compeller of clouds, when thou hearest the voice of the Riamkenner. There are verses that can stop the stag in the forest. Ay, and when the dark-coloured dog is opening on his track, there are verses can make the wild hawk pause on the wing, like the falcon that wears the hood and the jesses, and who knows the shrill whistle of the fowler? Thou who canst mock at the scream of the drowning mariner, and the crash of the ravaged forest, and the groan of the overwhelmed crowds when the church hath fallen in the moment of prayer, there are sounds which thou also must list when they are chanted by the voice of the Riamkenner. Enough of woe hast thou wrought on the ocean, the widows wring their hands on the beach. Enough of woe hast thou wrought on the land, the husbandman folds his arms in despair. Cease thou the waving of thy pinions, let the ocean repose in her dark strength. Cease thou the flashing of thine eye, let the thunderbolt sleep in the armoury of Odin. Be thou still at my bidding, viewless racer of the northwestern heaven. Sleep thou at the voice of Norna, the Riamkenner. We have said that Mordaunt was naturally fond of romantic poetry and romantic situation. It is not therefore surprising that he listened with interest to this wild address, thus uttered to the wildest wind of the compass, in a tone of such dauntless enthusiasm. But though he had heard so much of the runic rhyme and of the northern spell in the country where he had so long dwelt, he was not on this occasion so credulous as to believe that the tempest which had raged so lately, and which was now beginning to decline, was subdued before the charmed verse of Norna. Certain it was that the blast seemed passing away, and the apprehended danger was already over. But it was not improbable that this issue had been for some time foreseen by the Pythoness, through signs of the weather imperceptible to those who had not dwelt long in the country, or had not bestowed on the meteorological phenomena the attention of a strict and close observer. Of Norna's experience he had no doubt, and that went a far way to explain what seemed supernatural in her demeanour. Yet still the noble countenance, half shaded by dishevelled tresses, the air of majesty with which, in a tone of menace as well as of command, she addressed the viewless spirit of the tempest, gave him a strong inclination to believe in the ascendancy of the occult arts over the powers of nature. For if a woman ever moved on earth to whom such authority over the ordinary laws of the universe could belong, Norna, of fitful head, judging from bearing, figure, and face, was born to that high destiny. The rest of the company were less slow in receiving conviction. To Tronda and the Jager none was necessary. They had long believed in the full extent of Norna's authority over the elements. But Triptolemus and his sister gazed at each other with wondering and alarmed looks, especially when the wind began perceptibly to decline, as was remarkably visible during the pauses which Norma made betwixt the strophes of her incantation. A long silence followed the last verse, until Norna resumed her chant, but with a changed and more soothing modulation of voice and tune. Eagle of the far northwestern waters, thou hast heard the voice of the Rhium Kennar. Thou hast closed thy wide sails at her bidding, and folded them in peace by thy side. My blessing be on thy retiring path. When thou stoopest from thy place on high, soft be thy slumbers in the caverns of the unknown ocean. Rest till destiny shall again awaken thee. Eagle of the northwest, thou hast heard the voice of the Rhium Kennar. A pretty saying that would be to keep the corn from shaking in Harst, whispered the agriculturalist to his sister. We must speak her fair, Babby. She will maybe part with the secret for 100 Scots. 100 fools' heads, replied Babby. Bid her 5 merks of ready siller. I never knew a witch in my life, but she was as poor as Job. Norna turned towards them as if she had guessed their thoughts. It may be that she did so. She passed them with a look of the most sovereign contempt, and walking to the table, on which the preparation for Mrs. Barbara's frugal meal were already disposed, she filled a small wooden quaff from an earthen pitcher, which contained bland, a subacid liquor made out of the serous part of the milk. She broke a single morsel from a barley cake, and having eaten and drunk, returned towards the churlish hosts. I give you no thanks, she said, for my refreshment, for you bid me not welcome to it, and thanks bestowed on a churl are like the dew of heaven on the cliffs of Fulah, where it finds naught that can be refreshed by its influences. I give you no thanks, she said again, but drawing from her pocket a leathern purse that seemed large and heavy, she added, I pay you with what you will value more than the gratitude of the whole inhabitants of Shetland. Say not that Norna of fitful head hath eaten of your bread and drunk of your cup, and left you sorrowing for the charge to which she hath put your house. So saying, she laid on the table a small piece of antique gold coin, bearing the rude and half-defaced effigies of some ancient northern king. Triptolemus and his sister exclaimed against this liberality with vehemence, the first protesting that he kept no public, and the other exclaiming, Is the carline mad? Heard ye ever of any of the gentle house of Clinkscale that gave meat for siller, or for love either?" muttered her brother. "Haud to that, Tiddy." "What are ye whitty-wattying about, ye gowk?" said his gentle sister, who suspected the tenor of his murmurs. "Give the lady back her bonny dye there, and be blithe to be so rid on't. It will be a sclate stain the morn, if not something worse." The honest factor lifted the money to return it, yet could not help being struck when he saw the impression, and his hand trembled as he handed it to his sister. "Yes," said the Pythoness again, as if she read the thoughts of the astonished pair, "you have seen that coin before. Beware how you use it. It thrives not with the sordid or the mean-souled. It was won with honourable danger, and must be expended with honourable liberality. The treasure which lies under a cold hearth will one day, like the hidden talent, bear witness against its avaricious possessors." This last obscure intimation seemed to raise the alarm and the wonder of Mrs. Babby and her brother to the uttermost. The latter tried to stammer out something like an invitation to Norna to tarry with them all night, or at least to take share of the dinner, so he at first called it; but looking at the company, and remembering the limited contents of the pot, he corrected the phrase, and hoped she would take some part of the snack which would be on the table ere a man could loose a plough. "I eat not here, I sleep not here," replied Norna. "Nay, I relieve you not only of my own presence, but I will dismiss your unwelcome guests. Mordaunt," she added, addressing young Murtown, "the dark fit is past, and your father looks for you this evening." "Do you return in that direction?" said Mordaunt. "I will but eat a morsel, and give you my aid, good mother, on the road. The brooks must be out, and the journey perilous." "Our roads lie different," answered the Sibyl, "and Norna needs not mortal arm to aid her on the way. I am summoned far to the east, by those who know well how to smooth my passage. For thee, Bryce Snailsfoot," she continued, speaking to the pedlar, "speed thee on to Sumburg. The roost will afford thee a gallant harvest, and worthy the gathering in. Much goodly ware will ere now be seeking a new owner, and the careful skipper will sleep still enough in the deep half, and care not that bale and chest are dashing against the shores." "No, no, good mother," answered Snailsfoot, "I desire no man's life for my private advantage, and am just grateful for the blessing of Providence on my small trade. But doubtless one man's loss is another's gain, and as these storms destroy all thing on land, it is but fair they should send us something by sea. So taking the freedom, like yourself, mother, to borrow a lump of barley bread and a draught of bland, I will bid good day, and thank you, to this good gentleman and lady, and even go on my way to Jarlshof, as you advise." "Ay," replied the Pythoness, "where the slaughter is, the eagles will be gathered, and where the wreck is on the shore, the jagger is as busy to purchase spoil as the shark to gorge upon the dead." This rebuke, if it was intended for such, seemed above the comprehension of the travelling merchant, who, bent upon gain, assumed the knapsack and ellwand, and asked Mordaunt, with the familiarity permitted in a wild country, whether he would not take company along with him. "I wait to eat some dinner with Mr. Yellowly and Mrs. Babby," answered the youth, "and will set forward in half an hour." "Then I'll just take my piece in my hand," said the pedlar. Accordingly he muttered a benediction, and without more ceremony helped himself to what, in Mrs. Babby's covetous eyes, appeared to be 2/3 of the bread, took a long pull at the jug of bland, seized on a handful of the small fish called silex, which the domestic was just placing on the board, and left the room without farther ceremony. "My certie," said the despoiled Mrs. Babby, "there is the chapman's drought, and his hunger both, as folk say. If the laws against vagrants be executed this gate, it's not that I would shut the door against decent folk," she said, looking to Mordaunt, "more especially in such judgment weather, but I see the goose is dished, poor thing." This she spoke in a tone of affection for the smoked goose, which, though it had long been an inanimate inhabitant of her chimney, was far more interesting to Mrs. Babby in that state than when it screamed amongst the clouds. Mordaunt laughed and took his seat, then turned to look for Norna, but she had glided from the apartment during the discussion with the pedlar. "I am glad she is gone, the dour carline," said Mrs. Babby, "though she has left that piece of gold to be an everlasting shame to us." "Whisht, mistress, for the love of heaven," said Tronde Dronsdatter, "what kens where she may be this moment? We are no sure but she may hear us, though we cannot see her." Mistress Babby cast a startled eye around, and instantly recovering herself, for she was naturally courageous as well as violent, said, "I bade her around before, and I bid her around again, whether she sees me or hears me, or whether she's over the cairn and away. And you, ye silly sumph," she said to poor Yellowly, "what do ye stand glowering there for? You a Sant Andrews student, you studied Lair and Latin humanities, as ye call them, and daunted with the clavers of an old randy wife. Say your best college grace, man, and which, or no which, will eat our dinner and defy her. And for the value of the gouden piece, it shall never be said I pouched her siller. I will give it to some poor body. That is, I will test upon it at my death, and keep it for a purse penny till that day comes, and that's no using it in the way of spending siller. Say your best college grace, man, and let us eat and drink in the meantime. Ye had muckle better say an Oramus to St. Ronald, and fling a sixpence over your left shoulder, master," said Tronde. "That ye may pick it up, ye jod," said the implacable Mistress Babby. "It will be long or ye win the worth of it any other gate. Sit down, Triptolemus, and mindna the words of a daft wife." "Daft or wise," replied Yellowly, very much disconcerted, "she kens more than I wish she kenned. It was awful to see sic a wind fall at the voice of flesh and blood like ourselves. And then yon about the hearthstane, I cannot but think—" "If ye cannot but think," said Mrs. Babby, very sharply, "at least ye can hold your tongue." The agriculturalist made no reply, but sat down to their scanty meal, and did the honours of it with unusual heartiness to his new guest, the first of the intruders who had arrived, and the last who left them. The silex speedily disappeared, and the smoked goose, with its appendages, took wing so effectually, that Tronde, to whom the polishing of the bones had been destined, found the task accomplished, or nearly so, to her hand. After dinner the host produced his bottle of brandy, but Mordaunt, whose general habits were as abstinent almost as those of his father, laid a very light tax upon this unusual exertion of hospitality. During the meal they learned so much of young Mordaunt and of his father, that even Babby resisted his wish to reassume his wet garments, and pressed him, at the risk of an expensive supper being added to the charges of the day, to tarry with them till the next morning. But what Norna had said excited the youth's wish to reach home. nor however far the hospitality of Stourbridge was extended in his behalf, did the house present any particular temptations to induce him to remain there longer. He therefore accepted the loan of the factor's clothes, promising to return them and send for his own, and took a civil leave of his host and Mistress Babby, the latter of whom, however affected by the loss of her goose, could not but think the cost well bestowed, since it was to be expended at all upon so handsome and cheerful a youth. End of chapter 6. Chapter 7 of The Pirate by Sir Walter Scott. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Deon Gines, Salt Lake City, Utah. She does no work by halves, yon raving ocean, engulfing those she strangles. Her wild womb affords the mariners whom she hath dealt on their death at once and sepulchre. Old Play. There were 10 lang Scots miles betwixt Stourbridge and Jarlshof, and though the pedestrian did not number all the impediments which crossed Tam o' Shanter's path, for in a country where there are neither hedges nor stone enclosures, there can be neither slaps nor stiles, yet the number and nature of the mosses and waters which he had to cross in his peregrination was fully sufficient to balance the account, and to render his journey as toilsome and dangerous as Tam o' Shanter's celebrated retreat from Ayr. Neither witch nor warlock crossed Mordaunt's path, however. The length of the day was already considerable, and he arrived safe at Jarlshof by 11 o'clock at night. All was still and dark round the mansion, and it was not till he had whistled twice or thrice beneath Swartha's window that she replied to the signal. At first sound Swartha fell into an agreeable dream of a young whale-fisher who some 40 years before used to make such a signal beneath the window of her hut. At the second, she waked to remember that Johnny Fee had slept sound among the frozen waves of Greenland for this many a year, and that she was Mr. Murtown's governante at Jarlshof. At the third, she arose and opened the window. "What is that?" she demanded, "at sic an hour of the night?" "It is I," said the youth. "And what for comen ye in? The door's on the latch, and there is a gathering peat on the kitchen fire, and a spunk beside it. Ye can light your own candle." "All well," replied Mordaunt, "but I want to know how my father is." "Just in his ordinary, good gentleman, asking for you, Master Mordaunt. Ye are over far and over late in your walks, young gentleman." "Then the dark hour has passed, Swartha?" "In troth has it, Master Mordaunt," answered the governante, "and your father is very reasonably good-natured for him, poor gentleman. I spoke to him twice yesterday without his speaking first, and the first time he answered me as civil as you could do, and the next time he bade me no plague him, and then, thought I, 3 times were I canny, so I spake to him again for luck's sake, and he called me a chattering old devil, but it was quite and clean in a civil sort of way." "Enough, enough, Swartha," answered Mordaunt, "and now get up and find me something to eat, for I have dined but poorly." "Then you have been at the new folks at Stourbridge, for there is no another house in all the isles but they would have given ye the best share of the best they had. Saw ye aught of Norna of the fitful head? She went to Stourbridge this morning, and returned to the town at night." "Returned? Then she is here? How could she travel 3 leagues and better in so short a time? What kens how she travels, replied Switha, but I heard her tell the Ranselman with my own lugs that she intended that day to have gone on to Bergwestra to speak with Minna Troyle, but she had seen that at Stourbridge, indeed she said at Harfra, for she never calls it by the other name of Stourbridge, that sent her back to our town. But gang your ways round, and ye shall have plenty of supper. Ours is no tomb pantry, and still less a locked one, though my master be a stranger, and no just that tight in the upper rigging, as the Ranselman says. Mordaunt walked round to the kitchen accordingly, where Switha's care speedily accommodated him with a plentiful though coarse meal, which indemnified him for the scanty hospitality he had experienced at Stourbridge. In the morning, some feelings of fatigue made young Murtown later than usual in leaving his bed, so that, contrary to what was the ordinary case, he found his father in the apartment where they eat, and which served them indeed for every common purpose, save that of a bedchamber or of a kitchen. The son greeted the father in mute reverence, and waited until he should address him. "You were absent yesterday, Mordaunt," said his father. Mordaunt's absence had lasted a week and more, but he had often observed that his father never seemed to notice how time passed during the period when he was affected with his sullen vapours. He assented to what the elder Mr. Murtown had said. "And you were at Bergwestra, as I think," continued his father. "Yes, sir," replied Mordaunt. The elder Murtown was then silent for some time, and paced the floor in deep silence, with an air of sombre reflection, which seemed as if he were about to relapse into his moody fit. Suddenly turning to his son, however, he observed, in the tone of a query, "Magnus Troyle has 2 daughters. They must be now young women. They are thought handsome, of course." "Very generally, sir," answered Mordaunt, rather surprised to hear his father making any inquiries about the individuals of a sex which he usually thought so light of, a surprise which was much increased by the next question, put as abruptly as the former. "Which think you the handsomest?" "I, sir," replied his son, with some wonder, but without embarrassment, "I really am no judge. I never considered which was absolutely the handsomest. They are both very pretty young women." "You evade my question, Mordaunt. Perhaps I have some particular reason for my wish to be acquainted with your taste in this matter. I am not used to waste words for no purpose. I ask you again, which of Magnus Troyle's daughters you think most handsome?" "Really, sir," replied Mordaunt, "but you only jest in asking me such a question." "Young man," replied Murtown, with eyes which began to roll and sparkle with impatience, "I never jest. I desire an answer to my question." "Then, upon my word, sir," said Mordaunt, "it is not in my power to form a judgment betwixt the young ladies. They are both very pretty, but by no means like each other. Minna is dark-haired and more grave than her sister, more serious, but by no means either dull or sullen." Replied his father, "you have been gravely brought up, and this Minna, I suppose, pleases you most?" "No, sir. Really I can give her no preference over her sister Brenda, who is as gay as a lamb in a spring morning, less tall than her sister, but so well formed, and so excellent a dancer, that she is best qualified to amuse the young man who has a dull home and a moody father," said Mr. Murtown. Nothing in his father's conduct had ever surprised Mordaunt so much as the obstinacy with which he seemed to pursue a theme so foreign to his general train of thought and habits of conversation, but he contented himself with answering once more that both the young ladies were highly admirable, but he had never thought of them with the wish to do either injustice by ranking her lower than her sister, that others would probably decide between them, as they happened to be partial to a grave or a gay disposition, or to a dark or fair complexion, but that he could see no excellent quality in the one that was not balanced by something equally captivating in the other. It is possible that even the coolness with which Mordaunt made this explanation might not have satisfied his father concerning the subject of investigation, but Swartha at this moment entered with breakfast, and the youth, notwithstanding his late supper, engaged in that meal with an air which satisfied Murtown that he held it matter of more grave importance than the conversation which they had just had, and that he had nothing more to say upon the subject, explanatory of the answers he had already given. He shaded his brow with his hand, and looked long fixedly upon the young man as he was busied with his morning meal. There was neither abstraction nor a sense of being observed in any of his motions. All was frank, natural, and open. "He is fancy-free," muttered Murtown to himself, "so young, so lively, and so imaginative, so handsome and so attractive in face and person. Strange that at his age and in his circumstances he should have avoided the meshes which catch all the world beside." When the breakfast was over, the elder Murtown, instead of proposing, as usual, that his son, who awaited his commands, should betake himself to one branch or other of his studies, assumed his hat and staff, and desired that Mordaunt should accompany him to the top of the cliff called Sumburgh Head, and from thence look out upon the state of the ocean, agitated as it must still be by the tempest of the preceding day. Mordaunt was at the age when young men willingly exchange sedentary pursuits for active exercise, and started up with alacrity to comply with his father's desire, and in the course of a few minutes they were mounting together the hill, which, ascending from the land side in a long, steep, and grassy slope, sinks at once from the summit to the sea in an abrupt and tremendous precipice. The day was delightful. There was just so much motion in the air as to disturb the little fleecy clouds which were scattered on the horizon, and by floating them occasionally over the sun, to chequer the landscape with that variety of light and shade which often gives to a bare and unenclosed scene, for the time at least, a species of charm approaching to the varieties of a cultivated and planted country. A thousand flitting hues of light and shade played over the expanse of wild moor, rocks, and inlets, which, as they climbed higher and higher, spread in wide and wider circuit around them. The elder Murtown often paused and looked round upon the scene, and for some time his son supposed that he halted to enjoy its beauties, but as they ascended still higher up the hill, he remarked his shortened breath and his uncertain and toilsome step, and became assured, with some feelings of alarm, that his father's strength was, for the moment, exhausted, and that he found the ascent more toilsome and fatiguing than usual. To draw close to his side, and offer him in silence the assistance of his arm, was an act of youthful deference to advanced age, as well as of filial reverence, and Murtown seemed at first so to receive it, for he took in silence the advantage of the aid thus afforded him. It was but for 2 or 3 minutes, however, that the father availed himself of his son's support. They had not ascended 50 yards farther ere he pushed Mordaunt suddenly, if not rudely, from him, and, as if stung into exertion by some sudden recollection, began to mount the acclivity with such long and quick steps that Mordaunt, in his turn, was obliged to exert himself to keep pace with him. He knew his father's peculiarity of disposition. He was aware from many slight circumstances that he loved him not even while he took much pains with his education, and while he seemed to be the sole object of his care upon earth. But the conviction had never been more strongly or more powerfully forced upon him than by the hasty churlishness with which Murtown rejected from a son that assistance which most elderly men are willing to receive from youths with whom they are but slightly connected, as a tribute which it is alike graceful to yield and pleasing to receive. Murtown, however, did not seem to perceive the effect which his unkindness had produced upon his son's feelings. He paused upon a sort of level terrace, which they had now attained, and addressed his son with an indifferent tone, which seemed in some degree affected. "Since you have so few inducements, Mordaunt, to remain in these wild islands, I suppose you sometimes wish to look a little more abroad into the world." "By my word, sir," replied Mordaunt, "I cannot say I ever have a thought on such a subject." "And why not, young man?" demanded his father. "It were but natural, I think, at your age. At your age the fair and varied breadth of Britain could not gratify me, much less the compass of a sea-girdled peat moss." "I have never thought of leaving Shetland, sir," replied the son. "I am happy here, and have friends. You yourself, sir, would miss me, unless indeed—" "Why, thou wouldst not persuade me," said his father, somewhat hastily, "that you stay here, or desire to stay here, for the love of me?" "Why should I not, sir?" answered Mordaunt, mildly. "It is my duty, and I hope I have hitherto performed it." "Oh, ay," repeated Murtown, in the same tone, "your duty, your duty. So it is the duty of the dog to follow the groom that feeds him." "And does he not do so, sir?" said Mordaunt. "Ay," said his father, turning his head aside, "but he fawns only on those who caress him." "I hope, sir," replied Mordaunt, "I have not been found deficient." "Say no more on't, say no more on't," said Murtown abruptly. "We have both done enough by each other. We must soon part. Let that be our comfort, if our separation should require comfort." "I shall be ready to obey your wishes," said Mordaunt, not altogether displeased at what promised him an opportunity of looking farther abroad into the world. "I presume it will be your pleasure that I commence my travels with a season at the whale fishing." "Whale fishing," replied Murtown, "that were a mode indeed of seeing the world. But thou speakest but as thou hast learned. Enough of this for the present. Tell me where you had shelter from the storm yesterday." "At Stourbridge, the house of the new factor from Scotland." "A pedantic, fantastic, visionary schemer," said Murtown. "And whom saw you there?" "His sister, sir," replied Mordaunt, "and old Norna of the fitful head." "What! the mistress of the potent spell," answered Murtown, with a sneer. "She who can change the wind by pulling her curch on one side, as King Eric used to do by turning his cap? The dame journeys far from home. How fares she? Does she get rich by selling favourable winds to those who are port bound?" "I really do not know, sir," said Mordaunt, whom certain recollections prevented from freely entering into his father's humour. "You think the matter too serious to be jested with, or perhaps esteem her merchandise too light to be cared after, continued Murtown, in the same sarcastic tone, which was the nearest approach he ever made to cheerfulness. But consider it more deeply. Everything in the universe is bought and sold, and why not wind? If the merchant can find purchasers, the earth is rented, from its surface down to its most central mines. The fire and the means of feeding it are currently bought and sold. The wretches that sweep the boisterous ocean with their nets pay ransom for the privilege of being drowned in it. What title has the air to be exempted from the universal course of traffic? All above the earth, under the earth, and around the earth has its price, its sellers, and its purchasers. In many countries the priests will sell you a portion of heaven. In all countries men are willing to buy, in exchange for health, wealth, and peace of conscience, a full allowance of hell. Why should not Norna pursue her traffic? Nay, I know no reason against it, replied Mordaunt. Only I wish she would part with the commodity in smaller quantities. Yesterday she was a wholesale dealer. Whoever traded with her had too good a pennyworth. It is even so, said his father, pausing on the verge of the wild promontory which they had attained, where the huge precipice sinks abruptly down on the wide and tempestuous ocean, and the effects are still visible. The face of that lofty cape is composed of the soft and crumbling stone called sand-flag, which gradually becomes decomposed and yields to the action of the atmosphere, and is split into large masses that hang loose upon the verge of the precipice, and detached from it by the violence of the tempests, often descend with great fury into the vexed abyss which lashes the foot of the rock. Numbers of these huge fragments lie strewed beneath the rocks from which they have fallen, and amongst these the tide foams and rages with a fury peculiar to those latitudes. At the period when Murtown and his son looked from the verge of the precipice, the wide sea still heaved and swelled with the agitation of yesterday's storm, which had been far too violent in its effects on the ocean to subside speedily. The tide therefore poured on the headland with a fury deafening to the ear and dizzying to the eye, threatening instant destruction to whatever might be at the time involved in its current. The sight of nature, in her magnificence, or in her beauty, or in her terrors, has at all times an overpowering interest, which even habit cannot greatly weaken, and both father and son sat themselves down on the cliff to look out upon that unbounded war of waters, which rolled in their wrath to the foot of the precipice. At once Mordaunt, whose eyes were sharper, and probably his attention more alert than that of his father, started up and exclaimed, God in heaven, there is a vessel in the roost. Murtown looked to the north-westward, and an object was visible amid the rolling tide. She shows no sail, he observed, and immediately added, after looking at the object through his spyglass, she is dismasted, and lies a sheer hulk upon the water. And is drifting on the Semberg head, exclaimed Mordaunt, struck with horror, without the slightest means of weathering the cape. She makes no effort, answered his father. She is probably deserted by her crew. And in such a day as yesterday, replied Mordaunt, when no open boat could live were she manned with the best man ever handled an oar, all must have perished. It is most probable, said his father, with stern composure, and one day, sooner or later, all must have perished. What signifies whether the fowler, whom nothing escapes, caught them up at one swoop from yonder shattered deck, or whether he clutched them individually, as chance gave them to his grasp? What signifies it? The deck, the battlefield, are scarce more fatal to us than our table and our bed, and we are saved from the one merely to drag out a heartless and wearisome existence till we perish at the other. Would the hour were come, that hour which reason would teach us to wish for, were it not that nature has implanted the fear of it so strongly within us. You wonder at such a reflection, because life is yet new to you. Ere you have attained my age, it will be the familiar companion of your thoughts. Surely, sir, replied Mordaunt, such distaste to life is not the necessary consequence of advanced age. To all who have the sense to estimate that which it is really worth, said Murtown, those who, like Magnus Troil, possess so much of the animal impulses about them as to derive pleasure from sensual gratification, may perhaps, like the animals, feel pleasure in mere existence. Mordaunt liked neither the doctrine nor the example. He thought a man who discharged his duties towards others, as well as the good old Eudoler, had a better right to have the sun shine fair on his setting, than that which he might derive from mere insensibility. But he let the subject drop, for to dispute with his father had always the effect of irritating him, and again he adverted to the condition of the wreck. The hulk, for it was little better, was now in the very midst of the current, and drifting at a great rate towards the foot of the precipice, upon whose verge they were placed. Yet it was a long while ere they had a distinct view of the object, which they had at first seen as a black speck amongst the waters, and then at a nearer distance like a whale, which now scarce shows its back fin above the waves, now throws to view its large black side. Now, however, they could more distinctly observe the appearance of the ship, for the huge swelling waves which bore her forward to the shore heaved her alternately high upon the surface, and then plunged her into the trough or furrow of the sea. She seemed a vessel of 200 or 300 tons, fitted up for defense, for they could see her portholes. She had been dismasted, probably in the gale of the preceding day, and lay waterlogged on the waves, a prey to their violence. It appeared certain that the crew, finding themselves unable either to direct the vessel's course or to relieve her by pumping, had taken to their boats and left her to her fate. All apprehensions were therefore unnecessary, so far as the immediate loss of human lives was concerned, and yet it was not without a feeling of breathless awe that Mordaunt and his father beheld the vessel, that rare masterpiece by which human genius aspires to surmount the waves and contend with the winds, upon the point of falling a prey to them. Onward she came, the large black hulk seeming larger at every fathom's length. She came nearer until she bestrode the summit of one tremendous billow, which rolled on with her unbroken, till the wave and its burden were precipitated against the rock, and then the triumph of the elements over the work of human hands was at once completed. One wave, we have said, made the wrecked vessel completely manifest in her whole bulk, as it raised her and bore her onward against the face of the precipice. But when that wave receded from the foot of the rock, the ship had ceased to exist, and the retiring billow only bore back a quantity of beams, planks, casks, and similar objects, which swept out to the offing, to be brought in again by the next wave, and again precipitated upon the face of the rock. It was at this moment that Mordaunt conceived he saw a man floating on a plank or water cask, which, drifting away from the main current, seemed about to go ashore upon a small spot of sand, where the water was shallow and the waves broke more smoothly. To see the danger, and to exclaim, "He lives, and may yet be saved," was the first impulse of the fearless Mordaunt. The next was, after one rapid glance at the front of the cliff, to precipitate himself, which seemed the rapidity of his movement, from the verge, and to commence by means of slight fissures, projections, and crevices in the rock, a descent, which to a spectator appeared little else than an act of absolute insanity. "Stop, I command you, rash boy," said his father. "The attempt is death. Stop, and take the safer path to the left." But Mordaunt was already completely engaged in his perilous enterprise. "Why should I prevent him?" said his father, checking his anxiety with the stern and unfeeling philosophy whose principles he had adopted. "Should he die now, full of generous and high feeling, eager in the cause of humanity, happy in the exertion of his own conscious activity and youthful strength, should he die now, will he not escape misanthropy and remorse and age, and the consciousness of decaying powers, both of body and mind? I will not look upon it, however, I will not. I cannot behold his young light so suddenly quenched." He turned from the precipice accordingly, and hastening to the left for more than a quarter of a mile, he proceeded towards a riva, or cleft in the rock, containing a path called Eric's Steps, neither safe, indeed, nor easy, but the only one by which the inhabitants of Jarlshof were wont, for any purpose, to seek access to the foot of the precipice. But long ere Murtown had reached even the upper end of the pass, his adventurous and active son had accomplished his more desperate enterprise. He had been in vain turned aside from the direct line of descent by the intervention of difficulties which he had not seen from above. His route became only more circuitous, but could not be interrupted. More than once, large fragments to which he was about to entrust his weight gave way before him, and thundered down into the tormented ocean, and in one or two instances such detached pieces of rock rushed after him, as if to bear him headlong in their course. A courageous heart, a steady eye, a tenacious hand, and a firm foot carried him through his desperate attempt, and in the space of 7 minutes he stood at the bottom of the cliff, from the verge of which he had achieved his perilous descent. The place which he now occupied was the small projecting spot of stones, sand, and gravel that extended a little way into the sea, which on the right hand lashed the very bottom of the precipice, and on the left was scarce divided from it by a small wave-worn portion of beach that extended as far as the foot of the rent in the rocks called Eric's Steps, by which Mordaunt's father proposed to descend. When the vessel split and went to pieces, all was swallowed up by the ocean, which had after the first shock been seen to float upon the waves, excepting only a few pieces of wreck, casks, chests, and the like, which a strong eddy, formed by the reflux of the waves, had landed, or at least grounded, upon the shallow where Mordaunt now stood. Amongst these his eager eye discovered the object that had at first engaged his attention, and which now, seen at nigher distance, proved to be in truth a man, and in a most precarious state. His arms were still wrapped with a close and convulsive grasp round the plank to which he had clung in the moment of the shock, but sense and the power of motion were fled, and from the situation in which the plank lay, partly grounded upon the beach, partly floating in the sea, there was every chance that it might be again washed off shore, in which case death was inevitable. Just as he had made himself aware of these circumstances, Mordaunt beheld a huge wave advancing, and hastened to interpose his aid ere it burst, aware that the reflux might probably sweep away the sufferer. He rushed into the surf, and fastened on the body with the same tenacity, though under a different impulse, with that wherewith the hound seizes his prey. The strength of the retiring wave proved even greater than he had expected, and it was not without a struggle for his own life, as well as for that of the stranger, that Mordaunt resisted being swept off with the receding billow, when, though an adroit swimmer, the strength of the tide must either have dashed him against the rocks or hurried him out to sea. He stood his ground, however, and ere another such billow had returned, he drew up, upon the small slip of dry sand, both the body of the stranger and the plank to which he continued firmly attached. But how to save and to recall the means of ebbing life and strength, and how to remove into a place of greater safety the sufferer, who was incapable of giving any assistance towards his own preservation, were questions which Mordaunt asked himself eagerly, but in vain. He looked to the summit of the cliff on which he had left his father, and shouted to him for his assistance, but his eye could not distinguish his form, and his voice was only answered by the scream of the sea-birds. He gazed again on the sufferer. A dress richly laced, according to the fashion of the times, fine linen, and rings upon his fingers, evinced he was a man of superior rank, and his features showed youth and comeliness, notwithstanding they were pallid and disfigured. He still breathed, but so feebly that his respiration was almost imperceptible, and life seemed to keep such slight hold of his frame that there was every reason to fear it would become altogether extinguished unless it were speedily reinforced. To loosen the handkerchief from his neck, to raise him with his face towards the breeze, to support him with his arms, was all that Mordaunt could do for his assistance, whilst he anxiously looked for some one who might lend his aid in dragging the unfortunate to a more safe situation. At this moment he beheld a man advancing slowly and cautiously along the beach. He was in hopes, at first, it was his father, but instantly recollected that he had not had time to come round by the circuitous descent, to which he must necessarily have recourse, and besides, he saw that the man who approached him was shorter in stature. As he came nearer, Mordaunt was at no loss to recognize the pedlar whom the day before he had met with at Harfra, and who was known to him before upon many occasions. He shouted as loud as he could, "Bryce, hullo! Bryce, come hither!" But the merchant, intent upon picking up some of the spoils of the wreck, and upon dragging them out of reach of the tide, paid for some time little attention to his shouts. When he did at length approach Mordaunt, it was not to lend him his aid, but to remonstrate with him on his rashness in undertaking the charitable office. "Are you mad," said he, "you that have lived so long in Shetland, to risk the saving of a drowning man? Wot ye not, if you bring him to life again, he will be sure to do you some capital injury? Come, Master Mordaunt, bear a hand to what's more to the purpose. Help me get one or twa of these kists ashore before anybody else comes, and we shall share, like good Christians, what God sends us, and be thankful." Mordaunt was indeed no stranger to this inhuman superstition, current at a former period among the lower orders of the Zetlanders, and the more generally adopted, perhaps, that it served as an apology for refusing assistance to the unfortunate victims of shipwreck, while they made plunder of their goods. At any rate, the opinion that to save a drowning man was to run the risk of future injury from him formed a strange contradiction in the character of these islanders, who, hospitable, generous, and disinterested on all other occasions, were sometimes, nevertheless, induced by this superstition to refuse their aid in those mortal emergencies which were so common upon their rocky and stormy coasts. We are happy to add that the exhortation and example of the proprietors have eradicated even the traces of this inhuman belief, of which there might be some observed within the memory of those now alive. It is strange that the minds of men should have ever been hardened towards those involved in a distress to which they themselves were so constantly exposed. But perhaps the frequent sight and consciousness of such danger tends to blunt the feelings to its consequences, whether affecting ourselves or others. Bryce was remarkably tenacious of this ancient belief, the more so, perhaps, that the mounting of his pack depended less upon the warehouses of Lerwick or Kirkwall than on the consequences of such a northwestern gale as that of the day preceding, for which, being a man who, in his own way, professed great devotion, he seldom failed to express his grateful thanks to heaven. It was indeed said of him that if he had spent the same time in assisting the wrecked seamen which he had employed in rifling their bales and boxes, he would have saved many lives and lost much linen. He paid no sort of attention to the repeated entreaties of Mordaunt, although he was now upon the same slip of sand with him. It was well known to Bryce as a place on which the eddy was likely to land such spoils as the ocean disgorged, and to improve the favourable moment he occupied himself exclusively in securing and appropriating whatever seemed most portable and of greatest value. At length Mordaunt saw the honest pedlar fix his views upon a strong sea-chest, framed of some Indian wood, well secured by brass plates, and seeming to be of a foreign construction. The stout lock resisted all Bryce's efforts to open it, until, with great composure, he plucked from his pocket a very neat hammer and chisel, and began forcing the hinges. Incensed beyond patience at his assurance, Mordaunt caught up a wooden stretcher which lay near him, and laying his charge softly on the sand, approached Bryce with a menacing gesture, and exclaimed, "You cold-blooded, inhuman rascal, either get up instantly and lend me your assistance to recover this man, and bear him out of danger from the surf, or I will not only beat you to a mummy on the spot, but inform Magnus Troil of your thievery, that he may have you flogged till your bones are bare, and then banish you from the mainland." The lid of the chest had just sprung open as this rough address saluted Bryce's ears, and the inside presented a tempting view of wearing apparel for sea and land, shirts, plain and with lace ruffles, a silver compass, a silver-hilted sword, and other valuable articles, which the pedlar well knew to be such as stir in the trade. He was half disposed to start up, draw the sword, which was a cut and thrust, and derain batal, as Spenser says, rather than quit his prize or brook interruption. Being, though short, a stout, square-made personage, and not much past the prime of life, having besides the better weapon, he might have given Mordaunt more trouble than his benevolent knight-errantry deserved. Already, as with vehemence he repeated his injunctions that Bryce should forbear his plunder, and come to the assistance of the dying man, the pedlar retorted with a voice of defiance, "Dinna swear, sir! Dinna swear, sir! I will endure no swearing in my presence, and if you lay a finger on me, that am taking the lawful spoil of the Egyptians, I will give ye a lesson ye shall remember from this day to Yule." Mordaunt would speedily have put the pedlar's courage to the test, but a voice behind him suddenly said, "Forbear." It was the voice of Norna of the Fitful Head, who during the heat of their altercation had approached them unobserved. "Forbear," she repeated, "and Bryce, do thou render Mordaunt the assistance he requires. It shall avail thee more, and it is I who say the word, than all that you could earn to-day besides." "It is 1700 linen," said the pedlar, giving a tweak to one of the shirts, in that knowing manner with which matrons and judges ascertain the texture of the loom. "It's 1700 linen, and as strong as an it were dewless. Nevertheless, mother, your bidding is to be done, and I would have done Mr. Mordaunt's bidding too," he added, relaxing from his note of defiance into the deferential, whining tone with which he cajoled his customers, "if he hadna made use of profane oaths, which made my very flesh grew, and caused me, in some sort, to forget myself." Then he took a flask from his pocket, and approaching the shipwrecked man, "It is the best of brandy," he said, "and if that doesna cure him, I can not that will." So saying, he took a preliminary gulp himself, as if to show the quality of the liquor, and was about to put it to the man's mouth, when suddenly, withholding his hand, he looked at Norna. "You ensure me against all risk of evil from him, if I am to render him my help? Ye ken yourself what folk say, mother." For all other answer, Norna took the bottle from the pedlar's hand, and began to chafe the temples and throat of the shipwrecked man, directing Mordaunt how to hold his head, as to afford him the means of disgorging the sea water which he had swallowed during his immersion. The pedlar looked on inactive for a moment, and then said, "To be sure, there is not the same risk in helping him, now he is out of the water, and lying high and dry on the beach, and to be sure, the principal danger is to those that first touch him, and to be sure, it is a world's pity to see how these rings are pinching the poor creature's swelled fingers. They make his hand as blue as a parton's back before boiling." So saying, he seized one of the man's cold hands, which had just, by a tremulous motion, indicated the return of life, and began his charitable work of removing the rings which seemed to be of some value. "As you love your life, forbear," said Norna sternly, "or I will lay that on you which shall spoil your travels through the isles." "Now, for mercy's sake, mother, say no more about it," said the pedlar, "and I'll even do your pleasure in your own way. I did feel a rheumatize in my back spald yestreen, and it would be a sore thing for the like of me to be debarred my quiet walk round the country in the way of trade, making the honest penny, and helping myself with what Providence sends on our coasts." "Peace, then," said the woman, "peace as thou wouldst not rue it, and take this man on thy broad shoulders. His life is of value, and you will be rewarded." "I had muckle need," said the pedlar, pensively looking at the lidless chest, and the other matters which strewed the sand, "for he has come between me and as muckle spreechery as would have made a man of me for the rest of my life, and now it maun lie here till the next tide sweep it all down the roost, after them that ought it yesterday morning." "Fear not," said Norna, "it will come to man's use. See, there come carrion crows, of scent as keen as thine own." She spoke truly, for several of the people from the hamlet of Drolshof were now hastening along the beach to have their share in the spoil. The pedlar beheld them approach with a deep groan. "Ay, ay," he said, "the folk of Jarlshof, they will make clean work. They are kenned for that far and wide. They winna leave the value of a rotten ratlin, and what's worse, there isna one of them has mens or sense enough to give thanks for the mercies when they have gotten them. There is the old Ranselman, Neil Ronaldson, that canna walk a mile to hear the minister, but he will hurple 10 if he hears of a ship embade." Norna, however, seemed to possess over him so complete an ascendancy, that he no longer hesitated to take the man, who now gave strong symptoms of reviving existence, upon his shoulders, and, assisted by Mordaunt, trudged along the sea-beach with his burden, without farther remonstrance. Ere he was borne off, the stranger pointed to the chest, and attempted to mutter something, to which Norna replied, "Enough, it shall be secured." Advancing towards the passage called Eric's Steps, by which they were to ascend the cliffs, they met the people from Jarlshof hastening in the opposite direction. Man and woman, as they passed, reverently made room for Norna, and saluted her, not without an expression of fear upon some of their faces. She passed them a few paces, and then, turning back, called aloud to the Ranselman, who, though the practice was more common than legal, was attending the rest of the hamlet upon this plundering expedition. "Neil Ronaldson," she said, "mark my words. There stands yonder a chest, from which the lid has been just prized off. Look it be brought down to your own house at Jarlshof, just as it now is. Beware of moving or touching the slightest article. He were better in his grave that so much as looks at the contents. I speak not for naught, nor in aught will I be disobeyed." "Your pleasure shall be done, mother," said Ronaldson. "I warrant we will not break bulk, since sick is your bidding." Far behind the rest of the villagers followed an old woman, talking to herself, and cursing her own decrepitude, which kept her at the last of the party, yet pressing forward with all her might to get her share of the spoil. When they met her, Mordaunt was astonished to recognize his father's old housekeeper. "How now?" he said. "Swertha, what make you so far from home?" "Just even dacring out to look after my old master and your honour," replied Swertha, who felt like a criminal caught in the manner, for on more occasions than one Mr. Murtown had intimated his high disapprobation of such excursions as she was at present engaged in. But Mordaunt was too much engaged with his own thoughts to take much notice of her delinquency. "Have you seen my father?" she said. "And that I have," replied Swertha. "The good gentleman was ganging to hursel himself down Eric's steps, whilk would have been the ending of him. That is in no way a cragsman. So I even got him wiled away home, and I was just seeking you, that you may gang after him to the Hall House, for to my thought he is far from well." "My father unwell?" said Mordaunt, remembering the faintness he had exhibited at the commencement of that morning's walk. "Far from well, far from well," groaned out Swertha, with a piteous shake of the head. "White of the gills, white of the gills, and him to think of coming down the Riva." "Return home, Mordaunt," said Norna, who was listening to what had passed. "I will see all that is necessary done for this man's relief, and you will find him at the Ranselman's when you list to enquire. You cannot help him more than you already have done." Mordaunt felt this was true, and commanding Swertha to follow him instantly, betook himself to the path homeward. Swertha hobbled reluctantly after her young master in the same direction, until she lost sight of him on his entering the cleft of the rock, then instantly turned about, muttering to herself, "Haste home, in good sooth, haste home, and lose the best chance of getting a new rocklay and overlay that I have had these 10 years? By my certy, no! It's seldom sic rich godsends come on our shore, no since the Jenny and James came ashore in King Charles' time." So saying, she mended her pace as well as she could, and a willing mind making amends for frail limbs, posted on with wonderful dispatch to put in for her share of the spoil. She soon reached the beach, where the Ranselman, stuffing his own pouches all the while, was exhorting the rest to part things fair and be neighbourly, and to give to the old and helpless a share of what was going, which he charitably remarked would bring a blessing on the shore and send them more wrecks ere winter. End of chapter 7. Chapter 8 of The Pirate by Sir Walter Scott. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Deon Gines, Salt Lake City, Utah. He was a lovely youth, I guess. The panther in the wilderness was not so fair as he, and when he chose to sport and play, no dolphin ever was so gay upon the tropic sea. Wordsworth. The light foot of Mordaunt Mertown was not long of bearing him to Jarlshof. He entered the house hastily, for what he himself had observed that morning corresponded in some degree with the ideas which Swartha's tale was calculated to excite. He found his father, however, in the inner apartment, reposing himself after his fatigue, and his first question satisfied him that the good dame had practised a little imposition to get rid of them both. "Where is this dying man, whom you have so wisely ventured your own neck to relieve?" said the elder Mertown to the younger. "Norna, sir," replied Mordaunt, "has taken him under her charge. She understands such matters." "And is quack as well as witch?" said the elder Mertown. "With all my heart, it is a trouble saved. But I hasted home, on Swartha's hint, to look out for lint and bandages, for her speech was of broken bones." Mordaunt kept silence, well knowing his father would not persevere in his enquiries upon such a matter, and not willing either to prejudice the old governant, or to excite his father to one of those excesses of passion into which he was apt to burst, when, contrary to his wont, he thought proper to correct the conduct of his domestic. It was late in the day ere old Swartha returned from her expedition, heartily fatigued, and bearing with her a bundle of some bulk, containing, it would seem, her share of the spoil. Mordaunt instantly sought her out, to charge her with the deceits she had practised on both his father and himself, but the accused matron lacked not her reply. By her troth, she said, she thought it was time to bid Mr. Mertown gang home and get bandages, when she had seen, with her own twa eyne, Mordaunt ganging down the cliff like a wild cat. It was to be thought broken bones would be the end, and lucky if bandages would do any good. And by her troth, she might well tell Mordaunt his father was poorly, and him looking so white in the gills, while she would die upon it, was the very word she used, and it was a thing that couldna be denied by man at this very moment. "But, Swartha," said Mordaunt, as soon as her clamorous defence gave him time to speak in reply, "how came you, that should have been busy with your housewifery and your spinning, to be out this morning at Eric's steps, in order to take all this unnecessary care of my father and me? And what is in that bundle, Swartha? For I fear, Swartha, You have been transgressing the law, and have been out upon the wrecking system. Fair far your sonsy face, and the blessing of St. Ronald upon you, said Swertha, in a tone betwixt coaxing and jesting. Would you keep a poor body from mending herself, and so muckle gear lying on the loose sand for the lifting? Hout, Master Mordaunt, a ship ashore is a sight to wile the minister out of his very pulpit in the middle of his preaching, muckle more a poor old ignorant wife from her rock and her tow. And little did I get for my day's work, just some rags of cambric things, and a bit or twa of coarse cloth, and sick-like. The strong and the hardy got all thing in this world. Yes, Swertha, replied Mordaunt, and that is rather hard, as you must have your share of punishment in this world and the next for robbing the poor mariners. Hout, callant, what would punish an old wife like me for a wheen duds? Folk speak muckle black ill of Earl Patrick, but he was a friend to the shore, and made wise laws against anybody helping vessels that were like to gang on the breakers, and the mariners, I have heard Bryce Jagger say, lose their right from the time keel touches sand, and moreover they are dead and gone, poor souls, dead and gone, and care little about world's wealth now. Nay, no more than the great jarls and sea-kings in the Norse days did about the treasures that they buried in the tombs and sepulchres old lang syne. Did I ever tell you the song, Master Mordaunt, how Olaf Tryggvason guard hide 5 gold crowns in the same grave with him? No, Swertha, said Mordaunt, who took pleasure in tormenting the cunning old plunderer. You never told me that, but I tell you that the stranger whom Norna has taken down to the town will be well enough tomorrow to ask where you have hidden the goods that you have stolen from the wreck. But who will tell him a word about it, hinny? Said Swertha, looking slyly up in her young master's face, the more by token, since I maun tell ye that I have a bonny remnant of silk among the lave, that will make a dainty waistcoat to yourself, the first merry-making ye gang to. Mordaunt could no longer forbear laughing at the cunning with which the old dame proposed to bribe off his evidence by imparting a portion of her plunder, and desiring her to get ready what provision she had made for dinner, he returned to his father, whom he found still sitting in the same place, and nearly in the same posture in which he had left him. When their hasty and frugal meal was finished, Mordaunt announced to his father his purpose of going down to the town or hamlet to look after the shipwrecked sailor. The elder Murtown assented with a nod. He must be ill accommodated there, sir, added his son, a hint which only produced another nod of assent. He seemed, from his appearance, pursued Mordaunt, to be of very good rank, and admitting these poor people do their best to receive him in his present weak state, yet— I know what you would say, said his father, interrupting him. We, you think, ought to do something towards assisting him. Go to him, then. If he lacks money, let him name the sum, and he shall have it. But for lodging the stranger here, and holding intercourse with him, I neither can nor will do so. I have retired to this farthest extremity of the British Isles, to avoid new friends and new faces, and none such shall intrude on me either their happiness or their misery. When you have known the world half a score of years longer, your early friends will have given you reason to remember them, and to avoid new ones for the rest of your life. Go then, why do you stop? Rid the country of the man. Let me see no one about me but those vulgar countenances, the extent and character of whose petty knavery I know, and can submit to, as to an evil too trifling to cause irritation. He then threw his purse to his son, and signed to him to depart with all speed. Mordaunt was not long before he reached the village. In the dark abode of Neil Ronaldson, the Ranselman, he found the stranger seated by the peat fire upon the very chest which had excited the cupidity of the devout Bryce Snailsfoot, the pedlar. The Ranselman himself was absent, dividing with all due impartiality the spoils of the wrecked vessel amongst the natives of the community, listening to and redressing their complaints of inequality, and if the matter in hand had not been, from beginning to end, utterly unjust and indefensible, discharging the part of a wise and prudent magistrate in all the details. For at this time, and probably till a much later period, the lower orders of the islanders entertained an opinion, common to barbarians also in the same situation, that whatever was cast on their shores became their indisputable property. Marjorie Bimbister, the worthy spouse of the Ranselman, was in the charge of the house, and introduced Mordaunt to her guest, saying, with no great ceremony, "This is the young tacksman. You will maybe tell him your name, though you will not tell it to us. If it had not been for his 4 quarters, it's but little you would have said to anybody, so long as life lasted." The stranger arose and shook Mordaunt by the hand, observing, he understood that he had been the means of saving his life and his chest. The rest of the property, he said, is, I see, walking the plank, for they are as busy as the devil in a gale of wind. "And what was the use of your seamanship then," said Marjorie, "that you couldna keep off the Sumburgh Head? It would have been long ere Sumburgh Head had come to you." "Leave us for a moment, good Marjorie Bimbister," said Mordaunt. "I wish to have some private conversation with this gentleman." "Gentleman," said Marjorie, with an emphasis. "Not but the man is well enough to look at," she added, again surveying him, "but I doubt if there is muckle of the gentleman about him." Mordaunt looked at the stranger, and was of a different opinion. He was rather above the middle size, and formed handsomely as well as strongly. Mordaunt's intercourse with society was not extensive, but he thought his new acquaintance, to a bold, sunburnt, handsome countenance, which seemed to have faced various climates, added the frank and open manners of a sailor. He answered cheerfully the enquiries which Mordaunt made after his health, and maintained that one night's rest would relieve him from all the effects of the disaster he had sustained. But he spoke with bitterness of the avarice and curiosity of the Ranselman and his spouse. "That chattering old woman," said the stranger, "has persecuted me the whole day for the name of the ship. I think she might be contented with the share she has had of it. I was the principal owner of the vessel that was lost yonder, and they have left me nothing but my wearing apparel. Is there no magistrate or justice of the peace in this wild country that would lend a hand to help one when he is among the breakers?" Mordaunt mentioned Magnus Troil, the principal proprietor, as well as the Foude, or provincial judge, of the district, as the person from whom he was most likely to obtain redress, and regretted that his own youth, and his father's situation as a retired stranger, should put it out of their power to afford him the protection he required. "Nay, for your part, you have done enough," said the sailor; "but if I had 5 out of the 40 brave fellows that are fish's food by this time, The devil a man would I ask to do me the right that I could do for myself." 40 hands, said Mordaunt. You were well manned for the size of the ship. Not so well as we needed to be. We mounted 10 guns, besides chasers, but our crews on the main had thinned us of men, and lumbered us up with goods. 6 of our guns were in ballast. Hands! If I ever had had enough of hands, we would never have miscarried so infernally. The people were knocked up with working the pumps, and so took to their boats, and left me with the vessel to sink or swim. But the dogs had their pay, and I can afford to pardon them. The boat swamped in the current, all were lost, and here am I." "You had come north about then, from the West Indies?" said Mordaunt. "Ay, ay, the vessel was the Good Hope of Bristol, a letter of marque. She had fine luck down on the Spanish Main, both with commerce and privateering, but the luck's ended with her now. My name is Clement Cleveland, captain, and part owner, as I said before. I am a Bristol man born. My father was well known on the Tolsel, old Clem Cleveland of the College Green." Mordaunt had no right to enquire farther, and yet it seemed to him as if his own mind was but half satisfied. There was an affectation of bluntness, a sort of defiance in the manner of the stranger, for which circumstances afforded no occasion. Captain Cleveland had suffered injustice from the islanders, but from Mordaunt he had only received kindness and protection, yet he seemed as if he involved all the neighbourhood in the wrongs he complained of. Mordaunt looked down and was silent, doubting whether it would be better to take his leave or to proceed farther in his offers of assistance. Cleveland seemed to guess at his thoughts, for he immediately added, in a conciliating manner, "I am a plain man, Master Murtown, for that, I understand, is your name, and I am a ruined man to boot, and that does not mend one's good manners. But you have done a kind and friendly part by me, and it may be I think as much of it as if I thanked you more, and so before I leave this place I'll give you my fowling piece. She will put 100 swan shot through a Dutchman's cap at 80 paces. She will carry ball too. I have hit a wild bull within 150 yards. But I have 2 pieces that are as good or better, so you may keep this for my sake." "That would be to take my share of the wreck," answered Mordaunt, laughing. "No such matter," said Cleveland, undoing a case which contained several guns and pistols. "You see, I have saved my private arm-chest, as well as my clothes. That the tall old woman in the dark rigging managed for me, and between ourselves it is worth all I have lost. For," he added, lowering his voice and looking round, "when I speak of being ruined in the hearing of these landsharks, I do not mean ruined stock and block. No, here is something will do more than shoot sea-fowl." So saying, he pulled out a great ammunition pouch, marked swan shot, and showed Mordaunt hastily that it was full of Spanish pistoles, and Portuguese, as the broad Portugal pieces were then called. "No, no," he added with a smile, "I have ballast enough to trim the vessel again, and now will you take the piece?" "Since you are willing to give it me," said Mordaunt, laughing, "with all my heart. I was just going to ask you, in my father's name," he added, showing his purse, "whether you wanted any of that same ballast." "Thanks, but you see I am provided. Take my old acquaintance, and may she serve you as well as she has served me. But you will never make so good a voyage with her. You can shoot, I suppose?" "Tolerably well," said Mordaunt, admiring the piece, which was a beautiful Spanish barrelled gun, inlaid with gold, small in the bore and of unusual length, such as is chiefly used for shooting sea-fowl and for ball practice. With slugs, continued the donor, never gun shot closer, and with single ball you may kill a seal 200 yards at sea from the top of the highest peak of this iron-bound coast of yours. But I tell you again that the old rattler will never do you the service she has done me. I shall not use her so dexterously, perhaps, said Mordaunt. Humph, perhaps not, replied Cleveland, but that is not the question. What say you to shooting the man at the wheel, just as we run aboard of a Spaniard? So the Don was taken aback, and we laid him athwart the house, and carried her cutlass in hand, and worth the while she was, stout brigantine, El Santo Francisco, bound for Porto Bello, with gold and negroes. That little bit of lead was worth 20,000 pistoles. I have shot at no such game as yet, said Mordaunt. Well, all in good time. We cannot wait till the tide makes. But you are a tight, handsome, active young man. What is to ail you to take a trip after some of this stuff, laying his hand on the bag of gold? My father talks of my travelling soon, replied Mordaunt, who, born to hold men-of-war's men in great respect, felt flattered by this invitation from one who appeared a thoroughbred seaman. I respect him for the thought, said the captain, and I will visit him before I weigh anchor. I have a consort off these islands, and be cursed to her. She'll find me out somewhere, though she parted company in a bit of a squall, unless she is gone to Davy Jones too. Well, she was better found than we, and not so deep-loaded. She must have weathered it. We'll have a hammock slung for you aboard, and make a sailor and a man of you in this same trip. I should like it well enough, said Mordaunt, who eagerly longed to see more of the world than his lonely situation had hitherto permitted. But then my father must decide. Your father? Pooh, said Captain Cleveland. But you are very right, he added, checking himself. Gad, I have lived so long at sea that I cannot imagine anybody has a right to think except the captain and the master. But you are very right. I will go up to the old gentleman this instant and speak to him myself. He lives in that handsome, modern-looking building, I suppose, that I see a quarter of a mile off? In that old half-ruined house, said Mordaunt, he does indeed live, but he will see no visitors. Then you must drive the point yourself, for I can't stay in this latitude. Since your father is no magistrate, I must go to see this same Magnus, how call you him, who is not justice of peace, but something else that will do the turn as well. These fellows have got 2 or 3 things that I must and will have back. Let them keep the rest, and be damned to them. Will you give me a letter to him, just by way of commission? It is scarce needful, said Mordaunt. It is enough that you are shipwrecked, and need his help. But yet I may as well furnish you with a letter of introduction. There, said the sailor, producing a writing case from his chest, are your writing tools. Meantime, since bulk has been broken, I will nail down the hatches and make sure of the cargo. While Mordaunt accordingly was engaged in writing to Magnus Troil a letter, setting forth the circumstances in which Captain Cleveland had been thrown upon their coast, the captain, having first selected and laid aside some wearing apparel and necessaries enough to fill a knapsack, took in hand hammer and nails, employing himself in securing the lid of his sea-chest by fastening it down in a workmanlike manner, and then added the corroborating security of a cord, twisted and knotted with nautical dexterity. "I leave this in your charge," he said. "I'll accept this," showing the bag of gold, "and these," pointing to a cutlass and pistols, "which may prevent all further risk of my parting company with my Portuguese." "You will find no occasion for weapons in this country, Captain Cleveland," replied Mordaunt. "A child might travel with a purse of gold from Sumburgh Head to the Scaw of Unst, and no soul would injure him." "And that's pretty boldly said, young gentleman, considering what is going on without doors at this moment." "Oh," replied Mordaunt, a little confused, "what comes on land with the tide they reckon their lawful property. One would think they had studied under Sir Arthegall, who pronounces, 'For equal right in equal things doth stand, and what the mighty sea hath once possessed, and plucked quite from all possessors' hands, or else by wrecks that wretches have distressed, he may dispose by his resistless might, as things at random left, to whom he list.' I shall think the better of plays and ballads as long as I live for these very words," said Captain Cleveland, "and yet I have loved them well enough in my day. But this is good doctrine, and more men than one may trim their sails to such a breeze. What the sea sends is ours, that's sure enough. However, in case that your good folks should think the land as well as the sea may present them with waifs and strays, I will make bold to take my cutlass and pistols. Will you cause my chest to be secured in your own house till you hear from me, and use your influence to procure me a guide, to show me the way, and to carry my kit?" "Will you go by sea or land?" said Mordaunt in reply. "By sea!" exclaimed Cleveland. "What in one of these cockle shells, and a cracked cockle shell to boot? No, no, land, land, unless I knew my crew, my vessel, and my voyage." They parted accordingly, Captain Cleveland being supplied with a guide to conduct him to Berg Westra, and his chest being carefully removed to the mansion house at Jarlshof. Chapter 8. Chapter 9 of The Pirate by Sir Walter Scott. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. Read by Deon Gines, Salt Lake City, Utah. There is a gentle trader and a prudent. He's no Autolycus to blear your eye with quips of worldly gods and gamesomeness, but seasons all his glittering merchandise with wholesome doctrines suited to the use, as men sauce goose with sage and rosemary. Old Play. On the subsequent morning, Mordaunt, in answer to his father's inquiries, began to give him some account of the shipwrecked mariner whom he had rescued from the waves, but he had not proceeded far in recapitulating the particulars which Cleveland had communicated when Mr. Murtown's looks became disturbed. He arose hastily, and after pacing twice or thrice across the room, he retired into the inner chamber to which he usually confined himself while under the influence of his mental malady. In the evening he reappeared without any traces of his disorder, but it may be easily supposed that his son avoided recurring to the subject which had affected him. Mordaunt Murtown was thus left without assistance to form at his leisure his own opinion respecting the new acquaintance which the sea had sent him, and upon the whole he was himself surprised to find the result less favourable to the stranger than he could well account for. There seemed to Mordaunt to be a sort of repelling influence about the man. True, he was a handsome man, of a frank and prepossessing manner, but there was an assumption of superiority about him which Mordaunt did not quite so much like. Although he was so keen a sportsman as to be delighted with his acquisition of the Spanish-barrelled gun, and accordingly mounted and dismounted it with great interest, paying the utmost attention to the most minute parts about the lock and ornaments, yet he was, upon the whole, inclined to have some scruples about the mode in which he had acquired it. I should not have accepted it, he thought. Perhaps Captain Cleveland might give it me as a sort of payment for the trifling service I did him, and yet it would have been churlish to refuse it in the way it was offered. I wish he had looked more like a man whom one would have chosen to be obliged to. But a successful day's shooting reconciled him to his gun, and he became assured, like most young sportsmen in similar circumstances, that all other pieces were but pop-guns in comparison. But then to be doomed to shoot gulls and seals, when there were Frenchmen and Spaniards to be come at, when there were ships to be boarded and steersmen to be marked off, seemed but a dull and contemptible destiny. His father had mentioned his leaving these islands, and no other mode of occupation occurred to his inexperience save that of the sea, with which he had been conversant from his infancy. His ambition had formerly aimed no higher than at sharing the fatigues and dangers of a Greenland fishing expedition, for it was in that scene that the Zetlanders laid most of their perilous adventures. But war was again raging. The history of Sir Francis Drake, Captain Morgan, and other bold adventurers, an account of whose exploits he had purchased from Bryce Snailsfoot, had made much impression on his mind, and the offer of Captain Cleveland to take him to sea frequently recurred to him, although the pleasure of such a project was somewhat damped by a doubt whether in the long run he should not find many objections to his proposed commander. Thus much he already saw, that he was opinionative, and might probably prove arbitrary, and that since even his kindness was mingled with an assumption of superiority, his occasional displeasure might contain a great deal more of that disagreeable ingredient than could be palatable to those who sailed under him. And yet, after counting all risks, could his father's consent be obtained, with what pleasure, he thought, would he embark in quest of new scenes and strange adventures, in which he proposed to himself to achieve such deeds as should be the theme of many a tale to the lovely sisters of Bergwestra, tales at which Minna should weep and Brenda should smile, and both should marvel. And this was to be the reward of his labours and his dangers, for the hearth of Magnus Troil had a magnetic influence over his thoughts, and however they might traverse amid his daydreams, it was the point where they finally settled. There were times when Mordaunt thought of mentioning to his father the conversation he had held with Captain Cleveland, and the seaman's proposal to him, but the very short and general account which he had given of that person's history, upon the morning after his departure from the hamlet, had produced a sinister effect on Mr. Murtown's mind, and discouraged him from speaking farther on any subject connected with it. It would be time enough, he thought, to mention Captain Cleveland's proposal when his consort should arrive, and when he should repeat his offer in a more formal manner, and these he supposed events likely very soon to happen. But days grew to weeks, and weeks were numbered into months, and he heard nothing from Cleveland, and only learned by an occasional visit from Bryce Snailsfoot that the captain was residing at Berg Westra as one of the family. Mordaunt was somewhat surprised at this, although the unlimited hospitality of the islands, which Magnus Troil, both from fortune and disposition, carried to the utmost extent, made it almost a matter of course that he should remain in the family until he disposed of himself otherwise. Still, it seemed strange he had not gone to some of the northern islands to inquire after his consort, or that he did not rather choose to make Lerwick his residence, where fishing vessels often brought news from the coasts and ports of Scotland and Holland. Again, why did he not send for the chest he had deposited at Jarlshof? And still farther, Mordaunt thought it would have been but polite if the stranger had sent him some sort of message in token of remembrance. These subjects of reflection were connected with another still more unpleasant and more difficult to account for. Until the arrival of this person, scarce a week had passed without bringing him some kind greeting or token of recollection from Berg Westra, and pretenses were scarce ever wanting for maintaining a constant intercourse. Minna wanted the words of a Norse ballad, or desired to have, for her various collections, feathers, or eggs, or shells, or specimens of the rarer seaweeds, or Brenda sent a riddle to be resolved, or a song to be learned, or the honest old Udallar, in a rude manuscript, which might have passed for an ancient runic inscription, sent his hearty greetings to his good young friend, with a present of something to make good cheer, and an earnest request he would come to Berg Westra as soon, and stay there as long as possible. These kindly tokens of remembrance were often sent by special message, besides which there was never a passenger or a traveller who crossed from the one mansion to the other who did not bring to Mordaunt some friendly greeting from the Udallar and his family. Of late this intercourse had become more and more infrequent, and no messenger from Berg Westra had visited Jarlshof for several weeks. Mordaunt both observed and felt this alteration, and it dwelt on his mind, while he questioned Bryce as closely as pride and prudence would permit, to ascertain, if possible, the cause of the change. Yet he endeavoured to assume an indifferent air while he asked the Jagger whether there were no news in the country. "Great news," the Jagger replied, "and a game many of them. That crack-brained Karl, the new factor, is for making a change in the Bismars and the Lipsons, and our worthy Faude, Magnus Troil, has sworn that sooner than change them for the Still-yard or aught else, he'll fling Factor Yellowly from Brossa Craig." "Is that all?" said Mordaunt, very little interested. "All, and enough, I think," replied the pedlar. "How are folks to buy and sell if the weights are changed on them?" "Very true," replied Mordaunt. "But have you heard of no strange vessels on the coast?" "6 Dutch doggers off Brossa, and as I hear, a high-quartered galliot thing, with a gaff mainsail, lying in Scalloway Bay. She will be from Norway." "No ships of war or sloops?" "None," replied the pedlar, "since the Kite tender sailed with the impress men. If it was his will, and our men were out of her, I wish the deep sea had her." "Were there no news at Berg Westra? Were the family all well?" "All well, and well to do. Outtaken, it may be, something over muckle daffing and laughing, dancing ilk night, they say, with the stranger captain that's living there. Him that was ashore on Sumburg Head the t'other day. Less daffing served him then." "Daffing? Dancing every night?" said Mordaunt. not particularly well satisfied. "Whom does Captain Cleveland dance with?" "Anybody he likes, I fancy," said the jagger. "At any rate, he gars all body yonder dance after his fiddle. But I ken little about it, for I am no free in conscience to look upon the flinging fancies. Folk should mind that life is made but of rotten yarn." "I fancy that it is to keep them in mind of that wholesome truth that you deal in such tender wares, Bryce," replied Mordaunt, dissatisfied as well with the tenor of the reply as with the affected scruples of the respondent. "That's as muckle as to say that I should have minded you was a flinger and a fiddler yourself, Master Mordaunt. But I am an old man, and maun unburden my conscience. But ye will be for the dance, I shall warrant, that's to be at Bergwestre on John's even, St. John's, as the blinded creatures call him. And no doubt ye will be for some worldly bras, hose, waistcoats, or sic like. I have pieces from Flanders." With that he placed his movable warehouse on the table and began to unlock it. "Dance!" repeated Mordaunt. "Dance on St. John's even? Were you desired to bid me to it, Bryce?" "No, but ye ken well enough ye would be welcome, bidden or no bidden. This captain, how call ye him, is to be scuddler, as they call it, the first of the gang like." "The devil take him!" said Mordaunt, in impatient surprise. "All in good time," replied the jagger. "Hurry no man's cattle. The devil will have his due, I warrant ye, or it winna be for lack of seeking. But it's true I'm telling you, for all ye stare like a wild cat, and this same captain, I wotna his name, bought one of the very waistcoats that I am ganging to show ye, purple with a gold binding and bonnily broidered, and I have a piece for you, the neighbour of it, with a green grund, and if ye mean to streak yourself up beside him, ye maun even buy it, for it's gold that glances in the lasses' een nowadays. See, look till it," he added, displaying the pattern in various points of view. "Look till it through the light, and till the light through it, with the grain and against the grain, it shows any gate. Came from Antwerp, all the gate. $4 is the price, and yon captain was so well pleased that he flang down a 20-shilling Jacobus, and bade me keep the change, and be damned. Poor silly profane creature, I pity him." Without inquiring whether the pedlar bestowed his compassion on the worldly imprudence or the religious deficiencies of Captain Cleveland, Mordaunt turned from him, folded his arms, and paced the apartment, muttering to himself, "Not asked, a stranger to be king of the feast," words which he repeated so earnestly that Bryce caught a part of their import. "As for asking, I am almost bold to say that ye will be asked, Master Mordaunt." "Did they mention my name then?" said Mordaunt. "I canna precisely say that," said Bryce Snailsfoot, "but ye needna turn away your head so sourly, like a slough when he leaves the shore, for, do you see, I heard distinctly that all the revellers about are to be there, and is it to be thought they would leave you out, an old kenned friend, and the lightest foot at sic frolics? Heaven send you a better praise in his own good time. That ever flang at a fiddle squeak between this and unst. So I consider ye altogether the same as invited, and ye had best provide yourself with a waistcoat, for brave and brisk will every man be that's there, the Lord pity them." He thus continued to follow with his green glazen eyes the motions of young Mordaunt Murtown, who was pacing the room in a very pensive manner, which the jagger probably misinterpreted, as he thought, like Claudio, that if a man is sad, it must needs be because he lacks money. Bryce, therefore, after another pause, thus accosted him: "Ye needna be sad about the matter, Master Mordaunt, for although I got the just price of the article from the captain man, yet I maun deal friendly with you as a kenned friend and customer, and bring the price, as they say, within your purse mouth, or it's the same to me to let it lie over till Martinmas, or even to Candlemas. I am decent in the world, Master Mordaunt. Forbid that I should hurry anybody for more a friend that has paid me siller of four now, or I would be content to swap the garment for the value in feathers, or sea otters' skins, or any kind of peltry. None kens better than yourself how to come by sick wear, and I am sure I have furnished you with the primest of powder. I dinna ken if I telled ye it was out of the kist of Captain Plunkett, that perished on the Skaw of Unst, with the armed brig Mary, 6 years sin. He was a prime fowler himself, and luck it was that the kist came ashore dry. I sell that to none but good marksmen. And so I was saying, if ye had any wares ye like to coop for the waistcoat, I would be ready to trock with you, for assuredly ye will be wanted at Bergwestra on St. John's even, and ye wouldna like to look worse than the captain, that wouldna be setting." "I will be there at least, whether wanted or not," said Mordaunt, stopping short in his walk, and taking the waistcoat piece hastily out of the pedlar's hand, "and, as you say, will not disgrace them." Hold a care, Master Mordaunt," exclaimed the pedlar. "Ye handle it as if it were a bale of coarse wadmel, ye'll fray it to bits. Ye might well say my ware is tender, and ye'll mind the price is $4. Shall I put ye in my book for it?" "No," said Mordaunt hastily, and taking out his purse, he flung down the money. "Grace to ye to wear the garment," said the joyous pedlar, "and to me to guide the siller, and protect us from earthly vanities and earthly covetousness, and send you the white linen raiment, whilk is more to be desired than the muslins and cambrics and lawns and silks of this world, and send me the talents, which avail more than much fine Spanish gold, or Dutch dollars either. But God guide the callant, what for is he wrapping the silk up that gate like a wisp of hay?" At this moment old Swartha, the housekeeper, entered, to whom, as if eager to get rid of the subject, Mordaunt threw his purchase with something like careless disdain, and telling her to put it aside, snatched his gun, which stood in the corner, threw his shooting accoutrements about him, and without noticing Bryce's attempt to enter into conversation upon the braw sealskin, as soft as doe leather, which made the sling and cover of his fowling piece, he left the apartment abruptly. The jagger, with those green goggling and gain descrying kind of optics which we have already described, continued gazing for an instant after the customer, who treated his wares with such irreverence. Swertha also looked after him with some surprise. "The callant's in a creel," quoth she. "In a creel," echoed the pedlar. "He will be as wowf as ever his father was. To guide in that gate a bargain that cost him $4, very, very fifish, as the East Country fisher folk say." $4 for that green rag," said Swartha, catching at the words which the jagger had unwarily suffered to escape. "That was a bargain indeed. I wonder whether he is the greater fool, or you the more rogue, Bryce Snellsfoot." "I didna say it cost him preceesely $4, said Snellsfoot, "but if it had, The lad's siller his own, I hope, and he is old enough to make his own bargains. More by token the goods are well worth the money, and more." "More by token," said Swartha coolly. "I will see what his father thinks about it." "Ye'll no be so ill-natured, Mrs. Swartha," said the Jagger. "That will be but cold thanks for the bonny owlay that I have brought you all the way from Lerwick." "And a bonny price ye'll be setting on it," said Swartha, "for that's the gate your good deeds end." "Ye shall have the fixing of the price yourself, or it may lie over till you're buying something for the house or for your master, and it can make all one count." "Troth, and that's true, Bryce Snelsfoot. I am thinking we'll want some napery soon, for it's no to be thought we can spin, and the like, as if there was a mistress in the house, and so we make none at home." "And that's what I call walking by the word," said the Jagger. "Go unto those that buy and sell. There's muckle profit in that text." "There is a pleasure in dealing with a discreet man that can make profit of anything," said Swartha. "And now that I take another look at that daft Callant's waistcoat piece, I think it is honestly worth $4. End of chapter 9. Chapter 10 of The Pirate by Sir Walter Scott. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Deon Gines, Salt Lake City, Utah. I have possessed the regulation of the weather and the distribution of the seasons. The sun has listened to my dictates, and passed from tropic to tropic by my direction. The clouds at my command have poured forth their waters. Rasselas. Any sudden cause for anxious and mortifying reflection, which in advanced age occasions sullen and pensive inactivity, stimulates youth to eager and active exertion, as if, like the hurt deer, they endeavoured to drown the pain of the shaft by the rapidity of motion. When Mordaunt caught up his gun and rushed out of the house of Jarlshof, he walked on with great activity over waste and wild, without any determined purpose, except that of escaping, if possible, from the smart of his own irritation. His pride was effectually mortified by the report of the Jagger, which coincided exactly with some doubts he had been led to entertain by the long and unkind silence of his friends at Berg-Westra. If the fortunes of Caesar had doomed him, as the poet suggests, to have been but the best wrestler on the green, it is nevertheless to be presumed that a foil from a rival in that rustic exercise would have mortified him as much as a defeat from a competitor when he was struggling for the empery of the world. And even so Mordaunt Murtown, degraded in his own eyes from the height which he had occupied as the chief amongst the youth of the island, felt vexed and irritated, as well as humbled. The two beautiful sisters, also, whose smiles all were so desirous of acquiring, with whom he had lived on terms of such familiar affection, that with the same ease and innocence there was unconsciously mixed a shade of deeper though undefined tenderness than characterizes fraternal love. They also seemed to have forgotten him. He could not be ignorant that, in the universal opinion of all Dunrossness, nay, of the whole mainland, he might have had every chance of being the favoured lover of either, and now at once, and without any failure on his part, he was become so little to them that he had lost even the consequence of an ordinary acquaintance. The old Udollar, too, whose hearty and sincere character should have made him more constant in his friendships, seemed to have been as fickle as his daughters, and poor Mordaunt had at once lost the smiles of the fair and the favour of the powerful. These were uncomfortable reflections, and he doubled his pace, that he might outstrip them, if possible. Without exactly reflecting upon the route which he pursued, Mordaunt walked briskly on through a country where neither hedge, wall, nor enclosure of any kind interrupts the steps of the wanderer, until he reached a very solitary spot, where, embosomed among steep heathy hills, which sunk suddenly down on the verge of the water, lay one of those small fresh-water lakes which are common in the Shetland Isles, whose outlets form the sources of the small brooks and rivulets by which the country is watered, and serve to drive the little mills which manufacture their grain. It was a mild summer day. The beams of the sun, as is not uncommon in Shetland, were moderated and shaded by a silvery haze, which filled the atmosphere, and destroying the strong contrast of light and shade, gave even to noon the sober livery of the evening twilight. The little lake, not 3/4 of a mile in circuit, lay in profound quiet, its surface undimpled, save when one of the numerous waterfowl which glided on its surface dived for an instant under it. The depth of the water gave the whole that cerulean tint of bluish green which occasioned its being called the Green Loch, and at present it formed so perfect a mirror to the bleak hills by which it was surrounded, and which lay reflected on its bosom, that it was difficult to distinguish the water from the land. Nay, in the shadowy uncertainty occasioned by the thin haze, a stranger could scarcely have been sensible that a sheet of water lay before him. A scene of more complete solitude, having all its peculiarities heightened by the extreme serenity of the weather, the quiet grey composed tone of the atmosphere, and the perfect silence of the elements, could hardly be imagined. The very aquatic birds, who frequented the spot in great numbers, forbore their usual flight and screams, and floated in profound tranquillity upon the silent water. Without taking any determined aim, without having any determined purpose, without almost thinking what he was about, Mordaunt presented his fowling piece, and fired across the lake. The large swan shot dimpled its surface like a partial shower of hail. The hills took up the noise of the report, and repeated it again, and again, and again, to all their echoes. The waterfowl took to wing in eddying and confused wheel, answering the echoes with 1,000 varying screams, from the deep note of the swabby or swartback to the querulous cry of the tirrack and kittiwake. Mordaunt looked for a moment on the clamorous crowd with a feeling of resentment, which he felt disposed at the moment to apply to all nature and all her objects, animate or inanimate, however little concerned with the cause of his internal mortification. "Ay, ay," he said, "wheel, dive, scream, and clamour as you will, and all because you have seen a strange sight and heard an unusual sound. There is many a one like you in this round world, but you, at least, shall learn," he added, as he reloaded his gun, "that strange sights and strange sounds, ay, and strange acquaintances to boot, have sometimes a little shade of danger connected with them. But why should I wreak my own vexation on these harmless seagulls?" he subjoined, after a moment's pause. "They have nothing to do with the friends that have forgotten me. I loved them all so well, and to be so soon given up for the first stranger whom chance threw on the coast." As he stood resting upon his gun, and abandoning his mind to the course of these unpleasant reflections, his meditations were unexpectedly interrupted by some one touching his shoulder. He looked around, and saw Norna of the fitful head, wrapped in her dark and ample mantle. She had seen him from the brow of the hill, and had descended to the lake through a small ravine which concealed her until she came with noiseless step so close to him that he turned round at her touch. Mordaunt Murtown was by nature neither timorous nor credulous, and a course of reading more extensive than usual had, in some degree, fortified his mind against the attacks of superstition. But he would have been an actual prodigy if, living in Zetland in the end of the 17th century, he had possessed the philosophy which did not exist in Scotland generally until at least 2 generations later. He doubted in his own mind the extent, nay, the very existence of Norna's supernatural attributes, which was a high flight of incredulity in the country where they were universally received, but still his incredulity went no farther than doubts. She was unquestionably an extraordinary woman, gifted with an energy above others, acting upon motives peculiar to herself, and apparently independent of mere earthly considerations. Impressed with these ideas, which he had imbibed from his youth, it was not without something like alarm that he beheld this mysterious female standing on a sudden so close beside him, and looking upon him with such sad and severe eyes as those with which the fatal virgins, who according to northern mythology were called the Valkyrur, or choosers of the slain, were supposed to regard the young champions whom they selected to share the banquet of Odin. It was indeed reckoned unlucky, to say the least, to meet with Norna suddenly alone, and in a place remote from witnesses, and she was supposed on such occasions to have been usually a prophetess of evil, as well as an omen of misfortune, to those who had such a rencontre. There were few or none of the islanders, however familiarized with her occasional appearance in society, that would not have trembled to meet her on the solitary banks of the Green Loch. "I bring you no evil, Mordaunt Murtown," she said, reading perhaps something of this superstitious feeling in the looks of the young man. "Evil from me you never felt, and never will." "Nor do I fear any," said Mordaunt, exerting himself to throw aside an apprehension which he felt to be unmanly. "Why should I, mother? You have ever been my friend." "Yet, Mordaunt, thou art not of our region, but to none of Zetland blood, no, not even to those who sit around the hearthstone of Magnus Troil, the noble descendants of the ancient Jarls of Orkney, am I more a well-wisher than I am to thee, thou kind and brave-hearted boy. When I hung around thy neck that gifted chain, which all in our isles know was wrought by no earthly artist, but by the drows, in the secret recesses of their caverns, thou wert then but 15 years old, yet thy foot had been on the maiden skerry of Northmaven, known before but to the webbed soul of the Swartback, and thy skiff had been in the deepest cavern of Brenister, where the Hoffish had before slumbered in dark obscurity. Therefore I gave thee that noble gift, and well thou knowest that since that day every eye in these isles has looked on thee as a son or as a brother, endowed beyond other youths, and the favoured of those whose hour of power is when the night meets with the day." "Alas, mother," said Mordaunt, "your kind gift may have given me favour, but it has not been able to keep it for me, or I have not been able to keep it for myself. What matters it? I shall learn to set as little by others as they do by me. My father says that I shall soon leave these islands, and therefore, Mother Norna, I will return to you your fairy gift, that it may bring more lasting luck to some other than it has done to me." "Despise not the gift of the nameless race," said Norna, frowning. Then suddenly changing her tone of displeasure to that of mournful solemnity, she added, "Despise them not, but, O Mordaunt, court them not. Sit down on that grey stone. Thou art the son of my adoption, and I will doff, as far as I may, those attributes that sever me from the common mass of humanity, and speak with you as a parent with a child." There was a tremulous tone of grief which mingled with the loftiness of her language and carriage, and was calculated to excite sympathy, as well as to attract attention. Mordaunt sat down on the rock which she pointed out, a fragment which, with many others that lay scattered around, had been torn by some winter storm from the precipice at the foot of which it lay, upon the very verge of the water. Norna took her own seat on a stone at about 3 feet distance, adjusted her mantle so that little more than her forehead, her eyes, and a single lock of her grey hair were seen from beneath the shade of her dark wadmal cloak, and then proceeded in a tone in which the imaginary consequence and importance so often assumed by lunacy seemed to contend against the deep workings of some extraordinary and deeply rooted mental affliction. "I was not always," she said, "that which I now am. I was not always the wise, the powerful, the commanding, before whom the young stand abashed and the old uncover their grey heads. There was a time when my appearance did not silence mirth, when I sympathized with human passion, and had my own share in human joy or sorrow. It was a time of helplessness, it was a time of folly, it was a time of idle and unfruitful laughter, it was a time of causeless and senseless tears, and yet with its follies, and its sorrows, and its weaknesses, what would Norna of fitful head give to be again the unmarked and happy maiden that she was in her early days? Hear me, Mordaunt, and bear with me, for you hear me utter complaints which have never sounded in mortal ears, and which in mortal ears shall never sound again. I will be what I ought," she continued, starting up and extending her lean and withered arm, "the queen and protectress of those wild and neglected isles. I will be her whose foot the wave wets not, save by her permission. I, even though its rage may be at its wildest madness, whose robe the whirlwind respects when it rends the house rigging from the roof-tree. Bear me witness, Mordaunt Mertoun, you heard my words at Harfra, you saw the tempest sink before them. Speak, bear me witness." To have contradicted her in this strain of high-toned enthusiasm would have been cruel and unavailing, even had Mordaunt been more decidedly convinced than he was that an insane woman, not one of supernatural power, stood before him. "I heard you sing," he replied, "and I saw the tempest abate." "Abate!" exclaimed Norna, striking the ground impatiently with her staff of black oak. "Thou speakest it but half. It sunk at once, sunk in shorter space than the child that is hushed to silence by the nurse. Enough, you know my power, but you know not, mortal man knows not, and never shall know, the price which I paid to attain it. No, Mordaunt, never for the widest sway that the ancient Norsemen boasted, when their banners waved victorious from Bergen to Palestine, never for all that the round world contains, do thou barter thy peace of mind for such greatness as Norna's." She resumed her seat upon the rock, drew the mantle over her face, rested her head upon her hands, and by the convulsive motion which agitated her bosom, appeared to be weeping bitterly. "Good Norna," said Mordaunt, and paused, scarce knowing what to say that might console the unhappy woman. "Good Norna," he again resumed, "if there be aught in your mind that troubles it, were you not best to go to the worthy minister at Dunrossness? Men say you have not for many years been in a Christian congregation. That cannot be well or right. You are yourself well known as a healer of bodily disease, but when the mind is sick, we should draw to the physician of our souls." Norna had raised her person slowly from the stooping posture in which she sat, but at length she started up on her feet, threw back her mantle, extended her arm, and while her lip foamed and her eye sparkled, exclaimed in a tone resembling a scream, "Me did you speak? Me did you bid seek out a priest? Would you kill the good man with horror? Me, in a Christian congregation? Would you have the roof to fall on the sackless assembly, and mingle their blood with their worship? I seek to the good physician. Would you have the fiend claim his prey openly before God and man?" The extreme agitation of the unhappy speaker naturally led Mordaunt to the conclusion, which was generally adopted and accredited in that superstitious country and period. "Wretched woman," he said, "if indeed thou hast leagued thyself with the powers of evil, why should you not seek even yet for repentance? But do as thou wilt. I cannot, dare not, as a Christian, abide longer with you. And take again your gift," he said, offering back the chain. "Good can never come of it, if indeed evil hath not come already." "Be still and hear me, thou foolish boy," said Norna calmly, as if she had been restored to reason by the alarm and horror which she perceived in Mordaunt's countenance. "Hear me, I say. I am not of those who have leagued themselves with the enemy of mankind, or derive skill or power from his ministry, and although the unearthly powers were propitiated by a sacrifice which human tongue can never utter, yet, God knows, my guilt in that offering was no more than that of the blind man who falls from the precipice which he could neither see nor shun. Oh, leave me not, shun me not, in this hour of weakness. Remain with me till the temptation be past, or I will plunge myself into that lake, and rid myself at once of my power and my wretchedness." Mordaunt, who had always looked up to this singular woman with a sort of affection, occasioned no doubt by the early kindness and distinction which she had shown to him, was readily induced to reassume his seat and listen to what she had further to say, in hopes that she would gradually overcome the violence of her agitation. It was not long ere she seemed to have gained the victory her companion expected, for she addressed him in her usual steady and authoritative manner. "It was not of myself, Mordaunt, that I purposed to speak when I beheld you from the summit of yonder grey rock, and came down the path to meet with you. My fortunes are fixed beyond change, be it for weal or for woe. For myself I have ceased to feel much, but for those whom she loves, Norna of the fitful head has still those feelings which link her to her kind. Mark me, there is an eagle, the noblest that builds in these airy precipices, and into that eagle's nest there has crept an adder. Wilt thou lend thy aid to crush the reptile, and to save the noble brood of the Lord of the North Sky?" "You must speak more plainly, Norna," said Mordaunt, "if you would have me understand or answer you. I am no guesser of riddles." "In plain language, then, you know well the family of Berg Westra, the lovely daughters of the generous old Udollar, Magnus Troil, Minna and Brenda, I mean. You know them, and you love them." "I have known them, mother," replied Mordaunt, "and I have loved them. None knows it better than yourself." "To know them once," said Norna emphatically, "is to know them always. To love them once is to love them for ever." "To have loved them once is to wish them well for ever," replied the youth, "but there is nothing more. To be plain with you, Norna, the family at Bergwestra have of late totally neglected me. But show me the means of serving them. I will convince you how much I have remembered old kindness, how little I resent late coldness." "It is well spoken, and I will put your purpose to the proof," replied Norna. "Magnus Troil has taken a serpent into his bosom. His lovely daughters are delivered up to the machinations of a villain." "You mean the stranger Cleveland?" said Mordaunt. "The stranger who so calls himself," replied Norna, "the same whom we found flung ashore like a waste heap of seaweed at the foot of the Sumburgh Cape. I felt that within me that would have prompted me to let him lie till the tide floated him off, as it had floated him on shore. I repent me I gave not way to it." "But," said Mordaunt, "I cannot repent that I did my duty as a Christian man, and what right have I to wish otherwise? If Minna, Brenda, Magnus, and the rest like that stranger better than me, I have no title to be offended. Nay, I might well be laughed at for bringing myself into comparison. It is well, and I trust they merit thy unselfish friendship. But I cannot perceive," said Mordaunt, "in what you can propose that I should serve them. I have but just learned by Bryce the Jagger that this Captain Cleveland is all in all with the ladies at Bergwestra, and with the Udollar himself. I would like ill to intrude myself where I am not welcome, or to place my home-bred merit in comparison with Captain Cleveland's. He can tell them of battles, when I can only speak of birds' nests, can speak of shooting Frenchmen, when I can only tell of shooting seals. He wears gay clothes, and bears a brave countenance. I am plainly dressed, and plainly nurtured. Such gay gallants as he can noose the hearts of those he lives with, as the fowler nooses the guillemot with his rod and line." "You do wrong to yourself," replied Norna, "wrong to yourself, and greater wrong to Minna and Brenda, and trust not the reports of Bryce. He is like the greedy chaffer whale that will change his course and dive for the most petty coin which a fisher can cast at him. Certain it is, that if you have been lessened in the opinion of Magnus Troil, that sordid fellow hath had some share in it. But let him count his vantage, for my eye is upon him." "And why, mother," said Mordaunt, "do you not tell to Magnus what you have told to me?" "Because," replied Norna, "they who wax wise in their own conceit must be taught a bitter lesson by experience. It was but yesterday that I spoke with Magnus, and what was his reply? 'Good Norna, you grow old.' And this was spoken by one bounden to me by so many and such close ties, by the descendant of the ancient Norse earls. This was from Magnus Troil to me, and it was said in behalf of one whom the sea flung forth as wreck weed. Since he despises the counsel of the aged, he shall be taught by that of the young, and well that he is not left to his own folly. Go, therefore, to Bergwestra, as usual, upon the Baptist's festival." "I have had no invitation," said Mordaunt. "I am not wanted, not wished for, not thought of. Perhaps I shall not be acknowledged if I go thither. And yet, mother, to confess the truth, thither I had thought to go." "It was a good thought, and to be cherished," replied Norna. We seek our friends when they are sick in health. Why not when they are sick in mind and surfeited with prosperity? Do not fail to go. It may be we shall meet there. Meanwhile our roads lie different. Farewell, and speak not of this meeting." They parted, and Mordaunt remained standing by the lake, with his eyes fixed on Norna, until her tall dark form became invisible among the windings of the valley down which she wandered, and Mordaunt returned to his father's mansion, determined to follow counsel which coincided so well with his own wishes. End of chapter 10. Chapter 11 of The Pirate by Sir Walter Scott. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Deon Gines, Salt Lake City, Utah. All your ancient customs and long-descended usages I'll change. Ye shall not eat, nor drink, nor speak, nor move, think, look, or walk as ye were wont to do. Even your marriage beds shall know mutation. The bride shall have the stock, the groom the wool. For all old practice will I turn and change, and call it reformation. Marry will I. 'Tis even that we're at odds. The festal day approached, and still no invitation arrived for that guest, without whom, but a little space since, no feast could have been held in the island, while on the other hand such reports as reached them on every side spoke highly of the favour which Captain Cleveland enjoyed in the good graces of the old Udollar of Bergwestra. Swertha and the Ranzelmann shook their heads at these mutations, and reminded Mordaunt, by many a half-hint and innuendo, that he had incurred this eclipse by being so imprudently active to secure the safety of the stranger, when he lay at the mercy of the next wave beneath the cliffs of Sumburgh Head. "It is best to let salt water take its gait," said Swertha. "Luck never came of crossing it." "In troth," said the Ranzelmann, "they are wise folks that let wave and withy haud their own. Luck never came of a half-drowned man, or a half-hanged one either. Who was it shot Will Patterson off the Noss? The Dutchman that he saved from sinking, I trow. To fling a drowning man a plank or a tow may be the part of a Christian, but I say keep hands off him, if ye would live and thrive free from his danger." "Ye are a wise man, Ranzelmann, and a worthy," echoed Swertha with a groan, "and ken how and when to help a neighbour, as well as any man that ever drew a net." "In troth, I have seen length of days," answered the Ranzelmann, "and I have heard what the old folks said to each other anent sick matters, and no man in Zetland shall go farther than I will in any Christian service to a man on firm land, but if he cry help out of the salt waves, that's another story." "And yet to think of this lad Cleveland standing in our Master Mordaunt's light," said Swertha, "and with Magnus Troil, that thought him the flower of the island but on Whit Sunday last, and Magnus too, that's both held, when he's fresh, honest man, the wisest and wealthiest of Zetland." "He canna win by it," said the Ranzelmann, with a look of the deepest sagacity. "There's whiles, Swertha, that the wisest of us, and I am sure I humbly confess myself not to be, may be little better than gulls, and can no more win by doing deeds of folly than I can step over Sumburgh Head. It has been my own case once or twice in my life, but we shall see soon what ill is to come of all this, for good there cannot come." And Swertha answered with the same tone of prophetic wisdom. "No, no, good can never come on it, and that is over truly said." These doleful predictions, repeated from time to time, had some effect upon Mordaunt. He did not indeed suppose that the charitable action of relieving a drowning man had subjected him, as a necessary and fatal consequence, to the unpleasant circumstances in which he was placed. Yet he felt as if a sort of spell were drawn around him, of which he neither understood the nature nor the extent, that some power, in short, beyond his own control, was acting upon his destiny, and, as it seemed, with no friendly influence. His curiosity, as well as his anxiety, was highly excited, and he continued, determined at all events to make his appearance at the approaching festival, when he was impressed with the belief that something uncommon was necessarily to take place, which should determine his future views and prospects in life. As the elder Murtown was at this time in his ordinary state of health, it became necessary that his son should intimate to him his intended visit to Berg Westra. He did so, and his father desired to know the special reason of his going thither at this particular time. "It is a time of merrymaking," replied the youth, "and all the country are assembled. And you are doubtless impatient to add another fool to the number. Go, but beware how you walk in the path which you are about to tread. A fall from the cliffs of Fula were not more fatal." "May I ask the reason of your caution, sir?" replied Mordaunt, breaking through the reserve which ordinarily subsisted betwixt him and his singular parent. "Magnus Troil," said the elder Murtown, "has 2 daughters. You are of the age when men look upon such gods with eyes of affection, that they may afterwards learn to curse the day that first opened their eyes upon heaven. I bid you beware of them, for as sure as that death and sin came into the world by woman, so sure are their soft words and softer looks the utter destruction and ruin of all who put faith in them." Mordaunt had sometimes observed his father's marked dislike to the female sex, but had never before heard him give vent to it in terms so determined and precise. He replied that the daughters of Magnus Troil were no more to him than any other females in the islands. They were even of less importance, he said, for they had broken off their friendship with him without assigning any cause. "And you go to seek the renewal of it," answered his father. "Silly moth, that hast once escaped the taper without singeing thy wings, are you not contented with the safe obscurity of these wiles, but must hasten back to the flame, which is sure at length to consume thee? But why should I waste arguments in deterring thee from thy inevitable fate? Go where thy destiny calls thee." On the succeeding day, which was the eve of the great festival, Mordaunt set forth on his road to Berg Westra, pondering alternately on the injunctions of Norna, on the ominous words of his father, on the inauspicious auguries of Swertha and the Ranzelman of Drelshof, and not without experiencing that gloom with which so many concurring circumstances of ill omen combine to oppress his mind. "It bodes me but a cold reception at Berg Westra," said he, "but my stay shall be the shorter. I will but find out whether they have been deceived by this seafaring stranger, or whether they have acted out of pure caprice of temper and love of change of company. If the first be the case, I will vindicate my character, and let Captain Cleveland look to himself. If the latter, why then good night to Berg Westra and all its inmates." As he mentally meditated this last alternative, hurt pride and a return of fondness for those to whom he supposed he was bidding farewell for ever, brought a tear into his eye, which he dashed off hastily and indignantly, as, mending his pace, he continued on his journey. The weather being now serene and undisturbed, Mordaunt made his way with an ease that formed a striking contrast to the difficulties which he had encountered when he last travelled the same route. Yet there was a less pleasing subject of comparison within his own mind. My breast, he said to himself, was then against the wind, but my heart within was serene and happy. I would I had now the same careless feelings, were they to be bought by battling with the severest storm that ever blew across these lonely hills. With such thoughts, he arrived about noon at Harfra, the habitation, as the reader may remember, of the ingenious Mr. Yellowly. Our traveller had, upon the present occasion, taken care to be quite independent of the niggardly hospitality of this mansion, which was now become infamous on that account through the whole island, by bringing with him, in his small knapsack, such provisions as might have sufficed for a longer journey. In courtesy, however, or rather perhaps to get rid of his own disquieting thoughts, Mordaunt did not fail to call at the mansion, which he found in singular commotion. Triptolemus himself, invested with a pair of large jack-boots, went clattering up and down stairs, screaming out questions to his sister and his serving-woman Tronda, who replied with shriller and more complicated screeches. At length Mrs. Babby herself made her appearance, her venerable person endued with what was then called a Joseph, an ample garment which had once been green, but now, betwixt stains and patches, had become like the vesture of the patriarch whose name it bore, a garment of diverse colours. A steeple-crowned hat, the purchase of some long-past moment, in which vanity had got the better of avarice, with a feather which had stood as much wind and rain as if it had been part of a sea-mew's wing, made up her equipment, save that in her hand she held a silver-mounted whip of antique fashion. This attire, as well as an air of determined bustle in the gait and appearance of Mrs. Barbara Yellowly, seemed to bespeak that she was prepared to take a journey, and cared not, as the saying goes, who knew that such was her determination. She was the first that observed Mordaunt on his arrival, and she greeted him with a degree of mingled emotion. "Be good to us," she exclaimed, "if here is not the canty callant that wears yon thing about his neck, and that snapped up our goose as light as if it had been a sandy lavrock." The admiration of the gold chain, which had formerly made so deep an impression on her mind, was marked in the first part of her speech. The recollection of the untimely fate of the smoked goose was commemorated in the second clause. "I will lay the burden of my life," she instantly added, "that he is ganging our gate." "I am bound for Berg Westra, Mrs. Yellowly," said Mordaunt. "And blithe will we be of your company," she added. "It's early day to eat, but if you liked a barley scone and a drink of bland, none the less, it is ill travelling on a full stomach, besides quelling your appetite for the feast that is biting you this day, for all sort of prodigality there will doubtless be." Mordaunt produced his own stores, and explaining that he did not love to be burdensome to them on this second occasion, invited them to partake of the provisions he had to offer. Poor Triptolemus, who seldom saw half so good a dinner as his guest's luncheon, threw himself upon the good cheer like Sancho on the scum of Camacho's kettle, and even the lady herself could not resist the temptation, though she gave way to it with more moderation, and with something like a sense of shame. she had let the fire out, she said, for it was a pity wasting fuel in so cold a country, and so she had not thought of getting anything ready, as they were to set out so soon, and so she could not but say that the young gentleman's nacket looked very good, and besides, she had some curiosity to see whether the folks in that country cured their beef in the same way they did in the north of Scotland, under which combined considerations Dame Babby made a hearty experiment on the refreshments which thus unexpectedly presented themselves. When their extemporary repast was finished, the factor became solicitous to take the road, and now Mordaunt discovered that the alacrity with which he had been received by Mistress Babby was not altogether disinterested. Neither she nor the learned Triptolemus felt much disposed to commit themselves to the wilds of Shetland without the assistance of a guide, and although they could have commanded the aid of one of their own labouring folks, yet the cautious agriculturalist observed that it would be losing at least one day's work, and his sister multiplied his apprehensions by echoing back, "One day's work! Ye may well say 20, for set one of their noses within the smell of a kale-pot, and their lugs within the sound of a fiddle, and whistle them back if ye can." Now the fortunate arrival of Mordaunt in the very nick of time, not to mention the good cheer which he brought with him, made him as welcome as any one could possibly be to a threshold, which on all ordinary occasions abhorred the passage of a guest. Nor was Mr. Yellowly altogether insensible of the pleasure he promised himself in detailing his plans of improvement to his young companion, and enjoying what his fate seldom assigned him, the company of a patient and admiring listener. As the factor and his sister were to prosecute their journey on horseback, it only remained to mount their guide and companion, a thing easily accomplished where there were such numbers of shaggy, long-backed, short-legged ponies running wild upon the extensive moors, which are the common pasturage for the cattle of every township, where shelties, geese, swine, goats, sheep, and little Shetland cows are turned out promiscuously, and often in numbers which can obtain but precarious subsistence from the niggard vegetation. There is indeed a right of individual property in all these animals, which are branded or tattooed by each owner with his own peculiar mark. But when any passenger has occasional use for a pony, he never scruples to lay hold of the first which he can catch, puts on a halter, and having rode him as far as he finds convenient, turns the animal loose, to find his own way back again as he best can, a matter in which the ponies are sufficiently sagacious. Although this general exercise of property was one of the enormities which in due time the factor intended to abolish, yet, like a wise man, he scrupled not, in the meantime, to avail himself of so general a practice, which he condescended to allow was particularly convenient for those who, as chanced to be his own present case, had no ponies of their own on which their neighbours could retaliate. 3 shelties, therefore, were procured from the hill, little shagged animals, more resembling wild bears than anything of the horse tribe, yet possessed of no small degree of strength and spirit, and able to endure as much fatigue and indifferent usage as any creatures in the world. 2 of these horses were already provided and fully accoutred for the journey. One of them, destined to bear the fair person of Mistress Babby, was decorated with a huge side saddle of venerable antiquity, a mass, as it were, of cushion and padding, from which depended, on all sides, a housing of ancient tapestry, which, having been originally intended for a horse of ordinary size, covered up the diminutive palfrey over which it was spread, from the ears to the tail, and from the shoulder to the fetlock, leaving nothing visible but its head, which looked fiercely out from these enfoldments, like the heraldic representation of a lion looking out of a bush. Mordaunt gallantly lifted up the fair Mistress Yellowly, and at the expense of very slight exertion, placed her upon the summit of her mountainous saddle. It is probable that, on feeling herself thus squired and attended upon, and experiencing the long unwonted consciousness that she was attired in her best array, some thoughts dawned upon Mistress Babby's mind, which checkered, for an instant, those habitual ideas about thrift that formed the daily and all-engrossing occupation of her soul. She glanced her eye upon her faded Joseph, and on the long housings of her saddle, as she observed, with a smile to Mordaunt, that travelling was a pleasant thing in fine weather and agreeable company, if, she added, glancing a look at some place where the embroidery was somewhat frayed and tattered, it was not so wasteful to one's horse furniture. Meanwhile her brother stepped stoutly to his steed, and as he chose, notwithstanding the serenity of the weather, to throw a long red cloak over his other garments, his pony was even more completely enveloped in drapery than that of his sister. It happened, moreover, to be an animal of an high and contumacious spirit, bouncing and curvetting occasionally under the weight of Triptolemus, with a vivacity which, notwithstanding his Yorkshire descent, rather deranged him in the saddle. Gambols which, as the palfrey itself was not visible, except upon the strictest inspection, had, at a little distance, an effect as if they were the voluntary movements of the cloaked cavalier, without the assistance of any other legs than those with which nature had provided him. And to any who had viewed Triptolemus under such a persuasion, the gravity and even distress announced in his countenance must have made a ridiculous contrast to the vivacious caprioles with which he piaffed along the moor. Mordaunt kept up with this worthy couple, mounted, according to the simplicity of the time and country, on the first and readiest pony which they had been able to press into the service, with no other accoutrement of any kind than the halter which served to guide him, while Mr. Yellowly, seeing with pleasure his guide thus readily provided with a steed, privately resolved that this rude custom of helping travellers to horses without leave of the proprietor should not be abated in Shetland until he came to possess a herd of ponies belonging in property to himself and exposed to suffer in the way of retaliation. But to other uses or abuses of the country, Triptolemus Yellowly showed himself less tolerant. Long and wearisome were the discourses he held with Mordaunt, or, to speak much more correctly, the harangues which he inflicted upon him concerning the changes which his own advent in these isles was about to occasion, unskilled as he was in the modern arts, by which an estate may be improved to such a high degree that it shall altogether slip through the proprietor's fingers. Triptolemus had at least the zeal, if not the knowledge, of a whole agricultural society in his own person, nor was he surpassed by any who had followed him in that noble spirit which scorns to balance profit against outlay, but holds the glory of effecting a great change on the face of the land to be, like virtue, in a great degree its own reward. No part of the wild and mountainous region over which Mordaunt guided him but what suggested to his active imagination some scheme of improvement and alteration. He would make a road through yon scarce passable glen, where at present nothing but the sure-footed creatures on which they were mounted could tread with any safety. He would substitute better houses for the scows, or sheds built of dry stones, in which the inhabitants cured or manufactured their fish. They should brew good ale instead of bland. They should plant forests where tree never grew, and find mines of treasure where a Danish skilling was accounted a coin of a most respectable denomination. All these mutations, with many others, did the worthy factor resolve upon, speaking at the same time with the utmost confidence of the countenance and assistance which he was to receive from the higher classes, and especially from Magnus Troil. "I will impart some of my ideas to the poor man," he said, "before we are both many hours older, and you will mark how grateful he will be to the instructor who brings him knowledge, which is better than wealth." "I would not have you build too strongly on that," said Mordaunt, by way of caution. "Magnus Troil's boat is kittle to trim. He likes his own ways and his country ways, and you will as soon teach your Sheltie to dive like a sylph, as bring Magnus to take a Scottish fashion in the place of a Norse one. And yet, if he is steady to his old customs, he may perhaps be as changeable as another in his old friendships." "Heus tu inepte," said the scholar of St. Andrews. "Steady or unsteady, what can it matter? Am I not here in point of trust and in point of power, and shall a foude, by which barbarous appellative this Magnus Troil still calls himself, presume to measure judgment and weigh reasons with me, who represent the full dignity of the Chamberlain of the islands of Orkney and Zetland?" "Still," said Mordaunt, "I would advise you not to advance too rashly upon his prejudices. Magnus Troil, from the hour of his birth to this day, never saw a greater man than himself, and it is difficult to bridle an old horse for the first time. Besides, he has at no time in his life been a patient listener to long explanations, so it is possible that he may quarrel with your proposed reformation before you can convince him of its advantages." "How mean you, young man?" said the factor. "Is there one who dwells in these islands who is so wretchedly blind as not to be sensible of their deplorable defects? Can a man," he added, rising into enthusiasm as he spoke, "or even a beast, look at that thing there, which they have the impudence to call a corn-mill, without trembling to think that corn should be entrusted to such a miserable molendinary? The wretches are obliged to have at least 50 in each parish, each trundling away upon its paltry millstone, under the thatch of a roof no bigger than a beeskap, instead of a noble and seemly baron's mill, of which you would hear the clack through the whole country, and that cast the meal through the mill-eye by forpits at a time." "Ay, ay, brother," said his sister, "that's spoken like your wise self. The more cost, the more honour, that's your word evermore. Can it no creep into your wise head, man, that ilka body grinds their own neeful of meal in this country, without plaguing themselves about barons' mills, and thurls, and suckin, and the like trade? How many a time have I heard you bell the cat with old Edie Netherstane, the miller at Grindelburn, and with his very knave too, about in-town and out-town multures, lock, gowpen, and knaveship, and all the lave of it, and now nothing less will serve you than to bring in the very same fashery on a wheen poor bodies, that big ilk won a mill for themselves, sick as it is." "Dinna tell me of gowpen and knaveship," exclaimed the indignant agriculturalist. "Better pay the half of the grist to the miller to have the rest grunned in a Christian manner, than put good grain into a bairn's whirligig. Look at it for a moment, Babby. "Bide still, ye cursed imp." This interjection was applied to his pony, which began to be extremely impatient, while its rider interrupted his journey to point out all the weak points of the Zetland mill. "Look at it, I say. It's just 1 degree better than a hand-quern. It has neither wheel nor trindle, neither cog nor happer. Besides still, there's a canny beast. It canna grind a bickerful of meal in a quarter of an hour, and that will be more like a mash for horse than a melteth for man's use. Wherefore, bide still, I say. Wherefore, the devil's in the beast, and no good, I think." As he uttered the last words, the Sheltie, which had pranced and curvetted for some time with much impatience, at length got its head betwixt its legs, and at once canted its rider into the little rivulet, which served to drive the depreciated engine he was surveying, then emancipating itself from the folds of the cloak, fled back towards its own wilderness, neighing in scorn, and flinging out its heels at every 5 yards. Laughing heartily at his disaster, Mordaunt helped the old man to arise, while his sister sarcastically congratulated him on having fallen rather into the shallows of a Zetland rivulet than the depths of a Scottish mill-pond. Disdaining to reply to this sarcasm, Triptolemus, so soon as he had recovered his legs, shaken his ears, and found that the folds of his cloak had saved him from being much wet in the scanty streamlet, exclaimed aloud, "I will have cussers from Lanarkshire, brood mares from Ayrshire, and I will not have one of these cursed abortions left on the islands to break honest folks' necks. I say, Babby, I will rid the land of them." "Ye had better wring your own cloak, Triptolemus," answered Babby. Mordaunt meanwhile was employed in catching another pony from a herd which strayed at some distance, and having made a halter out of twisted rushes, he seated the dismayed agriculturalist in safety upon a more quiet, though less active steed than that which he had first bestrode. But Mr. Yellowlee's fall had operated as a considerable sedative upon his spirits, and for the full space of 5 miles' travel he said scarce a word, leaving full course to the melancholy aspirations and lamentations which his sister Babby bestowed on the old bridle, which the pony had carried off in its flight, and which, she observed, after having lasted for 18 years come Martinmas, might now be considered as a castaway thing. Finding she had thus the field to herself, the old lady launched forth into a lecture upon economy, according to her own idea of that virtue, which seemed to include a system of privations, which, though observed with the sole purpose of saving money, might, if undertaken upon other principles, have ranked high in the history of a religious ascetic. She was but little interrupted by Mordaunt, who, conscious he was now on the eve of approaching Bergwestra, employed himself rather in the task of anticipating the nature of the reception he was about to meet with there from 2 beautiful young women, than with the prosing of an old one, however wisely she might prove that small beer was more wholesome than strong ale, and that if her brother had bruised his ankle-bone in his tumble, comfrey and butter was better to bring him round again than all the doctor's drugs in the world. But now the dreary moorlands, over which their path had hitherto lain, were exchanged for a more pleasant prospect, opening on a salt-water lake, or arm of the sea, which ran up far inland, and was surrounded by flat and fertile ground, producing crops better than the experienced eye of Triptolemus Yellowlee had as yet witnessed in Zetland. In the midst of this Goshen stood the mansion of Bergwestra, screened from the north and east by a ridge of healthy hills which lay behind it, and commanding an interesting prospect of the lake and its parent ocean, as well as the islands and more distant mountains. From the mansion itself, as well as from almost every cottage in the adjacent hamlet, arose such a rich cloud of vapory smoke as showed that the preparations for the festival were not confined to the principal residence of Magnus himself, but extended through the whole vicinage. "My certie," said Mrs. Babby yellowly, "one would think the whole town was on fire. The very hillside smells of their wastefulness, and a hungry heart would scarce seek better kitchen to a barley scone than just to waft it in the reek that's rising out of yon lums." End of chapter 11. Chapter 12 of The Pirate by Sir Walter Scott. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Deon Gines, Salt Lake City, Utah. Thou hast described a hot friend cooling. Ever note, Lucilius, when love begins to sicken and decay, it useth an enforced ceremony. There are no tricks in plain and simple faith. Julius Caesar. If the smell which was wafted from the chimneys of Burg Westra up to the barren hills by which the mansion was surrounded could, as Mistress Barbara opined, have refreshed the hungry, the noise which proceeded from thence might have given hearing to the deaf. It was a medley of all sounds, and all connected with jollity and kind welcome, nor were the sights associated with them less animating. Troops of friends were seen in the act of arriving, their dispersed ponies flying to the moors in every direction to recover their own pastures in the best way they could, such, as we have already said, being the usual mode of discharging the cavalry which had been levied for a day's service. At a small but commodious harbour, connected with the house and hamlet, those visitors were landing from their boats, who lived in distant islands, and along the coast had preferred making their journey by sea. Mordaunt and his companions might see each party pausing frequently to greet each other, and strolling on successively to the house, whose ever-open gate received them alternately in such numbers that it seemed the extent of the mansion, though suited to the opulence and hospitality of the owner, was scarce, on this occasion, sufficient for the guests. Among the confused sounds of mirth and welcome which arose at the entrance of each new company, Mordaunt thought he could distinguish the loud laugh and hearty salutation of the sire of the mansion, and began to feel more deeply than before the anxious doubt whether that cordial reception which was distributed so freely to all others would be on this occasion extended to him. As they came on, they heard the voluntary scrapings and bravura effusions of the gallant fiddlers, who impatiently flung already from their bows those sounds with which they were to animate the evening. The clamour of the cook's assistants, and the loud scolding tones of the cook himself, were also to be heard, sounds of dissonance at any other time, but which, subdued with others, and by certain happy associations, form no disagreeable part of the full chorus which always precedes a rural feast. Meanwhile the guests advanced, each full of their own thoughts. Mordaunt's we have already noticed. Babby was wrapped up in the melancholy grief and surprise excited by the positive conviction that so much victuals had been cooked at once as were necessary to feed all the mouths which were clamouring around her, an enormity of expense, which, though she was no way concerned in bearing it, affected her nerves, as the beholding a massacre would touch those of the most indifferent spectator, however well assured of his own personal safety. She sickened, in short, at the sight of so much extravagance, like Abyssinian Bruce when he saw the luckless minstrels of Gondar hacked to pieces by the order of Ras Michael. As for her brother, they being now arrived where the rude and antique instruments of Zetland agriculture lay scattered in the usual confusion of a Scottish barnyard, his thoughts were at once engrossed in the deficiencies of the one-stilted plough, of the twiscar with which they dig peats, of the sledges on which they transport commodities, of all and everything, in short, in which the usages of the islands differed from those of the mainland of Scotland. The sight of these imperfect instruments stirred the blood of Triptolemus Yellowly, as that of the bold warrior rises at seeing the arms and insignia of the enemy he is about to combat. And faithful to his high emprise, he thought less of the hunger which his journey had occasioned, although about to be satisfied by such a dinner as rarely fell to his lot, than upon the task which he had undertaken of civilizing the manners and improving the cultivation of Zetland. Jocta est alia, he muttered to himself. This very day shall prove whether the Zetlanders are worthy of our labours, or whether their minds are as incapable of cultivation as their peat mosses. Yet let us be cautious, and watch the soft time of speech. I feel by my own experience that it were best to let the body, in its present state, take the place of the mind. A mouthful of that same roast beef, which smells so delicately, will form an apt introduction to my grand plan for improving the breed of stock. By this time the visitors had reached the low but ample front of Magnus Troil's residence, which seemed of various dates, with large and ill-imagined additions, hastily adapted to the original building as the increasing estate or enlarged family of successive proprietors appeared to each to demand. Beneath a low, broad, and large porch, supported by two huge carved posts, once the head ornaments of vessels which had found shipwreck upon the coast, stood Magnus himself, intent on the hospitable toil of receiving and welcoming the numerous guests who successively approached. His strong portly figure was well adapted to the dress which he wore, a blue coat of an antique cut, lined with scarlet, and laced and looped with gold down the seams and buttonholes, and along the ample cuffs. Strong and masculine features, rendered ruddy and brown by frequent exposure to severe weather, a quantity of most venerable silver hair, which fell in unshorn profusion from under his gold-laced hat, and was carelessly tied with a ribbon behind, expressed at once his advanced age, his hasty yet well-conditioned temper, and his robust constitution. As our travellers approached him, a shade of displeasure seemed to cross his brow, and to interrupt for an instant the honest and hearty burst of hilarity with which he had been in the act of greeting all prior arrivals. When he approached Triptolemus Yellowly, he drew himself up, so as to mix, as it were, some share of the stately importance of the opulent Udollar with the welcome afforded by the frank and hospitable landlord. "You are welcome, Mr. Yellowly," was his address to the factor. "You are welcome to Westra. The wind has blown you on a rough coast, and we that are the natives must be kind to you as we can. This, I believe, is your sister, Mistress Barbara Yellowly. Permit me the honour of a neighbourly salute." And so saying, with a daring and self-devoted courtesy, which would find no equal in our degenerate days, he actually ventured to salute the withered cheeks of the spinster, who relaxed so much of her usual peevishness of expression as to receive the courtesy with something which approached to a smile. He then looked full at Mordaunt Murtown, and without offering his hand, said, in a tone somewhat broken by suppressed agitation, "You too are welcome, Master Mordaunt." "Did I not think so?" said Mordaunt, naturally offended by the coldness of his host's manner. "I had not been here, and it is not yet too late to turn back." "Young man," replied Magnus, "you know better than most that from these doors no man can turn without an offence to their owner. I pray you disturb not my guests with your ill-timed scruples. When Magnus Troil says welcome, all are welcome who are within hearing of his voice, and it is an indifferent loud one. Walk on, my worthy guests, and let us see what cheer my lasses can make you within doors." So saying, and taking care to make his manner so general to the whole party, that Mordaunt should not be able to appropriate any particular portion of the welcome to himself, nor yet to complain of being excluded from all share in it, the U-Dollar ushered the guests into his house, where two large outer rooms, which on the present occasion served the purpose of a modern saloon, were already crowded with guests of every description. The furniture was sufficiently simple, and had a character peculiar to the situation of those stormy islands. Magnus Troil was, indeed, like most of the higher class of Zetland proprietors, a friend to the distressed traveller, whether by sea or land, and had repeatedly exerted his whole authority in protecting the property and persons of shipwrecked mariners. Yet so frequent were wrecks upon that tremendous coast, and so many unappropriated articles were constantly flung ashore, that the interior of the house bore sufficient witness to the ravages of the ocean, and to the exercise of those rights which the lawyers term flotsam and jetsam. The stairs which were arranged around the walls were such as are used in cabins, and many of them were of foreign construction. The mirrors and cabinets, which were placed against the walls for ornament or convenience, had, it was plain from their form, been constructed for shipboard, and one or two of the latter were of strange and unknown wood. Even the partition which separated the two apartments seemed constructed out of the bulkhead of some large vessel, clumsily adapted to the service which it at present performed by the labour of some native joiner. To a stranger, these evident marks and tokens of human misery might, at the first glance, form a contrast with the scene of mirth with which they were now associated. But the association was so familiar to the natives that it did not for a moment interrupt the course of their glee. To the younger part of these revellers the presence of Mordaunt was like a fresh charm of enjoyment. All came around him to marvel at his absence, and all, by their repeated enquiries, plainly showed that they conceived it had been entirely voluntary on his side. The youth felt that this general acceptation relieved his anxiety on one painful point. Whatever prejudice the family of Berg-Westra might have adopted respecting him, it must be of a private nature, and at least he had not the additional pain of finding that he was depreciated in the eyes of society at large, and his vindication, when he found opportunity to make one, would not require to be extended beyond the circle of a single family. This was consoling, though his heart still throbbed with anxiety at the thought of meeting with his estranged but still beloved friends. Laying the excuse of his absence on his father's state of health, he made his way through the various groups of friends and guests, each of whom seemed willing to detain him as long as possible, and having, by presenting them to one or two families of consequence, got rid of his travelling companions, who at first stuck fast as burrs, he reached at length the door of a small apartment, which, opening from one of the large exterior rooms we have mentioned, Minna and Brenda had been permitted to fit up after their own taste, and to call their peculiar property. Mordaunt had contributed no small share of the invention and mechanical execution employed in fitting up this favourite apartment, and in disposing its ornaments. It was, indeed, during his last residence at Bergwestra, as free to his entrance and occupation as to its proper mistresses. But now so much were times altered, that he remained with his finger on the latch, uncertain whether he should take the freedom to draw it, until Brenda's voice pronounced the words, "Come in, then," in the tone of one who is interrupted by an unwelcome disturber, who is to be heard and dispatched with all the possible speed. At this signal, Murtown entered the fanciful cabinet of the sisters, which, by the addition of many ornaments, including some articles of considerable value, had been fitted up for the approaching festival. The daughters of Magnus, at the moment of Mordaunt's entrance, were seated in deep consultation with the stranger Cleveland, and with a little slight-made old man, whose eye retained all the vivacity of spirit which had supported him under the thousand vicissitudes of a changeful and precarious life, and which, accompanying him in his old age, rendered his grey hairs less awfully reverend perhaps, but not less beloved, than would a more grave and less imaginative expression of countenance and character. There was even a penetrating shrewdness mingled in the look of curiosity with which, as he stepped for an instant aside, he seemed to watch the meeting of Mordaunt with the two lovely sisters. The reception the youth met with resembled, in general character, that which he had experienced from Magnus himself, but the maidens could not so well cover their sense of the change of circumstances under which they met. Both blushed, as rising, and without extending the hand, far less offering the cheek, as the fashion of the times permitted and almost exacted, they paid to Mordaunt the salutation due to an ordinary acquaintance. But the blush of the elder was one of those transient evidences of flitting emotion that vanish as fast as the passing thought which excites them. In an instant she stood before the youth calm and cold, returning with guarded and cautious courtesy the usual civilities, which, with a faltering voice, Mordaunt endeavoured to present to her. The emotion of Brenda bore, externally at least, a deeper and more agitating character. Her blush extended over every part of her beautiful skin which her dress permitted to be visible, including her slender neck and the upper region of a finely formed bosom. Neither did she even attempt to reply to what share of his confused compliment Mordaunt addressed to her in particular, but regarded him with eyes in which displeasure was evidently mingled with feelings of regret and recollections of former times. Mordaunt felt, as it were, assured upon the instant that the regard of Minna was extinguished, but that it might be yet possible to recover that of the milder Brenda, and such is the waywardness of human fancy, that though he had never hitherto made any distinct difference betwixt these two beautiful and interesting girls, the favour of her which seemed most absolutely withdrawn became at the moment the most interesting in his eyes. He was disturbed in these hasty reflections by Cleveland, who advanced, with military frankness, to pay his compliments to his preserver, having only delayed long enough to permit the exchange of the ordinary salutation betwixt the visitor and the ladies of the family. He made his approach with so good a grace that it was impossible for Mordaunt, although he dated his loss of favour at Berg-Westre from this stranger's appearance on the coast, and domestication in the family, to do less than return his advances as courtesy demanded, accept his thanks with an appearance of satisfaction, and hope that his time had passed pleasantly since their last meeting. Cleveland was about to answer when he was anticipated by the little old man formerly noticed, who now, thrusting himself forward and seizing Mordaunt's hand, kissed him on the forehead, and then at the same time echoed and answered his question. "How passes time at Berg-Westre? Was it you that asked it, my prince of the cliff and of the scaur? How should it pass, but with all the wings that beauty and joy can add to help its flight?" "And wit and song too, my good old friend," said Mordaunt, half serious, half jesting, as he shook the old man cordially by the hand. "These cannot be wanting where Claude Halcrow comes." "Jeer me not, Mordaunt, my good lad," replied the old man, "when your foot is as slow as mine, your wit frozen, and your song out of tune." "How can you belie yourself, my good master?" answered Mordaunt, who was not unwilling to avail himself of his old friend's peculiarities to introduce something like conversation, break the awkwardness of this singular meeting, and gain time for observation, ere requiring an explanation of the charge of conduct which the family seemed to have adopted towards him. "Say not so," he continued. "Time, my old friend, lays its hand lightly on the bard. Have I not heard you say, the poet partakes the immortality of his song? And surely the great English poet you used to tell us of was elder than yourself when he pulled the bow oar among all the wits of London." This alluded to a story which was, as the French term it, Halcrow's cheval de bataille, and any allusion to which it was certain at once to place him in the saddle and to push his hobby horse into full career. His laughing eye kindled with a sort of enthusiasm which the ordinary folk of this world might have called crazed, while he dashed into the subject which he best loved to talk upon. "Alas, alas, my dear Mordaunt Murtown, silver is silver, and waxes not dim by use, and pewter is pewter, and grows the longer the duller. It is not for poor Claude Halcrow to name himself in the same 12th with the immortal John Dryden. True it is, as I may have told you before, that I have seen that great man, nay, I have been in the Wits' Coffee-house, as it was then called, and had once a pinch out of his very own snuff-box. I must have told you all how it happened, but here is Captain Cleveland who never heard it. I lodged, you must know, in Russell Street. I question not but you know Russell Street, Covent Garden, Captain Cleveland." "I should know its latitude pretty well, Mr. Halcrow," said the captain, smiling, "but I believe you mentioned the circumstance yesterday, and besides we have the day's duty in hand. You must play us this song which we are to study." "It will not serve the turn now," said Halcrow. "We must think of something that will take in our dear Mordaunt, the first voice in the island, whether for a part or solo. I will never be he will touch a string to you unless Mordaunt Murtown is to help us out. What say you, my fairest knight? What think you, my sweet dawn of day?" he added, addressing the young women, upon whom, as we have said elsewhere, he had long before bestowed these allegorical names. "Mr. Mordaunt Murtown," said Minna, "has come too late to be of our band on this occasion. It is our misfortune, but it cannot be helped." "How? What?" said Hall-Crow hastily. "Too late? And you have practised together all your lives? Take my word, my bonny lasses, that old tunes are sweetest, and old friends surest. Mr. Cleveland has a fine bass, that must be allowed, but I would have you trust for the first effect to one of the 20 fine airs you can sing, where Mordaunt's tenor joins so well with your own witchery. Here is my lovely day approves of the change in her heart." "You were never in your life more mistaken, Father Hall-Crow," said Brenda, her cheeks again reddening, more with displeasure, it seemed, than with shame. "Nay, but how is this?" said the old man, pausing and looking at them alternately. "What have we got here? A cloudy night and a red morning, that betokens rough weather. What means all this, young women? Where lies the offence? In me, I fear, for the blame is always laid upon the oldest, when young folk like you go by the ears." "The blame is not with you, Father Hall-Crow," said Minna, rising, and taking her sister by the arm, "if indeed there be blame anywhere." "I should fear then, Minna," said Mordaunt, endeavouring to soften his tone into one of indifferent pleasantry, "that the newcomer has brought the offence along with him." "When no offence is taken," replied Minna, with her usual gravity, "it matters not by whom such may have been offered." "Is it possible, Minna?" exclaimed Mordaunt. "And is it you who speak thus to me? And you too, Brenda? Can you too judge so hardly of me, yet without permitting me one moment of honest and frank explanation?" "Those who should know best," answered Brenda, in a low but decisive tone of voice, "have told us their pleasure, and it must be done. Sister, I think we have stayed too long here, and shall be wanted elsewhere. Mr. Murtown will excuse us on so busy a day." The sisters linked their arms together. Hall-Crow in vain endeavoured to stop them, making at the same time a theatrical gesture, and exclaiming, "Now, day and night, but this is wondrous strange!" Then turned to Mordaunt Murtown, and added, "The girls are possessed with the spirit of mutability, showing, as our master Spenser well saith, that among all living creatures, more or less, change still doth reign and keep the greater sway. Captain Cleveland," he continued, "know you anything that has happened to put these 2 juvenile graces out of tune?" "He will lose his reckoning," answered Cleveland, "that spends time in enquiring why the wind shifts a point, or why a woman changes her mind. Were I Mr. Mordaunt, I would not ask the proud wenches another question on such a subject." "It is a friendly advice, Captain Cleveland," replied Mordaunt, "and I will not hold it the less so that it has been given unasked. Allow me to inquire if you are yourself as indifferent to the opinion of your female friends as it seems you would have me to be?" "Who I?" said the Captain, with an air of frank indifference. "I never thought twice upon such a subject. I never saw a woman worth thinking twice about after the anchor was a peak. On shore it is another thing, and I will laugh, sing, dance, and make love, if they like it, with 20 girls, were they but half so pretty as those who have left us, and make them heartily welcome to change their course in the sound of a boatswain's whistle. It will be odds, but I wear as fast as they can." A patient is seldom pleased with that sort of consolation which is founded on holding light the malady of which he complains, and Mordaunt felt disposed to be offended with Captain Cleveland, both for taking notice of his embarrassment and intruding upon him his own opinion, and he replied, therefore, somewhat sharply, that Captain Cleveland's sentiments were only suited to such as had the art to become universal favorites, wherever chance happened to throw them, and who could not lose in one place more than their merit was sure to gain for them in another. This was spoken ironically, but there was, to confess the truth, a superior knowledge of the world, and a consciousness of external merit at least, about the man, which rendered his interference doubly disagreeable. As Sir Lucius O'Trigger says, there was an air of success about Captain Cleveland which was mighty provoking. Young, handsome, and well assured, his air of nautical bluntness sat naturally and easily upon him, and was perhaps particularly well fitted to the simple manners of the remote country in which he found himself, and where, even in the best families, a greater degree of refinement might have rendered his conversation rather less acceptable. He was contented, in the present instance, to smile good-humouredly at the obvious discontent of Mordaunt Mertoun, and replied, "You are angry with me, my good friend, but you cannot make me angry with you. The fair hands of all the pretty women I ever saw in my life would never have fished me up out of the roost of Sumburgh. So pray do not quarrel with me, for here is Mr. Halcrow witness that I have struck both jack and topsail, and should you fire a broadside into me, I cannot return a single shot." "Ay, ay," said Halcrow, "you must be friends with Captain Cleveland, Mordaunt. Never quarrel with your friend because a woman is whimsical. Why, man, if they kept one humour, how the devil could we make so many songs on them as we do? Even old Dryden himself, glorious old John, could have said little about a girl that was always of one mind. As well write verses upon a mill-pond. It is your tides and your roosts and your currents and eddies that come and go and ebb and flow. By heaven, I run into rhyme when I so much as think upon them, that smile one day, rage the next, flatter and devour, delight and ruin us, and so forth. It is these that give the real soul of poetry. Did you never hear my adieu to the lass of Northmaven? That was poor Bet Stimbister, whom I call Mary for the sound's sake, as I call myself Hakon after my great ancestor Hakon Goldemund, or Hako with his golden mouth, who came to the island with Harold Harfager, and was his chief skald. Well, but where was I? Oh, ay, poor Bet Stimbister, she, and partly some debt, was the cause of my leaving the Isles of Hultland, better so called than Shetland, or Zetland even, and taking to the broad world. I have had a tramp of it since that time. I have battled my way through the world, Captain, as a man of mould may, that has a light head, a light purse, and a heart as light as them both, fought my way and paid my way, that is either with money or wit, have seen kings changed and deposed as you would turn a tenant out of a scaffold, knew all the wits of the age, and especially the glorious John Dryden. What man in the islands can say as much, barring lying? I had a pinch out of his own snuff-box. I will tell you how I came by such promotion. "But the song, Mr. Halcrow," said Captain Cleveland. "The song," answered Halcrow, seizing the captain by the button, for he was too much accustomed to have his audience escape from him during recitation, not to put in practice all the usual means of prevention. "The song, why, I gave a copy of it, with 15 others, to the immortal John. You shall hear it. You shall hear them all, if you will but stand still a moment. And you too, my dear boy, Mordaunt Murtown, I have scarce heard a word from your mouth these 6 months, and now you are running away from me." So saying, he secured him with his other hand. "Nay, now he has got us both in tow," said the seaman, "there is nothing for it but hearing him out, though he spins as tough a yarn as ever an old man-of-war's man twisted on the watch at midnight. Nay, now, be silent, and let one of us speak at once," said the poet, imperatively, while Cleveland and Mordaunt, looking at each other with a ludicrous expression of resignation to their fate, waited in submission for the well-known and inevitable tale. "I will tell you all about it," continued Halcrow. "I was knocked about the world like other young fellows, doing this, that, and the other for a livelihood, for, thank God, I could turn my hand to anything, but loving still the muses, as much as if the ungrateful jades had found me, like so many blockheads, in my own coach and 6. However, I held out till my cousin, old Lawrence Linkletter, died, and left me the bit of an island yonder, although, by the way, Coltmalindi was as near to him as I was, but Lawrence loved wit, though he had little of his own. Well, he left me the wee bit island. It is as barren as Parnassus itself. What then? I have a penny to spend, a penny to keep my purse, a penny to give to the poor, aye, and a bed and a bottle for a friend, as you shall know, boys, if you will go back with me when this merriment is over. But where was I in my story?" "Near port, I hope," answered Cleveland. But Halcrow was too determined a narrator to be interrupted by the broadest hint. "Oh, aye," he resumed, with the self-satisfied air of one who has recovered the thread of a story, "I was in my old lodgings in Russell Street, with old Timothy Thimbleweight, the master fashioner, then the best known man about town. He made for all the wits, and for the dull boobies of fortune besides, and made the one pay for the other. He never denied a wit credit save in jest, or for the sake of getting a repartee, and he was in correspondence with all that was worth knowing about town. He had letters from Crown, and Tate, and Pryor, and Tom Brown, and all the famous fellows of the time, with such pellets of wit that there was no reading them without laughing ready to die, and all ending with craving a further term for payment. I should have thought the tailor would have found that jest rather serious," said Mordaunt. "Not a bit, replied his eulogist. "Tim Thimbleweight, he was a Cumberland man by birth, had the soul of a prince, aye, and died with the fortune of one, for woe betide the custard-gorged alderman that came under Tim's goose, after he had got one of those letters. Egad, he was sure to pay the cane. Why, Thimbleweight was thought to be the original of little Tom Bibber, in Glorious John's comedy of the Wild Gallant, and I know that he has trusted, aye, and lent John money to boot out of his own pocket, at a time when all his fine court friends blew cold enough. He trusted me too, and I have been 2 months on the score at a time for my upper room. To be sure, I was obliging in his way, not that I exactly could shape or sew, nor would that have been decorous for a gentleman of good descent, but I drew bills, summed up the books, carried home the clothes of the wits and aldermen, and got lodging for your labour," interrupted Cleveland. No, damn it, no," replied Halcrow. "No such thing. You put me out in my story. Where was I?" "Nay, the devil help you to the latitude," said the captain, extricating his button from the grip of the unmerciful bard's finger and thumb, for I have no time to take an observation. So saying, he bolted from the room. "A silly, ill-bred, conceited fool," said Halcrow, looking after him, with as little manners as wit in his empty coxcomb. "I wonder what Magnus and these silly wenches can see in him. He tells such damnable long-winded stories, too, about his adventures and sea-fights, every second word a lie, I doubt not. Mordaunt, my dear boy, take example by that man. That is, take warning by him. Never tell long stories about yourself. You are sometimes given to talk too much about your own exploits on crags and skerries and the like, which only breaks conversation and prevents other folk from being heard. Now I see you are impatient to hear out what I was saying. Stop, whereabouts was I?" "I fear we must put it off, Mr. Halcrow, until after dinner," said Mordaunt, who also meditated his escape, though desirous of effecting it with more delicacy towards his old acquaintance than Captain Cleveland had thought it necessary to use. "Nay, my dear boy," said Halcrow, seeing himself about to be utterly deserted, "do not you leave me too. Never take so bad an example as to set light by old acquaintance, Mordaunt. I have wandered many a weary step in my day, but they were always lightened when I could get hold of the arm of an old friend like yourself." So saying, he quitted the youth's coat, and sliding his hand gently under his arm, grappled him more effectually, to which Mordaunt submitted, a little moved by the poet's observation upon the unkindness of old acquaintances, under which he himself was an immediate sufferer. But when Halcrow renewed his formidable question, "Whereabouts was I?" Mordaunt, preferring his poetry to his prose, reminded him of the song which he said he had written upon his first leaving Shetland, a song to which, indeed, the inquirer was no stranger, but which, as it must be new to the reader, we shall here insert as a favourable specimen of the poetical powers of this tuneful descendant of Hako, the golden-mouthed. For, in the opinion of many tolerable judges, he held a respectable rank among the inditers of madrigals of the period, and was as well qualified to give immortality to his Nancies of the hills or dales as many a gentle sonneteer of wit and pleasure about town. He was something of a musician also, and on the present occasion seized upon a sort of lute, and quitting his victim, prepared the instrument for an accompaniment, speaking all the while that he might lose no time. "I learned the lute," he said, "from this same man who taught honest Shadwell, Plump Tom, as they used to call him, somewhat roughly treated by the glorious John, you remember, Mordaunt, you remember. Methinks I see the new Aryan sail, the lute still trembling underneath thy nail. At the well-sharpened thumb, from shore to shore, the trebles squeak for fear, the basses roar. Come, I am indifferently in tune now. What was it to be? Ay, I remember. Nay, the lass of Northmaven is the ditty. Poor Bet Stimbister. I have called her Mary in the verses. Betsy does well for an English song, but Mary is more natural here." So saying, after a short prelude, he sung, with a tolerable voice and some taste, the following verses. Mary. Farewell to Northmaven, grey Hillswick, farewell to the calms of thy haven, the storms on thy fell, to each breeze that can vary the mood of the main, and to thee, bonny Mary, we meet not again. Farewell the wild ferry which Hakon could brave, when the peaks of the Skerry were white in the wave. There's a maid may look over these wild waves in vain, for the skiff of her lover, he comes not again. The vows thou hast broke, on the wild currents fling them, on the quicksand and rock let the mermaidens sing them. New sweetness they'll give her bewildering strain, but there's one who will never believe them again. Oh, were there an island, though ever so wild, where woman could smile and no man be beguiled, too tempting a snare to poor mortals were given, and the hope would fix there that should anchor on heaven. I see you are softened, my young friend, said Halcrow, when he had finished his song. So are most who hear that same ditty, words and music both mine own, and without saying much of the wit of it, there is a sort of a simplicity and truth about it, which gets its way to most folks' heart. Even your father cannot resist it, and he has a heart as impenetrable to poetry and song as Apollo himself could draw an arrow against. But then he has had some ill luck in his time with the women folk, as is plain from his owing them such a grudge. Ay, there the charm lies. None of us but has felt the same sore in our day. But come, my dear boy, they are mustering in the hall, men and women both. Plagues as they are, we should get on ill without them. But before we go, only mark the last turn, and the hope would fix there. That is, in the supposed island, a place which neither was nor will be, that should anchor on heaven. Now you see, my good young man, there are here none of your heathenish rants, which Rochester, Etheridge, and these wild fellows used to string together. A parson might sing the song, and his clerk bear the burden, but there is the confounded bell. We must go now, but never mind, we'll get into a quiet corner at night, and I'll tell you all about it. End of chapter 12.